Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from NOLA Motorsports Park in very, very flat Avondale, Louisiana. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman is with me today with his Super Tour debut. How you doing, Tom?
I am so excited. I'm good. Happy to be looking at some warmer weather than I'm experiencing here in Columbus, Ohio. But these drivers are already getting after it for qualifying in their Super Tour.
Absolutely, absolutely. Greg Ginsburg is off doing something else this weekend. I'm not exactly sure which thing he's doing. And while I love working with Greg, whenever Greg has a commitment, I get to think about who my dream partners would be. And I've got two of them with me this weekend.
Okay.
I got Tom here today. Larry Lefty McLeod's going to be here with me tomorrow. It's going to be a great weekend. So we are getting right at it this morning with Spec Miata. A lot of fun, always 14 cars registered this weekend. And it's a little small for a Spec Miata field that we typically have, but it's going to be there's some really good drivers out here this weekend, Tom.
Yeah, just scanning down. The first car out was Tyler Brown, had a really good effort towards the runoffs last year, and I believe was caught up in a very, very, very early, maybe front stretch even incident at the runoff. So he's already ready to kick the 2025 year off and forget about last year. Tom Brown also, I think, father and son. We've got Nick Liveroni out there. Frankie Barroso is a perennial. Center Smith also has been doing well in addition to about 10 other cars out there. So I would say that this is a pretty small Super Tour for the field, as you mentioned, but it is a pretty good practice ground for Road America if you're looking for those longer straights. NOLA Motorsports Park has one of the longer ones on the Super Tour schedule.
Yep, Max Stallone is here. He's been with us several times this year, and this is my way to talk to my producer while we're live. We've had an in-car camera with him for several of our events this year, so maybe Max will have his camera up this morning when he's out there. So, okay, well, I'm hearing he's not streaming this morning. Max, get your camera on for the next session, please. But yeah, so Tom, this is an interesting situation because this is a 2-day event. There's only one qualifying session for this morning's race, so they really got to get after it.
They do, and it's actually a pretty cool morning for Louisiana. It's still, as according to my Google search, 93% humidity. Brian, does it feel about that?
You know what? It did not feel terribly humid this morning. Humid. I did not feel very humid, but
it's still early.
It did not feel terribly humid this morning, but you know what? I spent a lot of time in the South. I lived in Atlanta for a while, and what it feels like at 8 a.m. is not what it's going to feel like at 1 p.m.
No, not at all. The highs I'm seeing about mid-70s. It's only 52 degrees currently, at least what my weather's telling me. So these tires are probably going to take 2 or 3 laps to fire off, as the fastest car across the line the first time is a 2 minutes 0.8 from Matt Stretch out of Texas.
Definitely. So the usual suspects who we normally see running up front are rising to the top of the leaderboard this morning. And with the tire temperatures coming in, there wasn't a lot of dew this morning, so I don't imagine that the track has got any moisture on it at this hour. So it's going to come in really, really fast. They had a test day yesterday, so there is some rubber on the racetrack, so that's good. And with these short qualifying sessions and only one session to get it done, everyone's out here really trying to figure it out fast. Your top 5 at the moment: Matt Stretch, Frankie Barroso, Justin Gavitt, Tyler Brown, and Vinny Miskelis. Those are the top 5. And you wouldn't be surprised that 3 of them from Texas, so they've got a lot of time here on this racetrack. Tyler Brown, he's out of Muskego, Wisconsin, up where I grew up. And then Frankie Barroso out of Miami Springs, Florida. So got a little bit of regional differentiation here as we get through our early. Oh, look at them throwing it right there into the S's.
I think that was Frankie Barroso. I'm not sure 100% yet, but that was a massive slide trying to use all the curb there coming into the S's. And this track has a really diverse selection of corners as well, deep onto the brakes now into what I would call the kind of slower handling section. We have high-speed S's, we have low-speed transitions where they are now. We have some switchbacks, some long straights, some big sweepers. This is a pretty cool track, and it is flat, as you mentioned, but it is also very, very bumpy.
It was interesting. That's just my first time here, Tom, and the cars that I thought were going to be really strong, the higher horsepower cars, there's enough slow twisties to offset that. So the high power cars were not just dominant, which I found to be really, really interesting. They found a great way to design this course to kind of minimize the advantage that either the good handling cars or the power cars would have.
That's a great point. You look at the section we're taking a look at now. It's a big acceleration zone, but that's a significant corner as well. So in these lower powered cars, obviously these drivers are flat out and they're not thinking much about it. But if you get towards the big board group, GT1, GT2, that flat out corner is no longer flat out with your 500 horsepower. So that's where that balance comes in. Maybe you're limited by the amount of usable power that you have, as we see the very, very slow turn 3 in the next shot there.
Just checking on, these are 20-minute race sessions, qualifying sessions this morning. So we're getting to the halfway point here of our first session, and Frankie Barroso now right up to the top, and Nick Leveroni has gone to the top of this leaderboard, not to the top, but to the third spot. So he is there, got a little bit of dust. That looks very, very Button Willow-esque, having dust kicked up like that. That's our telltale sign that something has happened at Button Willow, Tom, was when the dust kicks up.
So was the new track as dusty as the old track?
Well, the first weekend it wasn't, because it was wet. It was more muddy than dusty. But this last race that we had, the dust is there. So.
Did an event there in the rain once. Someone went off and pulled 50 pounds of mud out of their engine bay.
I am not surprised. Not surprised.
Well, I think I see Nick Leveroni at the front of a 3-car train there with the Browns, if I'm not mistaken, the liveries. But they're pretty close together. There's a couple of cars running in pairs on the opposite end of the track. But I believe it's that red Miata that's just in front of the shot as we pan onto the front straight. Frankie Barroso, up by himself, is pulled away from that train just a bit, all the way out to the concrete. And I think he got nipped just a little bit by Matt Stretch last time by the 89 car, goes back to the front for a moment. Then Beckett Friesen takes the spot at a 159.6 by 23 thousandths of a second. Wow.
Well, and as you well know, Tom, you've been watching these cars for a long time. The pack is the way to go here, is to go fast, especially if you're qualifying. And as we've learned in the last couple of years, 2-car packs are the way to go fast in the race as well.
They really are. And you kind of, at the point, especially when you get towards the runoffs and some of the bigger races with 30, 40 car fields, you are required basically to have a teammate in qualifying to even have a hope of being in with a shot. And they're past bump drafting. They're into the point where they're kind of pushing each other through the corners, even dragging brakes at the apex to pick up the contact patch, so they have 4-wheel drive across 2 different cars.
Are you suggesting that they're bump drafting, Tom? I don't believe that that's legal.
Well, drafting implies airflow. These guys they're just pushing each other. Exactly.
Too good. All right, coming up on the halfway point, I am going to make a call to grid, and then we're going to take our break. And when we come back, we'll get you the rest of the qualifying session. Attention in the paddock, Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. That will be Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and P2. Group 2 cars to the grid. All right, let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of qualifying for Spec Miata. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from NOLA Motorsports Park.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back here at NOLA Motorsports Park. 7 minutes, 15 seconds left to go in this qualifying session. Spec Miata on the track coming up next, as you heard just a moment ago. Wings and Things, they'll have their qualifying session up next. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman is here with me this weekend, or at least today, and I got a full day of racing action for you today. Tom, who is at the top of the leaderboard right now?
Well, Frankie Barroso took over the top spot once again, running by himself, mind you, at a 159.4. The track record in past years is a 158.6. He's doing a fantastic job there in the number 48 car. Then Max Stallone has gone to second place. Beckett Friesen third. Matt Stretch fourth. Nick Leveroni is in fifth, leading a couple of cars trying to get a draft off the back of that number 92.
And SCCA has this rule where the track records have to be set during the race. So which is interesting because usually the cooler temperatures give faster times in qualifying. So a lot of times we'll have a great qualifying lap that's faster than the track record, but it turns out to not be the track record because it happened in qualifying. So
still good bragging rights, though.
It is, absolutely. Absolutely. You can always talk about it on social media, and if it's on social accounts, right?
Oh, absolutely. And you can post the track record video on YouTube. No one knows the difference. All that.
Yes, yeah. Nobody except for me would put in the comments, you know what the rule is, because I'm that guy.
Push your glasses up on your nose as you type your comment. Yep.
Exactly. With my little pinky in the air while I'm drinking my tea.
But you make a good point. I mean, the sessions are also shorter, and there's no consequences for abusing the tires. So we'll often see times in qualifying, sometimes significantly faster, to be honest, than the track record. But to achieve a track record even close to it without a sniff of a draft for Frankie Barroso, that's a big job done. He's coming up on the back of that kind of mint-colored car coming down into turn one now.
Well, and we have one fewer session this weekend, which is important because at the end of Sunday, because they tire mark in Spec Miata this year, what they're running this morning, they have to run into the tomorrow afternoon's race. So when there is a Friday race weekend, there's an extra session on these tires by the time they get to Sunday afternoon. So they can throw it around a little bit more in these qualifying sessions this morning, knowing that the consequences won't be quite so dire when it comes to 4 laps to go on Sunday's feature race.
Yeah, no kidding. And I thought that rule was interesting. I noticed in the supplementals for this weekend that they do have the tire limits now, and it means you can only use one set of stickers or any number of old tires that you like to use. And I happen to know from Spec Miata in past years, there are certain tracks that actually like older tires than newer tires. So the drivers that are a little bit more exposed to this class are going to know that. I'm assuming stickers are good, but there was a track like Mid-Ohio 5 years ago before the repave. It liked old tires.
Wow. Okay, that's good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I'm of the opinion, and I've shared this many times on a podcast, that we should have the sticker or the marking rule for all classes across the board for every race weekend. I think it would be a great cost savings measure, and I think it would stabilize the field from the haves and the have-nots. There's always the drivers out there who can throw down 3 sets of stickers for a race weekend. Then there's the drivers out there who can't because they just don't have the cash to do so. And I think the tire marking rule is an equalizer both in performance as well as in money as well.
It does, and also just kind of keeping the tires under control. I think this class being a spec Hoosier, for example, or when we get to SMX, a spec Toyo, those types of things also really help control the costs. But once you get towards GT1, if I got a GT1 car, I kind of want stickers every session.
You do?
I kind of do, yeah. I mean, If I have that car, I can probably afford it, and it's going to be way more fun.
That's true. That's true. But I think there's more skill involved if you don't have them.
I would agree with that, too.
So, I think there's definitely pros and cons on that. Frankie Barroso, Max Stallone, Beckett Friesen, Matt Stretch, Nick Leveroni. That's your top 5. Going to the top 10, Vinny Miskellis, Tyler Quantz, Taylor Ferrante, Tyler Brown, and Justin Gravitt. That is your top 10 here with about 3 minutes left to go in the session. So this Miata tires, I'm guessing they come in and probably laps 3, 4, 5 is where they're the best. By this point, they're probably starting to just kind of equalize, and you're not going to get a whole lot more out of them, right?
Yeah, for sure. You're going to end up with a kind of an intersection of tire temperature and tire pressure. After 2 or 3 laps, they're probably going to start to fall away. But we have seen fast laps as deep as lap 5 or 6 at certain points. And then there's also the argument you're burning fuel off the car. I haven't noticed that to be a big difference in a spec Miata, but the next group with formula cars, that is certainly a different conversation.
Right, and when you're in a spec Miata, you're probably only going to burn off like 1.5 gallons or 2 gallons over the course of a 20-minute session anyway. And what is that, 16 pounds at the most? So it's probably not that big of a difference.
Exactly. In the big picture of this 2,400-pound car,
yeah,
not a big one. We have a really big stack up there in the S's on this final lap. Any of the drivers that were hoping to get a quick one in are probably not going to be able to complete it. But checking timing and scoring, nobody's on a personal best sector 1 or 2. So I think we're just kind of practicing proximity and racecraft a little bit here towards the end of qualifying.
Just waiting to see if anybody goes fast again here late. I'm not seeing any green times, which means drivers putting down their personal best times. And I see one Nick Leveroni put his best lap in last lap, a 1:59.8. So it looks like, and like you said, there's traffic now. So the nice gaps that people have had in the early part where they were able to create their gaps, those have kind of closed up at this point.
This track will definitely present an interesting challenge with how little time you spend going straight. The second half of the track, if you look at your track map down in the bottom left-hand corner, all of those S's are basically flat out, which means there's not a great opportunity to pass anybody through all of those little twists and turns. So I would argue that there's a lot more work to be done on the left side of that track map where you're kind of setting up corners 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row to try to get a run on somebody, versus Road America where you have 3, 4 straightaways to be able to draft down past somebody a couple times per lap.
Yeah, and the S's are very fast, so that's almost a straightaway if you do it really right. But at the left side of the track map and then this 14, 15, 16 combination are really, really tricky and fun. So that's what I hear people say anyway.
It certainly is. And Lewis Hamilton talks about the S's at COTA being one of the best sequences of corners anywhere in the world. I would put NOLA's S's up there. It is so much fun. Each one a little bit tighter than the last. You come into that turn 10 area flat out, absolutely just flicking it in for the S's, and then you just have to scrub speed through the rest of it. So much fun as we take a look at that now on camera.
I want Lewis Hamilton to take the S's at Atlanta too. Take those 3 tracks, and then let him decide which are the best S's in the world. So pretty cool. All right, we are out here now. Checkered flag should be in the air for the next car by. And I am fortunate that this weekend my nose is right in front of the flag stand. So I see the checkered flag in the air. Let's run through our qualifying times here before we take our break here. Our qualifying pole sitter, again, this is the provisional poll, but if it stands, Frankie Barroso will be your front row. With him will be Max Stallone. Your second row should be Beckett Friesen and Matt Stretch. Your third row at this point is going to be Nick Leveroni and Vinny Miskellis. Your fourth row, Tyler Quantz and Taylor Ferrante. Row 5 will be Tyler Brown and Justin Gravitt. Row 6 will be Alfredo Zedin and Joseph Federi. And then bringing up the back will be Center Smith and Tom Brown. That's how they sit here at the end of qualifying at NOLA. We will be back in just a few minutes for our next race group.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here, getting ready for our second qualifying session of the day. Let's take a look at this layout here at NOLA, and it is pretty cool here. And that is what it looks like from above. It is a 2.75 mile, 4.43 kilometers for our friends from the north, 16 turns. When I say natural terrain, that's almost a mid misnomer because there's no change in elevation anywhere, but it is a natural terrain racetrack, mostly asphalt. I know there's a couple concrete patches here or there. First race back in 2011, so we're about 15 years in on this racetrack surface, and it's a good one. There's the stuff we talked about, Tom. The leftish part of the track and the rightish part of the track is where all the twisted bits are.
Yeah, it covers that really long, narrow footprint, as you can see, kind of built here in the flatlands, the swamp almost, if you will, in New Orleans here. But a little bit of a different personality as you change from that first half of the lap to the second half. Super, super long front straight, and the whole track is very bumpy as well. Down into turn one, you get that flat-out acceleration zone through turn two for the majority of the cars in this event. And then those really, really slow corners at turns 3 and 4, they just go on forever, and they're completely flat elevation-wise. Really test the chassis of the car. Then you kind of get the momentum building through turn 5, massive bump at turn 5, really tricky sight line through turn 6, and then it gets you through turn 7 into these S's that we mentioned are basically flat out on the way in, and then you just got to kind of dance the car down using a little bit of scrub, using a little bit of mechanical grip to slow the car down through an 11-12 into this really, really slow transitional section to finish off the lap.
Yeah, it's fun. And I was talking with the driver this morning. Apparently, there is a new bump right into the right after the braking zone going into turn 1, a big bump. And he says he thinks they paved over an alligator down there or something.
Well, fun fact, actually. So the former track manager of this track, Matt Busby, was on our podcast last year. And he told a story that when they were constructing this track, they were laying down a bunch of extra materials to try to make sure it didn't shift too much because it is in the swamp. And he said that at one point they got a tractor stuck and it sunk completely into the ground, and they just paved over this giant, 12-foot tall tractor over in the marsh down towards turn 5 and 6. So I'd take his word for it. He said he was there. But in theory, there's an entire tractor under this track somewhere.
That's funny. That's funny. And we were racing the Medland, we were trapped over Virginia. So, who knows these days, right? 17 minutes to go. These drivers now getting kind of their first warm-up laps in, and with these Formula cars, definitely first 2 laps or so on these slick tires are just trying to get temperature in them early in the morning.
Yeah, these cars are definitely going to take a little bit more time, and also they take more confidence. So, fresh out of the gate, early days, especially in this traffic for multi-class in this group, you just got to kind of get the cobwebs cleared out and kind of get the momentum built. We have Formula Enterprises 2, we have Formula Atlantic, and we also have 2 prototype cars on track with Gary Crook and Jack Donnellan in those 2 full-bodied cars that you see the covers over the wheels.
Right. FE2 is the dominant race class in this group. Steve Whitston early on top. He, of course, was the guest on Inside the SCCA this week doing our NOLA Super Tour preview. He is the defending Formula V national champion, and he is also playing in FE2 these days, and really, really good and knowledgeable guy and a smart guy. It was a great conversation, so check that out. But not until we're done here. Don't stop now to go watch the podcast. Do that tonight between our show and the Formula One race tonight.
There you go. That'll keep you awake.
There's a slower car coming through there, backing everybody up.
Looks like one of the Formula Atlantics. We have 6 of those cars entered. 5 of them are currently on track, and the fastest of which, Larry Howard at a 139.8. That is about 20 seconds faster than Spec Miata 10 minutes ago. Really, really getting the ball rolling quick your first thing.
And you can tell the difference between the FE2 cars and the Atlantics. The Atlantics are they look more stout. They're a little wider car, well, a significantly wider car in the back. And they look like they're slightly lower to the ground. They have just a different, a more aggressive look to them. And it's really noticeable from behind, where you can see the difference.
And mechanically, the difference is going to be that the Atlantics are the fastest cars in club racing, in theory.
Correct.
So they
In
have
theory.
this massive speed potential. The Enterprises are all spec cars, so they make a completely different lap times. The Atlantics are way, way, way faster. If you see big, fat rear tires, it's probably an Atlantic.
And what's interesting, Tom, and over the last several seasons I've been watching this, is that I don't know if it's because the Atlantics have been restricted so much, because they've got a lot of other cars now in Formula Atlantic in the class, and I know they're trying to slow down the old school legit Formula Atlantics, the Swifts with the Toyota motors in them, but the time has, in many cases, has contracted, where the FE2s aren't that much slower anymore. They're still slower, especially if you have a really good prepared Formula Atlantic with a really good driver. But the faster Formula FE2 cars are, in some cases, almost as fast as some of the Atlantics.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's very true. As they've tried to add more and more and more catch-all to Formula Atlantic.
Right.
There's no recipe for Formula Atlantic other than to kind of take the old recipe from older race series and catch them here together. So you could have Formula 3 cars from modern rounds. You could
Correct.
have some bike motor cars in there now. I think it's a pretty big net trying to catch into that Formula Atlantic, is now the Formula Enterprises cars getting going 39.7 to a 37.4 out of Atlantic. So they're only about 2 seconds apart now.
Right. So, and that also makes it a little bit easier when they're putting them all together in the same groups, because now the speed differential's not quite as much as it used to be. They make their speed in different ways still, but that helps as we go. So Eric Wisniewski has now gone to the top of the leaderboard in FE2. His fast time, a 1:39.7. And Paul Riveras and Steve Witston, that's your top three right now. Gary Crook's getting tires, temperature into those tires with his store WF1. He's out of Pensacola, Florida. He is our fast prototype at the moment with a time of 1:47.6. Your fast P2 car, Jack Donnellan, in his Carbeer SR from Chickasha, Oklahoma. I just love some of the Native American names out of Oklahoma. Chickasha, see, and I've got my Oklahoma, Oklahoma native here with me to fix me up on the pronunciations. 1:52.6 is his fast time right now, and that's how they're starting to play out here, coming up on the halfway point.
Still pretty spread out here in Formula Enterprises. As Wisniewski goes faster yet again, a 138.9, now into the 138s, but 2.8 seconds faster than Paul Rivera. Steve Witston is another second back from there. So there's either a lot of confidence yet to be built or a lot of tire temp yet to be found there in Formula Enterprises 2. Larry Howard goes quicker yet again to an 8-second lead over Stephen Thomas in his Swift at a 137.4.
Whitney Strickland just put down his fast lap of the day with a 1:42.2. That puts him into third place overall third place in FE2 right now. So what a nice lap by him right now. Larry Howard still holding on up at the top. I suspect he's going to stay there even once we get to the end of this session with that fast Formula Atlantic time.
Yeah, not nearly the tight field in Atlantic, but that's not uncommon. As we mentioned, there's so many different types of cars that end up there. It's different strengths, weaknesses, driver comfort, prep, all of that stuff goes into it with Atlantics versus Formula E FE2. Yeah, same thing, but it's a spec chassis, spec package that you can get from that SCCA Enterprises. No changes there. Stephen Thomas and then Paul Crabtree in Atlantic are your top three.
Looking at some of the other drivers in Formula Atlantic, you've got Bill. On the timing, it says Texas Johnson. If his nickname is Tex Johnson, that is so Texas. I would love that. He's out of San Marcos, Texas. His fast lap is a 1:53.5 here as we come up here at halfway. Let's do this, Tom. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we will have a chance to see the qualifying for the rest of the session. We'll call the grid, and then we will take our break. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. Here are your production cars. E, F, and H, GT3U, Touring 4, STL, and B-Spec. Groups, you know what? Wrong. Oh, I was looking at the test day run group. Stand by. Group 3 is production, E, F, and H, and B-Spec. Just those cars. All the other ones I said, ignore me. It's early, people, and I'm only halfway through a cup of coffee. E, F, H, and B-Spec to the grid for your qualifying session. We'll take our break. When we come back, more qualifying for Wings and Things. Stay with us. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman, and Formula cars on the racetrack. Tom, Larry Howard still holding on to that top spot.
He is, but not nearly by as much as before the break. David Burkett out of Corpus Christi, Texas, found a really quick lap, 139 flat, to be with now only 1.7 seconds back of Larry Howard. So it was about an 8-second spread before that lap popped up. Larry Howard's gone from having a nice cruise for the day to having some competition.
Which there's nothing wrong with that. And look at David Burkett, who has also popped up in that Formula Atlantic, another Swift, this one an 04A. He's put in a great lap, a 139.0.
Over in the FE2 camp, it looks like Eric Wisniewski reported back to the paddock from what the Flagtronics look to be. But Whit Strickland and Steve Whitston going quicker, and Paul Rivera's throw him in there, another first best sector for that driver. So they're all within about 2 seconds now. Eric Wisniewski still on pole by about 7/10.
Yes, Wisniewski, Strickland, Whitston. That's been kind of how it's sat here for the last several laps. And, you know, and it's also could be part of this, Tom. They've now laid down their lap. They're like, okay, I'm good. I don't want to put any more stress on these tires. Time to kind of just make some more laps, take it easy, and then come in and call it a session.
Very possible, but I'm still seeing a lot of green sectors highlighted on timing and scoring, which means personal best for those drivers. And these FE2 cars appear to be just going quicker and quicker. But I did see, again, I saw the 25 car in paddock at one point, which would tell us that Eric Wisniewski was able to light the tires up faster, talking about Formula One, and getting the thing done before needing all that time. Maybe you can lay eyes on that car there at trackside and see if he's actually still on track or not.
Yeah, unfortunately, my view from the announce tower here is all of the paddock is on the entire other side of the building. So
I meant on the track.
I don't see.
25.
Look at the track too, Tom. You're asking me to work hard this morning.
Come on, cracking the whip.
I'm gonna have to put on my other glasses. I've got my old man glasses on so I can see the monitors. Now I got to put on that I can see the racetrack glasses.
Well, I think we can. I think I'm right because he's only done 4 laps. Eric was supposed to
Right,
do 4
yeah,
laps.
that makes sense.
The other drivers have all done 8.
Yep.
Gary Crook continuing to circulate, done 7 laps now in that prototype, and then in the P2 car, Jack Donnellan is now the quicker of the prototype cars at a 145.4. That'll put that driver kind of right in the mix of the meat of FE2.
We've got one car off here in the S's, and it appears that it is the number 174 car of Bill Tex Johnson in his Formula Atlantic Van Diemen, and now he is starting to drive away. So, or I think he's, yeah. Whatever the problem was, he has at least got it going enough to head to the pit lane. I'm hoping that's what he does here. And that is exactly what he's doing. So that's the entrance to the pits, I believe.
That'll be one corner before it, but I suspect he'll peel off to the left here.
Yeah, there we go. And pit lane. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for self-clearing that. Keeping us going here with 3 minutes to go. There's another car heading in. Happy with happy or unhappy with whatever they've done. They've decided they're not going to do any better, and they're heading in to finish their session here.
While that was unfolding, Steve Whitston put in another lap that would be within, let's call it a tie, basically, between Whitney Strickland and Steve Whitston. They are sitting at 139.73 versus 139.76.
Okay.
There for second in FE2. Really, really tight.
Yeah. That's a big gap. Well, no, it's not as big as it was. I was looking at it different. I was going to say between first and second in FE2, I thought was like 2.5 seconds, but it's only about 0.4, 0.3.
Yeah, when Wisniewski had put in the fast lap there 4 laps into the session, you're right, they were all spread out by seconds. Whoa,
right.
Big brake lock up there going into 13, just out of shot now. Looked like one of the Formula Enterprises drivers got in a little deep, had a big tank slapper on the brakes and went through the grass. Luckily, there's not much to hit down there.
Yep. 2 minutes to go in the session. And we're still seeing some quick laps. Dave Beckett just put in his best lap. David Burkett in the Formula Atlantic car. He's now went to second place on the podium, on the leaderboard.
And actually puts in a first sector faster than the pole sitter, Larry Howard. So this number 12 car is going to be fun to watch on this lap closing out the session.
Yep. Little slower in than the leader in the second sector with a 134.0, but still his fastest lap. As we wait patiently for him to finish the lap.
Should be that car right there.
Yep. And it was not fast enough to take the pole position, but he was only off by about a second still. Still a second slower. That was a 138.4. Your pole sitter right now is at a 137.4. So a little bit of work left to do on this final lap. This one will finish it out. He'll get the checkered flag this time by with 50 seconds left in the session.
Looks like a surface flag has been displayed down in turn 13, which is where we saw that one driver have the big moment under braking.
Right.
It's also right after where Bill Johnson rejoined from the mechanical issue. You have to wonder if those are correlated, but maybe some debris down. It could just be grass, honestly, from the other car coming back on.
Right, right. About 10 seconds left to go in the session. Checkered flag is in the air here at the start-finish line. So as cars cross now, this will be their final lap. We'll see if anybody is able to take a faster lap here It doesn't look like David Burkett's going to be able to do that.
I think he might. He's close in Sector 1 and just went faster. Sector 2, that's the white and blue car on your camera screen right now, on
Okay.
your computer screen right now. Coming through the final couple corners for Formula Atlantic. Less than a second separates the two drivers for pole position.
Well, that's a big bump there as they come at the exit of 17. And they hit those curbs across the line. This time, not quite fast enough.
Picks up about a tenth on that one. So the pole position, or the spread between the top two in Formula Atlantic here at NOLA is only 0.8 of a second. Which is pretty cool. Then over in FE2, Eric Wisniewski, even with half the laps turned for the rest of the drivers, holds on to pole.
All right, that's going to do it. Let's do our run through our order here. Again, the provisional qualifying order here for our race this afternoon. Your pole sitter should be Larry Howard. Next to him will be David Burkett. Second row will be your FE2 front runners, Eric Wisniewski and Whitney Strickland. Then you've got Steve Whitston and Paul Rivera's in row number 3. Kenny Russo and Stephen Thomas in row number 4, followed by Gary Cook and Jack Donlin in row 5. Row 6 will be Paul Crabtree and Roy Hillenberg. And row 7, Russell Strait and Jimmy Dye. And then on the last row will be Bill Johnson, and he will be starting 15th. That's going to do it here for our qualifying session. We'll do a quick call to grid. When we come back, we will have some more qualifying action. Attention in the paddock. It's the paddock. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Production cars and B-Spec to the grid for your qualifying session. E, F, H production, and B-Spec to the grid.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Back here at NOLA Motorsports Park for Group 3 qualifying. EFH production, B-Spec 20 minutes. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O is here. How are you, my friend?
I am doing fantastic.
All right. So these are becoming one of my favorite classes, B-Spec. They've got huge numbers. Also, you can check out the new purple metallic paint job on Kent Carter's B-Spec. It is just gorgeous. Little quirky, but gorgeous.
I love that B-Spec has taken on, they're very affordable cars. They're very, kind of the economy hatchbacks. You see a lot of them streaming by here, but they've taken it upon themselves to all of them do really good liveries.
Yep.
Which a lot of club racers, you run out of time. You're working on the car, you're working in the garage, you're doing this, that, and the other, and stickers are the last thing you think about. At least the B-Spec guys, we're going to race Honda Fits and Mazda 2s, but we're going to make them look rad.
Yeah, it is really cool. And that all goes back when they ran the runoffs at Indy back in the 2019-ish or 2018-ish. And when they decided to go there, they decided to do like throwback liveries. And they had a bunch of cars that were painted up like the Days of Thunder cars. And they just kind of kept it around and are still doing it. So very, very cool stuff.
Looking at 11 entries in B-Spec out of 18 cars in this group entirely. We have 3 E production, 3 F production, and 1 lone H production car entered, the Datsun 510 of Paul Evans.
Again, and that's the cool part about our production classes. It's that mix of newer, the Mazda Miatas, the BMW M3s, and then a Datsun 510.
I love going back finding old YouTube videos, but the runoffs videos from the 90s into the 2000s, and that was not that uncommon of a car then. I love to still see them around.
Well, and back in the 90s, there were no modern cars in production, and it was all of those older Datsuns and Austin Healey Sprites and all this kind of stuff. And then as the numbers started to dwindle, as those cars started to go away because they couldn't get parts or they had become wrecked or whatever the case may be, there was at some point in time some talk that the production classes were going to kind of go away and just become vintage classes. And then someone said, well, why don't we take stuff like the IT cars, which are a little older cars, and put them in the production classes. And it opened up a whole new group of cars to the production category. And now our production classes are some of the stronger classes that we have out here.
Yeah, consistently clearing 20 cars at the runoffs and a very nationally competitive field of cars. You see the blue BMW there taking the green flag is Tyler Ladd, defending champion of E production. But I'm so glad this category didn't go away, because to me, production cars are the coolest in the paddock, and they are what club racing is, what SCCA club racing is. Just not a lot of aero parts, not a lot of flare, but super low slung. You can cut the windshields off, big wide bodies. You can run racing slicks still. They're cool race cars.
I mean, it could be argued that, the production cars are the foundation that this club was built on, going all the way back to its inception. So I agree with you 100% that it's great that they've kept them, found a way to keep those cars alive. So shout out. Go ahead. I was going to say, shout out to Thomas Pendergrass. He doesn't get to come out with us very often. He is a young driver in B-Spec who was running his own program, and very busy guy traveling around doing his work stuff, but he gets to as many of these as he can. He's out here this weekend. That's what's cool about this B-Spec classes. It doesn't take a whole lot to put the cars together to get out here. It takes some refinement to get them to run fast and up front, but just about anybody with a small amount of mechanical acumen can get these cars out here. They're really reliable, and it's a lot of fun.
I'll confirm your point by raising my hand. I did this. If I can do it, if I can do B-Spec, anybody can do B-Spec. But they do. It's an interesting dynamic still, because you do have that spec-ish. Where in Spec Miata, all the cars are quite literally basically the same car. These are 5 or 6 different makes and models, but you do still have that drafting being a very important element of things, having somebody to work with, picking your points, and making sure that you don't make mistakes that are too hard to recover from, because the cars just aren't that fast. Looks like Stuart Black leading the way down into turn number 13 in that number, lost the number, but in the Chevy Sonic.
Yeah.
Number 40. But they also are on a spec tire that takes a little bit of time to warm up, and because the cars are not that capable, they can be really, really nervous on those cold tires. So you'd be surprised to see these cars taking 3 or 4 laps to be quick.
And because they are the slowest class in SCCA, it's a great place to learn the craft. Everybody I've ever talked to who is fast in a race car has said that the best training ground is a slow-powered race car. And if you can go fast in a slow car, you can go fast in a fast car.
Absolutely. And it's all because of that recovery that I mentioned. You think about, okay, we're coming into the turn 1 braking zone here on camera. You go in side by side. Now your line's compromised. You need to rely on either your ability or the car to make up for that time lost by going side by side. And when the cars aren't that good at anything, not to say B-Spec cars are bad, but they are not particularly capable cars. The driver has to make up for it. And if you lose time that was unnecessary, you don't just have 500 horsepower to make it up. You have to pick your spots, and you have to understand the consequences of every move you make is going to have a counter effect that could put you 3 or 4 positions back because of that draft or because of the pack racing.
Yeah, I'm an expert at making mistakes and then trying to figure out how to make up for it.
I mean, that's all racing is, really.
I should put that in my LinkedIn special skills, making mistakes and then figuring out how to make up for it.
New Instagram bio.
Exactly.
But we really do kind of have a who's who of B-Spec here. We've got a lot of contenders from the runoffs field from last year. Eric Yeagle's at the top right now, 1.4 seconds over Connor Kelleher, who had a great run. John Phillips is always there. Stuart Black, Josh Schmidt, Kent Carter. That's half the field that I rattled off, and they're all contenders for top 10s, top 5s at runoffs. So this is a pretty stout B-Spec field, even though it's only 11 cars strong.
Yep, that is true. And no matter which 11 B-Spec cars that we have at a particular race weekend, it's always seeming like it's a stout field, which is why this class has become so much fun to watch and so much fun for us to talk about. And there's that Datsun 510 I was talking about earlier, just coming through our screen. Right there, it is.
Is that like a gray and black throwback version of the BRE livery?
Yeah, could be.
Speaking of production, Tyler Ladd is well on top of E-Production, again, defending champion over Don Tucker, who had a really interesting issue with his car last year. The door blew off, but it didn't completely separate, and he drug it around the entire race at the runoffs there in that number 9 car. I think that was Don Tucker who had that issue. And then Mark Webber, always here, always fast, always racing in the number 25 car. There's E-Production. In F-Production, Steven Simons is out front in his Miata over Weber Manning and Carl Mayer.
As part of my homework for doing the Super Tour, I go back, and the fact that I like to watch racing during the holidays, I go back and watch every runoffs race, Tom. And I remember the door coming off, but I didn't remember that it stayed with the car for the entire race until I rewatched the race.
Yep.
And I'm like, what is going on here? Is there some weirdness in the time-space continuum? And it just would not let go.
I have no idea how that happened. That was Doug Piner, not Don Tucker, so I got the name wrong. But either way, it's worth a rewatch. B-Spec, Tom Pendergrass, you mentioned, doesn't get to race all that often, but he's on pole so far. 4/10 up, actually, on Eric Yeagle. Mini Cooper over Honda Fit.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised with this long straightaway that the Sonics aren't doing a little bit better here in B-Spec. Those are kind of affectionately referred to as the big bore B-Spec cars, because it has two more displacement tenths of a liter. The Sonics are 1.8 liter cars. Most of the rest of these cars are 1.6 liter cars, and so they affectionately refer to it as the big bore car. And usually on a track with a long straightaway, it shines. And Thomas Pendergrass out here with his little Mini Cooper doing a great job. Mini Cooper for several years was the best car to have in this class. Now it's kind of equalized a little bit. But yeah, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, the Minis are a great all-rounder. And you mentioned the Sonic tends to be really good at power tracks or straight line tracks because of that displacement, but it's actually all at the front end of the straightaway. The gearing on the Sonic is not that great, so the top speeds are kind of rough. But that could be a little bit of an effect here. As we mentioned, the power track factor is not that high here at NOLA. It's kind of a handling track. As we were talking, Eric Yeagle goes back to the top of B-Spec by 4/10, jumps over Thomas Pendergrass in his Honda Fit. So now it's Fit, Mini, Sonic, Mazda 2, Toyota Yaris. We've got 5 different cars in the top 5 of B-Spec.
That's fantastic. So good. All right, 10 minutes to go in this race. Perfect time to take our break. When we come back, we will have more action. Let me do a call to grid before we take our break. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4. This is Spec Racer Ford 3. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for your qualifying session. We'll be back for the rest of this qualifying session in just a moment.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
We're back here. NOLA Motorsports Park, 7 minutes to go in our production and B-Spec qualifying session. At the top of the leaderboard right now is Tyler Ladd, your defending BMW Z3 defending E-Production National Champion. Steven Simons is in second. Don Tucker's in third. Then we've got a fierce battle for the top spot in B-Spec. Else I can pump that up, Tom. A fierce battle. Yeah. Eric Yeagle, Thomas Pendergrass, Stuart Black. There's your top three right now. And Kent Carter in that beautiful new liveried, what is that thing? That's the Mazda 2. Looks awesome on the racetrack, by the way. He is in fourth place right now. So
I was really enjoying watching Eric Yeagle in the break there. He's got that red Honda Fit that you see in the center of your screen set up so loose. Every time he comes into our shot at turn 10, you just see the back end of that Fit float into the S's. And even there in the really slow section, you can see it really, really moving in the back end. He's your pole sitter right now by 0.3 of a second. Scratch that, make it 0.2 by Kent Carter, who brings that Mazda 2 across to go up to second position. Stuart Black is third. And I'll remind you guys, Stuart Black finished in the second spot last year at the runoffs. Eric Yeagle finished third.
Yep. So if we stay with this shot for a second, the red car just went through. That's Eric Yeagle. And then this next car is the Kent Carter car, that purple liveried, metallic liveried car. You'll see it right there. It is in the middle of your screen. It's much cooler in person with the sun beaming off of it. But it's funny, Kent makes a good lap. He can see the leader right now. Actually, Stephen Pounds just went to the B-Spec pole here. Yeah. But he could see Eric Yeagle in front of him. I always seem to go faster when I know the guy in front of me is the one I'm chasing.
Oh, for sure. You have a carrot to chase if you're basically aware of how fast that car went, and you can match it If you're capable of doing that, you're going to go at least as fast, if not a little quicker. B-Spec cars kind of getting into the back of some production car traffic that had gone out much earlier in the session. Steven Simons goes quicker last time through. And Don Tucker also a personal best in production that time by 2.6 seconds off Tyler Ladd's pole time.
I'm thinking Eric Yeagle thinks he's got what he's got because Kent, as good of a driver, should not be catching him as fast as he is. And Kent has made up a bunch of space on the racetrack here in the last half a lap. He's actually got right there on his rear bumper. So my guess is that Eric's kind of taking it easy here, or maybe cooling his tires for a lap or two to make one more quick run.
Definitely going to be hitting that point of diminishing returns here, like Spec Miata, where the tires are only going to handle so much pressure, so much heat. But this is a really good spot for Kent Carter to be. You want to be just a couple car lengths back coming onto that front straight. Use every bit of draft you can, and then see what the rest of the lap has to offer. It looks like Yeagle is going to stay out and give a little bit of a tow. Whoa, there's that looseness we talked about. Gets on the curb, flicks it in, and that's going to be a pretty poor run onto the front straight, unfortunately, I think, for the fit.
Well, and here's the other thing that could be happening. We've learned in this class that the side-by-side, really close to that tire wall there.
Dirt.
Yeah, we've learned in this class over the last couple of years that having a partner is really helpful. It's possible that Eric is backing himself up to Kent Carter so they can work together for a lap or two and maybe pop to the front row in B-Spec. That would make sense also.
Yeah, both Texas drivers, not sure if they're formerly teammates or just friendly, but Yeagle would be aware of that situation. If he didn't want to give Kent Carter a draft, he wouldn't have. And he did anyway. Right behind there is also the Toyota Yaris. I think that's John Phillips in the sedan Toyota Yaris. It might be Joseph Gersh, though. We have two of those cars on track.
Let me do one more call to the grid here. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. That is Spec Racer Ford 3. Group 4 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left to go. My idea of them working together isn't quite panning out because they're not really close enough to be working together at this point.
No, Yeagle's pulled out a little bit of a margin and actually kicked up some dirt coming through turn 6 that lap. Really, really on the limit in that Coca-Cola liveried Honda Fit. We have the Honda CRX that Carl Mayer pulled off between turns 8 and 9 there in the S's, which is going to put a local yellow out. He's in a very safe spot, but that's going to ruin these laps for these drivers.
Right. Yeah, this track has a couple of different configurations that they can run, which makes for some spots where people can pull off safely and be out of the way, and that's one of them. So
you'll notice that that strip goes basically straight down the S's. This was designed for IndyCar, and that's the layout they would use. They wouldn't even do these S's. They just went straight.
Right. Which is a shame, because seeing those Indy cars going through the S's would be awesome.
Oh, I can't even imagine. Yeah.
And here you can see there is Eric Yeagle and Kent Carter pulling in, ending their session with 1 minute and 40. A lot of cars pulling off at this point, which is why I sometimes like going out a little later in a qualifying session, Tom, because you can usually have the last lap or two almost to yourself. To be able to put down some good times, and if you come out maybe 5 minutes into the session, you'll be have your tires and everything just in that sweet spot for those last 5 or 6 minutes of the session. Especially if there's a lot of cars in my group.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you that, especially in a large group of cars, this being 18 cars on a almost 3 mile track is not too bad. But if you were to have 40, double the number that we have, oh yeah, I'll wait 10 minutes and then I'll go out a little bit later in the session.
Or maybe I'll go out and throw down a lap or two and then come in for 5 minutes and wait and then go back out. So,
well, we were talking. Oh,
go ahead.
Talking B-Spec in F production. Steven Simons, who's pulled off the track, I believe at this point, is within a second and a half of the official track record there in F production. Third place finisher from the runoffs last year is doing a great job. 13 seconds up on Weber Manning in his Miata. So it's not going to be a tight race in F production, most likely, but the pace at the front of F production is really strong. Tyler Ladd also looking pretty good, but Steven Simons was quicker in the slower class car.
And what will likely happen for this race, Tom, is they'll do a split start, so you get all your production cars will start up front, and then they'll split start the B-Spec cars in the back. That's typically what happens for this race group at the Super Tours.
Makes perfect sense. As I say that, Tyler Ladd starts a new personal best, Sector 1, with only 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds left in the session. So if he can get through that local yellow for Carl Mayer, this may be an opportunity for the e-production car to jump back up to the overall pole in the session.
Yeah, let's see what happens. He'll hit sector 2 here in just a second. You can see the sector times if you want to go to scca.com/live. You can follow along and actually get the sectors, which you don't get on Race Monitor. But that's a good place to go. We're waiting to see Tyler Ladd finish the second sector here. And that's not a purple lap, but it's still a purple time, but it's still a good time. He'll be coming through sector 3 here in just a second. This final lap will count for Tyler Ladd. Here he comes through turn 16, 17 here. He will use just a teeny bit of that curb as he heads down for the checkered flag. Let's see what the time is when he crosses the line. And it is not enough to get to the pole position. He will stay in second place, still on the front row. Steven Simons will take the pole here. Let's go through the provisional order here. Mark Webber throws down a heck of a final lap here. He is going to end up fourth. Let's go through all of them. Your front row is going to be Steven Simons, Tyler Ladd. Row number 2, Don Tucker and Mark Webber, who throws down a 2:02.9 or 2:02.4 on his last lap. To put down a good lap to get into fourth place. Then you got your B-Spec cars. Stephen Pounds, Eric Yeagle will be the top 2 in B-Spec. Thomas Pendergrass and Ken Carter will be in row 2 in B-Spec. Stuart Black and Connor Kelleher will be in row 3. Then you've got Weber Manning, Joseph Gersh, David Hooker, Josh Schmidt, John Phillips, Jim Kelleher, R. Paul Evans, and Carl Mayer. That's how they're going to start when we have our B-Spec race, B-Spec and production race. That race will go off this afternoon at approximately 1:40 p.m. Central Time. Stay with us. We'll be back. I'm going to do one more call to grid, and then we'll come back for our next qualifying session. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 4 to the grid. We'll be right back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
We're back here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Spec Racer Ford qualifying up next right now. 20 minutes of action. I think it's our biggest race group of the weekend, Tom. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, 30 cars entered here for Spec Racer Ford, and of course, all cars identical. It's all down to the driver and the setup of the teams. We have a lot of fast drivers here, and 20 minutes of qualifying to get these Spec Racers lit up and put some times on the board. I think we have some past champions in this field. I don't have the exact details, but I know that we got some fans for Russ Turner in the chat on YouTube. We've got Denny Stripling out on course. A bunch of local favorites, a lot of drivers from Texas, Florida, Oklahoma. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, it will be good, and this is where I got my start in the SCCA, as I've probably mentioned before, back when it was a Sports Renault. That's how old I am. And it's lots of iterations of powertrain since then, but the chassis, essentially exactly the same. Nothing has changed.
Except they used to cover the rear wheels. I always thought that was cooler when I was a kid.
Is there no longer wheel covers? Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, half the wheel was covered back then. About half of the rear wheel was covered. And I actually think there's still some... No, they're not letting that body work anymore. I'd forgotten about that, to be honest with you. You had to take the rear cowling off to get the rear wheels off.
I'm sure that's why they did away with it, but 6-year-old me thought that was rad.
I'm sure it did, yeah. Yeah.
Big moment for this white and red car at the back of the frame, coming into the S's on cold tires. It's the number 190-something, it looks to be. 199, maybe Joseph Maley. Had a big slide from the back of that car as he turned in for turn number 9. So these cars are definitely going to take some time. They don't usually take too long, though.
No.
As drivers now starting their first flying lap.
Yep. And you are right. We are on it. And definitely some good names in this field. Tom Burt from Shoreline, Washington in the 77 car. He is doing all 10 Super Tours this year. Tom retired. If you ever want to see one of the best retirement videos ever, you should check out Tom Burt's retirement video on YouTube. Maybe on his Facebook page. Anyway, retired, and he's taking his retirement money and going all in on the Super Tour this year. Very cool. So I'm at the hotel this morning, or last night maybe.
10 races a year, that's pro racing at that point. That's a big effort for someone in club racing. Taking a look at the run between turns 4 and 5, still weeding tires for this back kind of mid-pack, trying to get temperatures up. And I have to wonder if these 4 cars are working together. I think that's Denny Stripling at the front and has the number 23 right behind. I think that's Russ Turner.
Right.
2 other cars warming and working together, 4 cars deep for qualifying.
We've also got the Hallett Racing Garage folks out here. Richard Stevens, Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long. Keep an eye on them. They will likely be near the top of the leaderboard here before too long. Those cars are always fast. They always work together as well. So, yeah, to do the 10 Super Tours, Tom Burt's putting his car this weekend on the trailer with Scotty B. White, who goes to all of the events as well. That's how those Northern Pacific folks get to all these races. Scott Monroe just put in a purple first sector. He is in second on the leaderboard. Well, that car, Joe Malley.
Really close call there between one car trying to get out of the way, the other driver going for a pass. We nearly had big contact between the 2 white cars there on frame coming onto the front straightaway.
And you see that one car still a little slow. Gonna have to recollect his thoughts there as he starts heading down. Car off at turn 6. Let's take a look at the Flagtronics real quick. Yep, on screen. Yep, there it is off there. That's an interesting spot. I don't know if it's far enough off track for them to leave it there.
I can't tell what direction that car's facing. Is it backwards?
It is backwards. It looks like it slid off there. Yeah, did a little loop-de-loop, and I think that is the 69 car looking at Flagtronics, and that would be Brad Gordana. That car is just sitting there. So they'll determine here whether or not they're going to have to slow this race down to get him out of there, if they are okay with him staying there. Right now, at the top of our leaderboard, Joshua Justice, Scott Monroe, Tyler Fox, Joe Malley, and Judson Holt, your top 5. Texas, Kansas, Texas. Strikes me that these drivers probably have some time on this racetrack.
Taking a peek at track records, it's a 150.3 track record pace here at NOLA Motorsports Park. The current leader is Tyler Stevens at a 152.5. So there's a little bit of time between the two. There's more action happening. I think it's the same car that's already been involved in a couple of excitements.
Oh,
a different car.
Yeah,
car
there's
off
been
at turn 11.
There's been some contact. Their car going off on the main straight here has got no rear cowling on it. So it got into something, whether it backed into a wall or whether it was contact that made that happen. That car parked off here is the 5 car, maybe. Yeah, looks like it's car number 5. Who is that? That's Corey Ruth. And we are going to stop. Oh, look at all of the debris there. Going black flag all right now. Yeah, they're going to have to get that cleaned up because that is absolutely 100% in the racing line. So they're going to slow this race down here with 13 and a half minutes to go, Tom. Let's do this. Let's take our break, and then when we come back, we'll chat about all of this. We'll get the break out of the way while we slow down. Then once we get back to racing, we'll be able to hopefully take you green all the way to the finish. We'll do a call to grid here also. Before I do that, attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Spec MX5 SMX to the grid. We'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at NOLA Motorsports Park, I'm Brian Bielanski. Here is why we are stopped. Now, if you look way off in the distance, you'll see that little hut right underneath the Mazda Motorsports banner. Under that hut, you'll see some action going on. That is the car that caused all the debris over here in turn 17, and you'll see all of that. So they're picking up the car. It looks like it slid into the wall backwards here. That's the whole rear end of the car that we're seeing in our center of the screen. So we got to get all that cleaned up. We've got 9.5 minutes to do it, Tom. And then we have this car out here at turn 6. This is as this is a full-on schmozzle.
Well, it's a 30-car qualifying session, 20 minutes, and the reality is with a spec class, you got to go out, you got to work with your teammates, you got to get the job done pretty quick. And I'm not sure if the grids are set super strictly, but they are usually by Super Tour points, which means you're not necessarily around who you want to be with. So those first 2 laps of shuffling are often where some of these bigger kind of snags happen in qualifying. And it's also going to put a pretty big wrench into what could be the starting grid, because we have some contenders who didn't get laps. We have other drivers who really got some good laps in. Currently, the pole is Joseph Maley, who I believe was one of the cars we saw early on kind of slipping and sliding, that number 199, white and red in color. If I have the right color car on my screen, that car has been very lively and very quick.
Now, looking at what's being picked up there, I wonder if that car hit both front and back, because that looks like the under tray that they just picked up off the front of the car. That big piece there looks really flat. And then they're picking up all the bits and pieces of the rear end of the car. And it looks like they may bring this car back right in front of me, so I'll be able to get a good idea of it. But that was a big off.
Yeah, and it's easy to do. You see that curbing on the left there, that it's kind of just an island floating. It's very bumpy, and if you can actually see those lines, there's kind of 5 or 6 tiers of curb. So when you go out over that, which these cars would likely to, want to extend that radius as much as possible, you're going airborne. You're flying over some curbs, and you can really easily lose control of the car, especially on laps 1 or 2 of qualifying.
Yeah.
So we speculate it was a single car incident, potentially contact with the barrier on the left.
Right.
With either at least the rear end, if not the front too.
Another piece of the car a little further down the track that I didn't see. How about a big round of applause for that track worker? Because that's a huge amount of hustle that he or she was running around grabbing stuff. Now, the one thing, Tom, we got to be careful of here is they've got the big pieces, but they didn't have time to get the little pieces. So I don't know what little shards of fiberglass there might be in that area. And when we go back to green here, if we get a chance to go back to green, those cars, that's exactly where the cars want to go as they come through 17. So we got to keep an eye on tire problems as we get back to our green flag action here.
Yep.
All right, so I got a car that was off in 6 coming by me. That car just looks like it's mechanical. It's being a rope towed back. So that's the 69 car that just came through my screen here, and that is Brad Gorandana. The 5 car, Corey Ruth, is the one that is still being picked up down here on the front stretch. And they just got it back on the tilt bed. They just got it up onto the tilt bed. And I'm hoping they'll bring it right past me. I'm getting a good look at it at that point here. 6:20 left on the clock here. And as soon as you get these 2 cars, we can go back to green. They get back here in the next minute or so. There's probably going to be time for 1, maybe 2 flying laps here, and that's going to be an adventure, Tom.
About a 2-minute lap and maybe a 2.5-minute out lap here as the last bit of safety is clearing the track. The last car we saw, we had multiple incidents, kind of single cars here and there at one time. The last thing that we saw was an off and a spin for the 36, I think, Nils Musaeus, currently sitting 22nd in class in the number 36 car. So as far as we know, all 3 things that happened were kind of regulated, and everything should be pretty clear here in a moment.
Yep, that car is coming on. I have had a chance to get a good look at it now, and it looks like almost all of that damage is on the rear of the car. So, oh no, there's some damage as well. The front left corner is all schmucked up. By the way, schmuckered up. All right, well, we're now 1 and go, it sounds like. So we're going to get cars on the racetrack with 6 minutes, 15 seconds to go on the clock. Now the question is whether or not our stewards will decide to put a few more minutes on the clock here. It looks like they held the time at 6:15, so that'll help out because the timing and scoring time is down around 4:45 to go. So we'll see when they restart this clock. But now we're going to have a lot of drivers wanting to put down some quick laps with not a lot of time left to do it.
Hopefully a little bit of residual heat left in the car, in the tires, but things getting very, very spread out. You're going to want the space because you're only going to get that one lap. Joseph Maley, your provisional pole sitter right now, 4/10, call it 5/10 over Tyler Stevens. Peyton Long and Ben Jacobs would be your second row right now. Denny Stripling and Richard Stevens would be your third row. But one lap, we're speculating, a one and done here in qualifying for Spec Racer Ford could really shake that up.
Absolutely. All right, I'm not seeing any word from race control about extending the race, the session. So, and the clock is back at 4 minutes. So it looks like we're just going to get maybe one good flying lap in here. Always these one flying lap qualifying. Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's what happens. Trying a little too hard on that outlap. A big run through the gravel for one of our drivers there. Potentially maybe the 17 car. We'll try to get numbers a little later. No harm, no foul, though.
Yep, so far. Now this is basically trying to get a little heat back into the tires, and then they're going to cross the. You know what? They'll probably get 2 laps in, Tom, because it's 3:25 left on the clock. It's about a 2-minute lap. So they're going to get 2 laps in here to see what they can get done.
And I think that's perfect. I think a 2 to 4 lap qualifying session is kind of about it for most of the classes. That's all you should really need if you're really, really prepared, you know? So,
right.
So the drivers who have the opportunity are also probably going to have the time. You see them all dodging the bumps down the front straightaway, moving as far driver's right as they can, because that left side where everyone drives is so bumpy.
Yep. All right, let's see if anybody can go faster than Joe Malley, Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long. I mentioned it at the top of the session that the guys from Hallett are typically near the front, and that's what's happening right now. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, and Richard Stevens is in 6th. But yeah, and then you've got Denny Stripling and Chuck Turner, and Russ Turner, I mean. Those are guys that you should keep an eye on as well. Russ Turner, multiple national champion, so yeah, pretty stout field here. Don't count out Richard Baldwin, also very fast, and he's from Covington, Louisiana. This is his home track.
Sitting 10th right now in the field of about 30 cars, but Russ Turner kicks things off with a purple Sector 1, just a little bit quicker than Denny Stripling, Peyton Long, and Tyler Stevens, all green in their respective Sector 1s, excuse me. As another car kicking up dirt in 199 of Maley. I think they're kicking dirt at turn 6. Now, Russ Turner is the 5th car in the train here, the number 23, with a big wiggle there at the back of this train. He had the fastest Sector 1, is going to be quick in Sector 2, but now he's in traffic. The car to watch is potentially Denny Stripling, who's about 5 car lengths back. They're the red car coming into turn number 13, has the car lengths he needs as Russ Turner had to make a pass. This is not going to be the fastest lap for the number 23.
All right, here they come, completing this first lap under power here, under their green flag conditions here. And let's see who and where is everybody as they come across the line this time. Peyton Long, our new provisional pole sitter. Tyler Stevens. Oh no, it ends up being Denny Stripling to take the fast lap, going purple for the session with a 150.9. Russ Turner right next to him right now. Then you've got all the folks out of Hallett. Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens, Richard Stevens, 3, 4, and 5. One more lap to go.
Watching a bunch of the contenders here work turn number 3. I think the car to watch is the 4th one in line. It's the dark blue, number 23. Russ Turner has about a 5 car length gap. That is the gap that got Denny Stripling the pole. Another car locking up, coming deep into turn number 3. I think Maley's going to go over under. Now the top cars working their way into turns 5, 6, and 7. We'll see them sweep the background right there. Russ Turner, that 4th car in line, the blue car, has the gap right now. Denny Stripling's going to catch traffic at the back of this line, and then at the front of this line, they're starting to break away a little bit. Fastest car so far, Stripling.
Right now, it's Stripling, Turner, Long, Stevens, and Stevens, your top 5. About a half a lap to go in this session. The checkered flag is in the air. It's about to be waved on the start handle. This is the last of the qualifying laps. Whether these are burners or not, we're going to find out in about 20 seconds here. There are your leaders through 14. 4 corners to go. These are the top cars in this qualifying session, all bunched up together. Here they come through the final set of corners. This is 17. They're going to hit the bumps here as they come out of 17, end up on the front straight. Racing down to the checkered flag. You can see off in the distance who is going to be our pole sitter. Now we're going to know. And Tyler Stevens looks like is going to get the pole. Peyton Long going to be right next to him. Then you've got the teammates, Stripling and Turner. So you've got teammates in 1 and 2, teammates in 3 and 4, and then Richard Stevens will be 5th place in this qualifying session.
The heck of an effort from Tyler Stevens. Those were the 2 cars at the front of the train working together, and I saw Peyton Long actually get the fastest second sector, but on the strength of the third sector, Tyler Stevens was able to take the point by 27 thousandths of a second between those 2 teammates. As you mentioned, call it a tie going into the green flag for this afternoon's race.
Top 6 cars, all within 1 second of each other on the grid. That is what happens here in Spec Racer Ford 3. Let's go through our provisional starting lineup. On your front row, it'll be Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long. Row number 2, Denny Stripling and Russ Turner. Row number 3 should be Richard Stevens and Joe Malley. Then in row 4, Richard Baldwin, Joshua Justice. Row number 5 should be Ben Jacobs and Tyler Fox. Then you've got Gianclaudio Angelini, maybe the best name in SCCA racing. That sounds very race car driver-ish. Gianclaudio Angelini. Scott Monroe, Jordan Wisely, Nils Maceus, Sal Weber, Justin Holt, Charles Pigeon, Ashley Oaks, Tom Burt in 19th, Chris Funk in 20th. 21 through 30, Carl Hayward, Kelly Toombs, Edward Cavalier, Paul Miranda, Ben Pigeon, Kevin Malley, Craig Wheatley, Kirk Collier, and then the 2 cars who had problems, Corey Ruth and Brad Gorandana. If they get those cars back together, they will start on the back row. Tom, that's going to do it for this race group. When we come back, we'll have more qualifying. I'll do a call to grid here. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5, SMX, Spec MX5 to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 5 to your qualifying session.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Driver's Eye Live production here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. If you're watching on the YouTube, as my mother would say, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, smash the subscribe button. Or is it smash the like button, Brendan? I don't know what the kids say these days, but do all that stuff. Hit the bell so you know we're racing, and we'll have you out here as often as possible watching the doings going on. Spec MX5 is next. There, we're on board with Ethan J, which would be Ethan Jacobs, not to be mistaken with Evan Jacobs, who runs classes with Miatas on the West Coast. So, Ethan, if I call you Evan, I apologize ahead of time. That may happen today or tomorrow. Tom O is with me this weekend. Tom, this is all. Oh, speaking of, there's a bit of a tank slapper. We'll call that tire warming.
Oh, for sure. You see the little flicks of the stickers right there. This is Spec MX5, 11 cars headed out for qualifying right now, and this is one of our exciting growing classes that is going to, I think, become one of the big hits over the next year or two with these NCMX5s, kind of an evolution of Spec Miata, not a replacement, but a little bit newer equipment. We're riding on board with Ethan Jacobs following the number 7 of Jason Fichter, who had that little slide. Looks like Jacobs is going to give him a little bit of the chrome horn through turn 7 and tell him to get up and go, because they're losing touch with the field. But this is a pretty stout 11-car field.
And, he just hit his brakes a couple times there, sending a message to the car behind him. And I don't think that's the place where you would typically hit your brakes, but
Not
anyway.
usually.
Yeah.
Great look at that sweep into the S's. You just see that little dab of brake, and then all momentum all the way through here. You let the car float out just wide enough, and then hard on the brakes for what goes from fast S's to slow S's. This is still the warm-up lap, getting these Toyo Spec tires up to temperature.
Now, these do come in pretty quickly here. So
They do.
By the end of lap number 2, it tends to be, I think lap number 3 is probably their best moment.
I would agree with that, and they are pretty soft tire, not in compound, but in construction.
Wow.
Yeah, you see how bumpy that is.
Did
But
you see how violent that was?
yeah, it's very uncomfortable. And the hard part about that too is you can only do that so many times before nuts and bolts start to slip. So you've got to really be careful and selective with when you do that. These NCs pretty stout. Also on track, we got Frankie Barroso, Nathan Saxon, who's had a lot of great success in different MX5 categories. Cam Eben, always quick. Logan Stretch, Ethan Lampy, kind of running through the field. We had that camera car, Ethan Jacobs. 3 or 4 other cars out there as well. We've got fans of Luke Bolin in the YouTube chat. If you want to come say hey to us in the chat or hang out with us, feel free to do that too. Hearing for the number 27 car there.
Absolutely. I have not had time to spend as much time in the chat this weekend. Typically when I'm at the racetrack, I'm pressing too many buttons and trying to follow too many things to spend a lot of time in the chat. But I love the people who join us in the chat. I call them our associate producers, Tom. They always give us some good information. Sometimes they correct me, shockingly. No, that there'd be something I might say that's wrong. And they're always, the nice part is that most of the time the corrections are friendly, so I appreciate that very much.
We do appreciate that. Holy cow, big flat slide for the first car in frame there, the red car. I'll take a look at if that was Sebastian Mateo Naranjo or somebody else. These cars, obviously no aero. Another big slide for Jason Fichter in the background. These cars are drivers' cars. It is a really cool category. You see how much work on the wheel Jacobs is doing as he's completely lost touch with the cars in front, but has gotten past Jason Fichter, flick over the curb, some debris.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah.
We'll see if that debris is still there next lap.
Cool look on the dash there. The Flagtronic system is the green light that you see in the center of the dash there. There was yellow and red for a moment, indicating that debris before Jason even knew it was there. Really cool to have that technology kind of backing up the flags. Even though the flags take precedent, the LEDs in your face really, really get your attention.
Yeah, no question, no question. For those of you who've been following the Super Tour for a while, you'll recognize that name, Sebastian Mateo Naranjo. He was for several years one of the top drivers in Formula F, and now he has made the crossover to fendered and tin-topped cars, and has done really well in his first season here in Spec MX5. So. Legendary Racing. I hope you're from Wisconsin with the name Legendary Racing. It says you're never wrong, but you provide opportunity for everyone to learn. No, I am wrong. I admit that. On occasion, I don't get it right. So But I'm happy for the extra knowledge that the chat provides us. 14 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Ethan Lampy right to the top spot with Ethan Jacobs. I guess you have to have the name Ethan to run these things fast, Tom. Ethan Jacobs in second. Then you got Cam Eben, Nathan Saxon, and Logan Stretch. That's your top 5 right now.
And that was the 95 Ethan Lampy that had the big slide into the S's last lap. We're going to take a look again. Look at that rotation as he rides the curb. That is a confident driver. He has got the quickest lap and the quickest first sector so far on this second lap, but really not by much. This is going to be a really tight field as they're all pretty much in shot right there. ABS on these cars, but no traction control, so there's a little bit of help over the Spec Miatas, but not that much different. And not that much more tire either, actually. So these cars are probably a little slower in corners between the weight and the tire, but a little faster on the straight. Big slide for Jacobs, trying to keep the counter steer live in turn 14, flicks it for 15. And he's going to start to sniff the draft of that car in front if he can get 1 or 2 more quick laps there.
And then comes over that big curbing. And the curbing, if we can see turn 17 on the regular camera. So the curbing on the right side, closer to the front straight, is not quite as violent as the curbing on the left side of that big red and white stripe. That is where they're hitting with these cars. They tend to hit that harder area where there's a lot more bumpiness. It's kind of like a graduated curbing. Yep. And that's why the Formula cars do it closer to the front straight, and the tin top cars, they tend to back it up a little bit more, and that's where you get that violent shot that we saw there on the in car with Ethan Jacobs.
Very interestingly, nobody was able to go faster at the front of the field. The only car to really improve was Weston Duchek out of Jupiter, Florida. That car improved by a little bit to move to 4th position at a 156.8, but our top 3 did not go quicker. I have to wonder if the combination of temperatures at the racetrack plus this tire compound is literally just fastest out of the gate, and they're going to go slower and slower.
Well, and we're also heating up here at the moment. We won 52. Oh, big car off there out in the distance, but thankfully able to move on. It was about 51 degrees when we went green at 8 o'clock this morning. We've already gotten up to 66 degrees, so another 15 degrees of ambient temperature, going up to 72 later. Oh, and from someone who's been outside, it feels every bit of 66 degrees. The feels like temperature is 72, which means that's the humidity talking. So, and humidity plays a part in this as well, Tom. It's not just ambient temperature.
It does, and I've honestly, maybe you can teach me a little. I don't know exactly how humidity affects the car. I don't know if that's a power thing. I know it's obviously, there's driver aspects of it that you feel, but do you have any insight on that? Because it's something I should know, but I'm actually not certain.
All I know is from my time covering drag racing that there's definitely the airflow mixture changes, and I am not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but I do know from my time covering drag racing that they adjust. Now it's fuel injection, but carburetors and stuff based on what the humidity is, and the barometric pressure is a whole science into it that is much more. I'm not smart enough to understand all of that, but I do know it has an effect, and I would guess that probably it doesn't like the humidity as much as it would rather not have it.
That would be my understanding too, but luckily these cars, they're basically spec and sealed motors more or less, so there's not a lot going on here. Maybe in GT2, GT1, those guys have a little bit more work to do.
Right.
As on track, continuing to be the case that nobody improves. We are now seeing, it looks like Ethan Lampy has dropped behind and is now in between the 2 cars he was in front of.
Right. Now, I will tell you, as a driver, I guarantee you I like less humidity. So.
Oh, for sure.
And I could completely explain. I could talk about for 4 hours why I don't like humidity as a driver. But yeah. Well, you know what? I'll have to get maybe Jesse Prather on. He is our motor guru. Been on the show a couple times to talk about how that might be part of a process or how it might affect a car. He'd probably know. So. Top 5 right now: Ethan Lampy, Ethan Jacobs, Cam Eben, Weston Duchek, and Nathan Saxon. Duchek just put his fast lap down a 156.8. That's his green flag lap. Luke Pullen also just put down his fast lap, a 157.009.
Looks like
Andreas Naranjo in the chat says drier air usually has more oxygen, what helps carburation and usually translates to higher speed. See, I knew somebody was smart. Well, there was no question people in the chat smarter than me, but I knew they'd speak up. Awesome. Thank you, Andres.
But also shout out, we got some fans for Jason Ficker, Jillian, and I lost the other one. Nick in there cheering for him. We've got some fans of Tyler, Peyton, Richard.
If
those are three different people.
If Jillian Fichter isn't a fan of Jason Fichter, it's going to be a really uncomfortable Thanksgiving dinner. 9 minutes to go, 9.5 to go here in this session. Let's take our only break in this session. When we come back, we will have the rest of this qualifying session. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. STU, GT3U, T2, T3, T4, and STL. Group 6 cars to the grid. We'll take our break. We're back in just about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Back here live at NOLA Motorsports Park, Brian Bielanski, Tom O doing the race call today. 6 minutes left in this session, Tom. And we have, I believe, 4 cars on the racetrack. And I think we know, no, take that back. We now have 3 cars on the racetrack. Tom, I think this is a combination of, there's no cars. They've all come in. I think, Tom, this is a combination, as we were talking about earlier, the tires get good in 3 laps, and they have to use them for the whole weekend, right?
Yeah, they do. They only get 1 set of sticker tires per weekend. Now, they can use as many used ones as they'd like, but what we just saw in qualifying is sticker tires with 1 warm-up lap and 1 flyer seems to be the fastest, at least for this weekend's conditions. So that is going to lead to 15 minutes into the 20-minute session, the tires are no longer fast, and they're no longer worth burning out. So you might as well come into the pit lane. Now, that's where that kind of budget stuff comes in, because if you were not in that budget situation where you only have 1 set of stickers, you could go put another set on, go try again, throw another set on, go try again, keep throwing as many tires as you want to buy. But now this keeps it so that everybody just gets that 1 set, and it's Ethan Lampy that goes to the top by barely 0.2 over Ethan Jacobs. They're going to have an all Ethan front row. But this is a really interesting dynamic to me because this is both a destination class, but also a kind of a leapfrog class or a stepping stone class towards other things.
Now we've got a car that just went back out here. There's time to do a couple of flyer laps here. My question is, I wonder what their decision, did they come in to cool the tires for a lap or two? Did they come out late because they suspected this might happen? I'm not exactly sure.
Well, this
second car went back out. That's Luke Pullen.
It's actually the number 10 car comes out. That's Frankie Barroso, who I noticed. I thought he had a mechanical issue. He came out, did one lap, and then went back in. The number 10 car is now back out. That's Barroso, to potentially use maybe a freshly scrubbed set of tires or maybe a freshly reset set of tires to put in that 1 or 2 laps that we know these tires are good for. So you mentioned Luke Pullen also goes out in the 27 car.
Or maybe they went out on scrub tires and this is their sticker tire lap. That's possible also. So some interesting strategies, and that's kind of new to the game. For years, SCCA didn't have any of these tire marking rules, so you just go out and do your thing, qualify, and get done. But I think this adds a different level to the strategy, which I find fascinating. I don't know if anybody else does, but
no, I agree. And I as I mentioned, this is it's a destination class in that if you get to SMX at the runoffs and the SCCA club racing, that's an amazing place to be. But a lot of these drivers are looking towards Global MX5 or other sort of maybe pro careers in driving, and being able to be flexible and understanding maybe when to use your best set of tires, or even being able to flick them on and do it in the very first lap like Ethan Lampy did. These are really important skills for drivers to have.
Yes.
And putting them in the confines of, you can't just throw tires at the car, you got to make this work for the weekend, I think is a really important part of that kind of step ladder. But it also keeps it really interesting when you're in it because you got this really competitive field.
Well, and I also live, like you, in that IMSA world a little bit, and I know a lot of team owners and team drivers and some young up-and-coming drivers right now. And when I talk to team owners and engineers about bringing in a young driver, the experience exactly which you're talking about is so valuable. And the first thing they will tell you when they talk about a young driver is not how fast they are, it's how smart they are, how they talk to the engineers and work on data back and forth. There's a lot of fast race car drivers out there, but if they don't know that part of the game, Tom, that's a huge benefit to their career if that's what they want to do.
It really is. And it's for my thought, it's basically knowing what to do when things are not going perfectly well.
Right.
It's exposing you to all these different challenging information or all these challenging situations that you have now gotten the information from, because you've gotten one set of sticker tires in SMX, 3 years ago, and now you're in a GT4 car, or you're in a GT3 car, or you're in an MX5 Cup car, and you have that knowledge.
That's so important. And these are the types of classes, this Spec MX5 class, that are being used as proving grounds for these young drivers. So the people at IMSA are paying attention to the results of these races and looking for their next young up-and-coming talents.
Keeping an eye on Frankie Barroso working his way through turn 14, a little bit of a slide from the rear end. He was not able to use that very first lap to his advantage. The fast lap there was a 2:05.3, 10 seconds off the pole. This lap's a little bit more on pace, but it had a weak sector 1, so we'll see where this number 10 car ends up. Luke Pullen also still circulating. And the last thing I was going to point out about this MX5 Cup situation is just escaped me. I'll come back to it if I remember. Oh man,
you're too young to have that happening, Tom. That's something that happens to old guys like me.
Oh, I remember that this MX5 platform has really kind of come good in the SCCA multiple different ways. Not only SMX becoming a national class where they can have the more modern version of that Spec Miata. But also with Club Spec MX5, a very similar car being able to be used for autocross and for time trials.
Yeah.
And those cars are some of the same parts. I'm not going to guarantee if you buy one of those, you can build it all the way straight through without ever changing parts. But if you want to get an MX5 from the NC level or NC era, you can literally do everything with it in SCCA.
Absolutely. Luke Pullen just coming across the line did not improve his time, and I will tell you, Luke Pullen is winning the fan club in the chat. game. Lots of Luke fans in the chat, so that's pretty awesome. Checkered flag is in the air. Let's go through our provisional starting order for this Spec MX5 race. Your front row is going to be the Ethan row, Lampy and Jacobs, your front row. Then you've got Cam Eben and Weston Ducek in row number 2. Nathan Saxon and Logan Stretch, row number 3. Sebastian Mateo Narano in row number 7, or row number 4 with Luke Pullen. Javier Das in row number 5 with Jason Fichter, and then Frankie Barrasso will start in row number 6 by himself back there, starting 11th. That's going to do it here for Spec MX5. When we come back, we'll have our next qualifying session. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid, Group 6 cars to the grid for your race. STU, GT3U, Touring 2, 3, and 4, and STL. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. That's going to do it here from NOLA. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back here live at NOLA Motorsports Park. Here we are in round, I guess this would be 7 and 8 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour this weekend at NOLA. Coming up, we've got 6 more weekends ahead. Virginia, VIR, April 5th and 6th. Then Hallett, April 26th and 27th. Then we come up to Portland, one of my favorite weekends up there, May 10th and 11th, followed by Mid-Ohio, Road America, and then we round things up in the Finger Lakes of Watkins Glen. We've got a car already. Oh, this is a big story right at the start, Tom. The 72 car. This is the Lotus Exige. I always say Elige. That's because I'm old. The Lotus Exige of Richard Estacio is parked right here at the end of pit lane. Oh, now the car is started again. Okay, good. Yeah, maybe that's what he was doing, just waiting for some clear track space here. But the car was actually turned off, it sounded like. Anyway, he's back going.
That's good news. Yeah, we're looking for group number 6 coming onto the track. That's Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, which we'll get to in a second, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. The largest category in this field will be Touring 4 with 7 cars. But we do have some contenders all across this entire group. As you see, multi-class creates very interesting dynamics on the outlap. Once gridded, just by number, I think that's probably what Estacio was working to do, just get to the back.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. So we talked about, you mentioned GT3U. For those who might not have been with us in our earlier rounds, we've talked about this a lot. Next year, GT3U and STU will be combined into one class called STU. So what they're doing is taking the GT3 cars of old and giving them some changes this year and in a new class called GT3U. The goal is to get the data to be able to get those 2 car classes, the GT3 and the STU, as close as possible. Jeff Durnell, our only GT3U car here this weekend, has really bought into this whole idea. He's been in, I believe, all of the Super Tours except for Buttonwillow, really trying to help provide the data needed to be able to get these cars together. There's been weight added to the GT3 class to get them close. The tires have changed. And that's basically what they're doing, Tom, to try to get these things ready for the combined class next year.
Yeah, so think of that U at the end of GT3 as kind of a reminder that class is going to be changing. And I think they have a really good baseline with Jeff Durnell. He's one of the top drivers and multiple-time national champion or podium finisher at minimum. And that means that they're getting true data, not just any GT3 car. They have a really good GT3 car to compare to STU. Now in STU, we have a couple of interesting makes and models. Paul Hassan being one of them in his BMW. That's a former championship-winning driver. Jorge Nazario also there, Rich Estacio and the Lotus Exiges. Those cars are always fast. And then a 1985 Toyota Supra for Peter Federland. So it's a unique blend. There's that Supra there winding his way into turn 3.
Yeah, that's what I love about all of our production classes. Not production necessarily E&F, but all of our classes based on sedans, and is that there's such a great variety of different makes and models, and it's really a fun opportunity to see all these different cars racing against each other.
Yeah, as if STU needed more variety. When we throw those GT3 two-frame cars in there, it's going to be really cool. Looks like Jeff Durnell there in that dark red, beautiful color, almost soul red RX-7 is taking his time getting tires up to temperature. But Mike Taylor and Alexis Hocevar, 2 different drivers out of 2 different classes, took no time at all. They just went, and those cars have now broken away from the top of the field just a little bit. Corvette and Integra. They are being pursued quite heavily by, that's Nick Leveroni, and another MX-5, potentially James Dianto.
Okay.
No, Jorge Nazario, excuse me.
Looking in the chat, Dieter LaSalle and Bryce Meng out here rooting for Blake Thompson. Maybe the best nickname I've seen this weekend. Best Lap Blake. I love it.
That's good stuff. Former B-Spec driver. Looks like he's in an NCMX-5 this time, out of T4. You're looking to see those cars come across their very first time, but the quickest outlap belongs to Leanne Falk in her Mazda 3.
Yeah, now starting to put down those first actually, non-outlap laps, and Jorge Nazario goes to the top of the leaderboard. No surprise there. He is one of the faster STU drivers on a lot of weekends. Alex Hocevar out here in that T Tour a T2 Chevrolet Corvette. Not surprised that that car is running fast either. So that's what it looks like at the moment here. Really early in this session, not even 5 minutes under our belts here yet as we get these cars out there.
And Azario is the quickest car on track by just a little bit, but it's really, really tight at the top of STL. Those two cars you see on screen, the white Integra and the black and orange MX-5, are at the top. Nick Leveroni is in pursuit of Mike Taylor. They're only spread by about 0.7 of a second. And then it's also cool to see Rick Kulak out here at a T3 in his 370Z. Done a lot of work with Nissan Motorsports over the years, and we haven't seen him behind the wheel. At least I haven't for a little bit.
There you go. Mike Taylor, easy to pick out of a crowd here. He's got that white and red Acura with the Union Jack on the front hood. He's out at so Taylor's the third car in this group coming into our view. He's right behind that Nick Leveroni car right now. I believe that's the 137 car. Another car that we're seeing him.
Yeah, Jorge Nazario just slipped through. That's the blue NC MX-5. And while we were watching this kind of foursome come through the last bit, Rich Estacio in the Exige goes to the top of the overall board and of STU with a 152.9. It's well clear of STU now by 2.5 seconds.
Got a slow car going through getting to the start of the S's, so we got a white flag out, and that's actually almost stopped right now. It looks like it's the Corvette, the blue Corvette of Alex Hocevar, the only Corvette that's out there. So
I think John Sewell is off there as well at turn 9.
Okay, and that could be Richard Baldwin in the Nissan 350. I didn't bring my. I should have brought my monocular this weekend, because this is one of the few places we go to where it actually would be helpful. Let's look here. Well, Alex Hocevar has put in 3 laps, so maybe it is Richard Baldwin in that 350Z.
I'm seeing the 48 car, which is John Sewell stopped. That's just across from you at the track, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that's one of our contenders from STL. Usually runs and paddocks with Mike Taylor. Those cars very similar and very quick, so that's unfortunate for John to kick off with a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
Switching back to T4, a driver who had a really exciting runoffs last year is Ethan Barker. He goes to the top by 5 seconds over Leanne Falk, as these T4 cars have certainly taken their time to speed up on lap number 3.
Yeah, now we've got a full course yellow. Now that car that is off the track in that little cutout like we were talking about, where they have that straightaway that they can use for a different track configuration. So it's probably leavable. We'll see what they do there. Early on here, we've got Richard Estacio, that Lotus Exige that I was talking about earlier. He has put down a fast lap, a 152.9. Jorge Nazario, Alex Baldwin, and the Exige just pulled into the pit lane. Maybe he just likes that lap and he's done. But I don't know where the pull-in. I'll have to. Anyway, so we'll keep an eye on that. 11 minutes to go here.
Also keeping an eye on Jeff Durnell in that GT3 car running racing slicks. Typically take a little bit more time to pick up the pace. He's down to a 157.7. And in theory, that car should be closer to the pace of STU. So if that car can continue to find a second or 2 per lap, we'll see him in the mix. Leveroni still the top point of STL over Mike Taylor. Alex Hocevar has a comfortable gap over Rich Baldwin. They're in T2. And not a lot of movement in T4. I'm surprised. Their biggest class, there's a lot of the contenders kind of balked in traffic. It's still Ethan Barker at the top. 3 wide down the front straight, huh?
Yeah, there you go. Right past me, and everyone seems to be getting through just fine. No issues there. Really interesting about this new bump that is at the entry to turn 1. From this camera, you'd think you might see a little bit, but apparently it's not like going over those curbs anyway.
Sometimes at this track, it's hard to tell the difference between the bumps and the curbs, to be honest.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
Big fireball out of the back of that RX-8. RX-8 came in a pretty big favor last year at the runoffs. All of a sudden, T4 was just an RX-8 class, and that's Richard Dickey holding down 4th in his RX-8 out of Columbus, Indiana.
Yeah, and they're doing some work to try to bring that car a little more into closer to the rest of the field, because I think it caught some people off guard how good that car was last year at Road America.
And it didn't help that they raced first thing in the morning for the rest of the field because those RX-8s stayed nice and cold.
Right.
But it was still a great battle. If you go back, all of the runoffs races on YouTube, on the SCCA YouTube channel, a lot of them are very entertaining. Yeah, I'll be curious. Now, we know that the runoffs will be at Road America for at least another 2 years. So you got to wonder, do you build the RX-8 because you know it's fast at Road America? Or do you hope that the balance of the class kind of comes back a little bit more if you have that MX-5 or that FRS?
Right. Yeah, they'll find a way to make that work. And yeah, they're pretty good at that. 8 minutes, 50 seconds ago. Let's do this. Let's take our break. When we come back, we will get the rest of this session going. We'll take our break after I make a call to grid. Last qualifying session of the day coming up next. Group 7, attention in the paddock, attention to paddock. Group 7 cars, GT1, 2, GTX, Touring 1, and a sedan. Group 7 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. We'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back a little bit, you. Oh. Okay, back here at NOLA for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are about 5.5 minutes left in this session here, and we were talking about our the GT3U class and how they're bringing stuff together, Tom, and you'd mentioned that they're on slick tires. That is one of the changes that I actually had to go look it up because it's all new to us. But the GT3U class, to make them test and be able to work together, they're, in addition to the weight, they're on DOT tires. That's the other huge change for them this year. And there's a couple of different combinations of wheel and tire size that they can use, and there's weight changes with all of that as well. So it's a little complicated. So Jeff Durnell is out there on the DOT tires, And when I was talking with Michael Lewis about these changes, he said his Mazda, which is the car he usually runs in GT3, handles so differently on the DOT tires that they're having a hard time getting it to drive well, and they're working hard on it. So,
yeah, that's a big change, and thanks for sharing that, because I hadn't caught that, but that makes a lot of sense in the sense of balancing the two classes. I think a DOT racing, or sorry, a DOT slick, or if you think about it, basically the tires on your street car, versus a full racing slick that has a completely different construction and is meant for those two-frame GT3 style cars, amongst others. That would be one of the biggest things to balance, in my opinion. So making them all in the same tire makes a lot of sense, but that is a huge setup change to switch. You know, I'm assuming a lot of these older GT3 cars, meaning the two-frame cars, are running some sort of cantilevered slick, maybe not even a radial. I'm not sure for sure, but there's a lot of differences in the tires that they don't have to think about anymore, but they do have to tune the chassis for.
Yep, lots of changes. Still up front, your top five: Richard Estacio, Jorge Nazario, Alex Hocevar, Nick Leveroni, and Mike Taylor. So you got the 2 STU cars, the Touring 2 car, then 2 STL cars. That's your top five right now. So Leveroni and Taylor be your top 2 in STL. Estacio Nazario, your top 2 in STU. Alex Hocevar, your top car in Touring 2. Your leader in Touring 4, Ethan Barker. And then you've got Jeff Durnell, who is out there in his GT3U car. Just for comparison's sake, his fast lap's a 2:02:37, and the fast lap I take that back. His fast lap is a 1:57.7, and the fast lap for Richard Estacio in the STU car is a 1:52.9. So big gap here. It's been a lot closer, Tom, in previous weekends. So not quite sure what the difference is here versus in previous weekends.
Could be some tuning going on with Jeff Turnell as well.
Sure.
I noticed he was really kind of taking his time in general on those couple of laps that we saw. Mentioning Rich Estacio, who's on pole in STU, it's only by a second, and Jorge Nazario in his MX-5 did 3 or 4 times the number of laps. He did 6 or 7 laps in this session,
right?
Where Estacio only did that one out and in. And then lastly, my last thought is T4. If you exclude Ethan Barker, we have a really close field in T4. Charlie Veal, Blake Thompson, Chris Giles jumps up, Leon Falk, Rich Dickey, all covered by less than 2 seconds. Chris Giles ruins that a little bit by going a little quicker than that, but 2nd through 6th, then T4 is really close.
Yeah, definitely. If you're going to play around with stuff, this is the weekend to do it for Jeff Durnell. He's the only GT3U car here. So he can throw the kitchen sink at the thing this weekend and just to do some, basically use it as a test session weekend, which is a smart thing to do if you've got that opportunity.
It is, and one of the tougher parts of tuning is just letting the car run long enough. These SCCA races typically are minimum of 20 to 25 minutes, but can be longer than 40 to 45 minutes in certain situations. So it's really tough to go to a track day and do tuning. You either need an open track or you need to come to a race and run the full thing.
Yeah, coming up on a minute and a half to go in this session. And the Lotus Aziz put his fast lap down. Unlike the Spec MX-5 cars, his last lap, he only ran 2 laps. So that makes more sense. As I say, his last lap was his fast lap, and then I realized that last lap was 10 minutes ago.
His old lap.
15 minutes ago. So put down a good one and decided, and then Jorge Nazario's been out there trying to catch him for the last number of laps and was not able to do it. So a 1.1 second gap between first and second place, which in STU is an eternity.
It is very far apart. Also in there, Peter Federlin and Paul Hassan. Now, I mentioned Paul Hassan has won a championship before in STU. That was in a 330, basically BMW E46. He's out there in a BMW Z3 convertible. This has to be a new car, maybe early in development. He's currently 13 seconds off pace while running every lap of the session. So a former champion being that far off tells me that car is in development.
Yeah. Maybe trying to get it ready for when these classes combine next year, and this is the year that they're working on putting that car together and make it fast. So checkered flag is now in the air in the starter stand, and it will wave for the next car by, which is going to be one of these Mazdas. Shocking, one of these Mazda. That doesn't narrow it down too much. No. So 112 car just came by. That is
117 maybe, Ethan Barker?
maybe. Yes, Ethan Barker. All right, so checkered flag is in the air here. Let me run you through the rundown, and then we'll take another quick break here before our final qualifying session of the day. Your front row provisionally is going to be Richard Estacio and Jorge Nazario. Row number 2 should be Alex Hocevar and Nick Leveroni. Row 3, Mike Taylor, Richard Baldwin. Row 4, Jeff Durnell, Ethan Barker. Row number 5, John Sewell and James Dianto. Row 6, Peter Federlin and Chris Giles. Then you've got Charlie Valey, Blake Thompson, Leanne Falk, Richard Kulak, Richard Dickey, and Paul Azan. That's how they're going to start provisionally here when our race gets underway. This race should happen right around 3:25 Central Time this afternoon. When we come back, we will have our final qualifying session of the day. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, A Sedan, our ground pounders. They are next. You should be on the grid for your qualifying session. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
There's like cameras here. I think
Jordan, you'll back here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Ground pounders out here next. These are the cars that go fast and sound cool, Tom.
They are so cool, and we're taking a look down into turn one. Next time they're coming through here, we're going to be seeing 160, 170 maybe even for that GT1 car. But we have 18 cars registered. I think the big one to watch is 9 cars for GT2, and then a smattering of GT1 cars, GTX, Touring 1, and a couple of American sedan cars registered as well.
Minutes more of qualifying. Then we're going to take a short, about an hour break for lunch. And then when we come back, we are going to have 7 races for you this afternoon. We'll do the whole darn thing again tomorrow with another set of qualifying sessions and another 7 races tomorrow. So a big weekend of SCCA racing here down in the bayou of Louisiana. 18 minutes, just getting started, just warming up the tires, warming up the engines here. A great smattering of cars throughout this group: Corvettes, Mustangs, Dodge Challenger. There's a Cadillac DPI and GTX. And for those of you who enjoy the NASCAR, we've got an older Cup type car out here as well. I forget which one that was. I believe that's the GT2 car of Salvador Santalucito. I hope I got that right.
Oh, nailed it. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that's super cool to see a retired Cadillac DPI car out here running in GTX, which is, it's not a runoffs class. I think it's just basically a catch-all for a lot of pro category style cars. So we also have 3 GT4 cars. If you're a racing fan, you'll know what that is. In that category, so a big collection there. But the GT2 cars, mostly made up of Trans Am 2 chassis cars, but we do have a couple of production chassis cars. There's a Corvette out there, and there is also, I believe, I missed one. There's one other one, maybe 2 Camaros out there, or Corvettes.
Yep.
And then that stock car.
Yeah, the stock car is number 47 car, so it is that Salvador Santalucito car. Here it comes across the start-finish line right now. You'll see them on your screen.
Stream's not loud enough. How's it sound, Brian?
It sounds awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, they all sound awesome. If you like muscle, this is the class for you. So, Jorge Nazario back out here now in a GT2 car. That's the Corvette. First lap, fast lap, but that doesn't really mean much. We'll get faster here over the next few.
No doubt, and he's a busy person. We've got also a couple other contenders. Michael Quattlebaum has run well at the runoffs in his Corvette. That's a dark blue car. We've also seen John Atwell have good runs last year, specifically at the runoffs in North America. That's the number 02 Ford Mustang out of Texas. And then, go ahead.
I was going to say, Grumpy Old Studios in the chat says GT2 has been growing the last few years, went from 2 to 3 cars in the Northeast to 9 to 10 on a lot of race weekends. Yeah, the GT2 class has kind of become the ground pounder class to be in over the years, kind of to the detriment of GT1, I think. But usually a lot more GT2 cars than GT1 cars at our races these days.
And that's just from options available, because GT2 catches production chassis cars, tube frame chassis cars of multiple varieties, and those even the tube frame cars that are kind of stock car based. Whereas GT1 is essentially just Trans Am cars, so it's not necessarily a surprise when you give people a lot of options. They're going to end up in that same place. But it does create some really, really cool racing. Last year, Porsche 911 Cup car really ran away with it, but we had an awesome battle amongst the rest of them for second, third, fourth, fifth, etc.
Well, and it also doesn't help that that Trans Am Series is at Road Atlanta this weekend. There goes that Cup car we were talking about going to the pit lane here. But no, what I was saying is there's also a Trans Am race this weekend at Road Atlanta. So there's a potential for a few cars that could be here are at that race this weekend as well. I'll tell you, that former IMSA car, that Cadillac DPI, sounds really nice when it comes by here.
That car gets a lot of time on it. I've actually seen it at multiple events in the last year, between track days at Homestead Miami and some other championship events for some other organizations, they don't take it easy on that car. So it's really cool to see that out there. We also have 2 McLaren 570S GT4 cars and a Porsche GT4 Club Sport. Those cars all running in the same category with the DPI car. So those 3 GT4 cars are going to at least be picking at each other, but they're not that far off the DPI as that car's still warming up.
Yeah, and it sounds like, just from going by, that it's got a small block Chevy in it, which makes me think that it's not hard to keep that thing running because it's lots of parts, lots of availability, and it's just, so it's probably, as long as you don't ball it up, pretty cost effective to run that thing.
Yeah, it's, especially if you just probably take some power out of it and make it work a little less, and it would be okay.
Right.
Looking at GT2, we have a new pole sitter there. John Atwell goes to a 144 flat, 1.8 seconds up on Jorge Nazario for just a split second until Nazario improves, now only 0.3 back. Really close there at the top of GT2. Then it's a gap down to Renee Molina in a Dodge Challenger, Michael Quattlebaum in the Corvette, Brian Carrick just gets nipped by Robert Kaprowczyk in a Ford Mustang. Kaprowczyk? You think I got that right?
Let's look here. I wasn't paying attention. Hold on a second.
I'm going to give, I think I did it right. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. Michael Quattlebaum goes to 3rd.
Yeah, I think we'll go with Kaprowczyk. Our Polish pronunciation guy is here. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. And I should know all of the Polish pronunciation. What's that? Yes, give me a pronouncer on the number 27 car right here. Kacprowicz.
Oh, wow, I was way wrong.
You were close. You were close. We'll take it. Kacprowicz. So.
That car sits 5th in class, 6th overall. Michael Kamalian is a driver that came out of GT Light and GT3 in a Miata, I believe, the last time I saw this driver. It's in an American sedan Ford Mustang now in the class by himself. David Furstand in GT1 by himself as well there in the Corvette. And Paolo Salvatore is the last single car class in T1 running his Mustang 350S.
Yep. Great group of folks in the chat this weekend. Thank you so much for being here. We always appreciate the support and the knowledge.
Oh, big jump for Atwell this time, a 42.9. Now extends that pole to 1.5 seconds. As that Mustang just getting quicker and quicker, one of the TA2 cars.
Yep. Right now, your top 5 is 4 GT2 cars and the 1 GTX Cadillac DPI snuggled in the middle of them. They're in 3rd place. Atwell, Nazario, Muka, Quattlebaum, Cram. That's your top 5, followed by Molina, Kacprowicz, Carrick, Rich, and Burns. Those are your top 10 right now.
Just saw Jacek Muka in the Cadillac DPI passing the 67 of Brian Carrick down that front straight. Kind of a semi-local out of Brownsville, Texas. That car sits 7th in class in GT2. The prize still GT2, the fastest lap, 42.9. Even the DPI car not able to get that yet.
Hey, you would think that DPI car would be the fastest car out here. Yeah,
for sure.
Ground effects and aero.
I would imagine it's also the toughest car to get up to speed in.
That's probably true.
If not of the whole event, at least in this group. It may be close to David Furstand's Corvette. But that car continuing to set personal best, now a session best Sector 1. We're talking to Jacek Muka in the GTX class. That's a Cadillac DPI car, retired from a couple years ago. Now rewrapped in those Gulf colors.
Yeah. We'll see where it comes in Sector 2. It should be hitting the Sector 2 marker pretty quick here. Personal best, a 137.1 in Sector 2. I'm sorry, 37.1. All right, so he is on a really good lap. Here he comes through 15. Now through what is essentially a sweeper here, the 16-17.
Yeah, that's an interesting sequence of corners because you can almost set your steering wheel in one position and just use the pedals to accelerate through the first part and then slow it down and kind of get the nose tucked in for the second part of those final two right-handers. But you're right, they very much drive as one corner.
And after that lap, not able to improve position-wise, although that was his best lap of the session, a 1:45.2, which is still almost a full second off of second place. Just got to the halfway point in this session, so let's take our break. And when we come back, we will have the rest of this qualifying session. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here from NOLA Motorsports Park.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And we are back here at NOLA. 6.5 minutes left in qualifying. We come back. When we finish this up, we'll have a short break for lunch and then racing all afternoon long. He's Tom O'Gorman. I'm Brian Bielanski. We've got the race coverage. Jordan Worth pressing the buttons for us. And, of course, our fearless leader, Brendan Kazmarek, is here. I think we might be going full course yellow.
Yeah, a couple developments on our little break there. It's Michael Quattlebaum in the number 22 Corvette out of GT2 that's broken down at turn 9. And it looks like they were covering it with local yellow for a bit, but now we've gone black flag all.
Yep.
Which will pull everybody back into the pit lane.
And with 5 minutes to go and a hard timeout this evening, we cannot go past. I do not imagine we are going to get this thing started up again before we're done. But we'll sit here and wait and see if they can get it moving fast enough.
The other action we saw, CJ Cram, also in GT2, jumped up to third in his Camaro just during the break. And then we also have a much tighter field in GTX now, with the GT4 cars getting themselves nice and close. Specifically, the two McLarens, Keegan Massey and Michael Steves, are less than a second apart. They're at 150 and 151. Be curious to see what they do with the split start, or if they do at all with this group, huh?
Yeah, I don't think they would only split start for like 2 cars. I would think that the GT1 and the A sedan would be the split start, or the T1 and the A sedan would be the split start. And I just, that seems weird to me. So, so this is one of those situations where the drivers brought on this black flag all themselves. They were trying to get this car out of there, and drivers weren't slowing down enough and heating the wave yellow. And when the drivers don't do what drivers should do, the club says, all right, we'll just stop you, and we'll get it done safely, and it's going to cost you time on the track, and that's the solution. So
that'll happen, those darn drivers.
Those darn drivers. So, yeah. I always kind of try to remind people that the yellow waving is not a suggestion flag.
Yeah, good point. But it is really tough to make that decision in the car, especially when you kind of know where the person is.
Yeah.
My little race car driver brain can't help but I know it's still qualifying and I know it's yellow, but maybe. And that's the wrong mindset, but it's hard to do.
All right, well, I'm hearing that they've just given 1 minute to the cars on the grid, so they're going to bring them back out, which means we're going to get one flying lap here before the end of this session with 3 minutes and 42 seconds. By the time they get everybody back out on the racetrack, it is going to be... I'm going to cinch up my knickers here because it's going to be crazy.
These cars are kind of in that camp, although I don't see many on the pit lane. How many cars are with you?
Well, there's one.
A lot of them. I was going to say
many
these
of them
cars
went back.
Yeah, they really use their tires, these cars, and I wonder if this would have been a good chance to reset them.
Yep.
But the decision is so game time. They only have 3 minutes.
I think maybe many of them assumed we were not going back.
I agree.
And just decided to go. So we're going to get one car. I believe that was the 12 car. I should have paid attention as it was going by. Or could have been the... I don't know.
I think that's John Atwell, the number 02.
It might be.
He's the pole sitter in GT2 right now.
So my question is why? You're a 1 point... Maybe he made a change. Maybe he made a change on the car, but you're not supposed to touch the car during a black flag.
He also paid for the track time.
He did. No, he absolutely did. Like when I go golfing, I'm so bad. I say I'm trying to get to take advantage of the entire golf course.
And how does that go?
I'm usually really successful, seeing a lot of the golf course when I.
That's good.
Yeah.
Go for the high score.
Yeah, something like that.
See what this car looks like coming into the S's here on cold tires. Oh, big streak out of the rights sides as he tries to get it tucked in for the S's.
So it's so fun to watch these cars when they're dripping well.
No traction control, no anti-lock brakes.
Yep.
I still haven't caught the number. Are you sure that that is the car I thought it was?
I am pretty certain. Yeah, because
Okay,
he just put down a sector time on this lap. So.
This will be his one and only shot. Whoa, big slide up onto the front straightaway. But keeps it pointed the right direction. I think that was actually fast sideways.
Yep, and that is John Atwell. So we'll see what he puts down now. This will be a big flying lap. You never know. That a little bit of time sitting on the pits may have cooled down the tires enough just to go out and put one down here, but he's not really in need to put one down. You're right, though. Paid for the track. Might as well go get it.
Right, and exactly. He could have cooled the tires off just enough. Although that car looks pretty loose, nice and tidy in turn 3, a little bit of curb at the apex, and then a quick acceleration zone into essentially a mirrored corner to the right. Two of the slowest corners that we'll see in club racing pretty much anywhere, especially on this fast track. They just feel painful.
You know what they say, loose is fast, right?
How loose is it going to be here in turn 5? Big bump. It's more composed this time.
Got just a little more heat in the tires this time through.
This was his personal best sector 1, so he's actually up on his fastest lap right now.
Yep.
Clean this up just a little bit this time, up on the curb maybe. Look at all that rubber coming off.
Yeah, look at that. Going through the S's now. Sounds so good. We'll see how much he gets that car loose going through 17. We saw that last time by it was really loose. We'll see if it happens again this time. Here he comes through 16. Into 17 for the final time here. Checkered flag is in the air. No loose there. That looked nice and tight. Coming across the line. Is it going to be faster? It is. 1:42.4 puts another great lap time, almost 0.2 of a second faster than his previous lap, and he's still the pole sitter.
Yeah, that was fun. We don't usually get to watch one singular car on these qualifying sessions. That was pretty fun to watch. And that puts him 2 seconds up on Jorge Nazario and the rest of GT2.
Yep. All right, here's our rundown for our provisional rundown for Group 7 race this afternoon. John Atwall, Jorge Nazario, they're going to be the front row. Then you've got David Fairstead and Jacek Muka in row 2. CJ Cram, Michael Quattlebaum in row number 3. Renee Molina, Robert Kasprovitz in row number 4. Kevin Rich, Keegan Massey in row 5. Michael Steves, Brian Carrick in row number 6. Then you've got Stephen Burns, Pablo Salvatore, Michael Kamalian, and if Salvatore Santolicito can get that car back together or back out there, he will start in row number 8. That's going to do it here for qualifying. Tom, any final thoughts before we head to lunch?
I'm really intrigued to see how some of these races with these short sessions, a couple of them disjointed, these races are going to be really, really exciting to see how they shake out. They start at, remind me, 12:30 Central, and we're going to go right through 7 races in a row.
All right, 7 races in a row starting at 12:30, just like Tom just said. 25-minute races this afternoon. We're going to kick it off with Spec Miata. You won't want to be late for this one, folks. Spec Miata is our first run group here right after lunch, so we'll do that. Stay with us. Go grab yourself some food, or an adult beverage, or not adult beverage, and then come back here at 12:30 Central Time. I'm Brian Bielanski and Kyle Gorman. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at NOLA Motorsports Park. Be back in an hour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live here at NOLA Motorsports Park, rounds 7 and 8 of the Super Tour this year, weekend number 4. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman is here with me. Hello, Tom.
Good afternoon, Brian. How you doing?
I'm good. I hope you have your energy up, because I just ate lunch and I'm going to go take a nap now. So,
all right, I'll carry this. Let's go.
We're going to get ready for our first race of the day. It's going to be Spec Miata, but before that, let's take a look at this racetrack. And here we go, flying in from outer space to Avondale, Louisiana, NOLA Motorsports Park, 2.75 miles, 4.43 kilometers, 16 turns, natural terrain, asphalt for almost all of the racetrack. First race, 2011. Tom, it is flat, but it is fun.
It's flat, but it's got a lot of texture to it. A very bumpy racetrack, long, narrow layout. You get those very, very long twisting S's at the second half of the track, but starting off with a great braking zone down into turn 1, and then a sequence of corners through turns 1 through 7, really, where you can set up over-unders. You can work the number of corners to make passes happen. Then the very, very high-speed S's, turns 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Pretty much going to be single file through there, but if you end up side by side, you're going to lose a lot of time. Then finally, really, really slow turns 13, 14, and 15 back onto the front straight at turn 16.
All right, let's get to our qualifying order here for our first race of the weekend. Starting on our front row is going to be your pole sitter, Frankie Barroso. Next to him, Max Stallone. Moving on now to row number 2, we've got Matt Stretch on the inside with Beckett Friesen on the outside. Row number 3, coming up next, Nick Leveroni in the 92 car on the inside. Vinny Miskelis is going to be in car number 112 on the outside of row number 3. Row number 4, Tyler Quantz in the 82 car. Next to him is Taylor Ferrante in car number 51. Moving on to row number 5, Tyler Brown is in the 7 car. Next to him, Justin Gravitt in the number 52 car. And to row number 10, we have row number 6. I'm sorry, Alfredo Zedin is in the 13 car. Next to him, Joseph Federal in car number 21. Row number 7, Center Smith and Tom Brown. Row number 8, or are we out of cars? I think that's it. I should have the sheet up in front of me. I was just following the screen. So there we go. That's our starting lineup here. Max Stallone has his in-car camera up for us. Thank you, Max. He is your outside pole sitter. This should be a great view on the first lap, Tom.
Yeah, there's no telling where he'll end up in the rush down to turn 1 on that very first lap. So this will be a great one to watch. And you noticed in the live chat, a couple of people pointed out, wait, there's only 14 cars. The 14 cars are covered by just barely 2 seconds. So this is going to be a very, very tight field through this entire race. I'm curious to see who ends up working together.
And of course, Max has my favorite windshield pit on this camera. It's been there for a couple of weekends here. I was joking. He's sponsored by Wheels America. We need to get him a windshield sponsor.
That would be great. Yeah. I wonder how many racetracks need to figure out that they could just bring a bunch of Spec Miata windshields every weekend and make a profit.
Yes, that's a business waiting to happen. All right, here comes our field now into turn 14. They are going to bunch up here into the SCCA traditional 2x2 starting order. If the starter likes what they see when they get on the front straight, that green hanky will fly and we will be racing, and all of these 15 cars will hurtle their way into turn 1, and hopefully they will all come out on the backside of turn 1 in one piece and pointing in the right direction. Here they come through 17 for the first time under power. Speed's going to start coming up, heading down towards the start-finish stand. I've got one eye on the start stand, the other eye on the monitor, and the flag is in the air, folks. Here we go racing at NOLA. Couple cars already popping out 3 wide going down the main stretch, the first 3 rows. What will happen when they get to turn 1? My fingers are crossed. Let's see what happens, Tom.
You look at the dust flying in the air as Barroso trying to protect the inside. He's really deep on the brakes, locks up the right front, but he's going to hang on to it, just flies off into the very limits of those curbs. And the number 51 car was the big jump at the start. Taylor Ferrante from back in 9th or 8th to 2nd.
There is Max Stallone there. You saw him started on the front row. He was in turn 5. He was in 5th place before turn 1 even happened. Here they come through turn 3. Still a lot of side-by-side racing action, but everything clean so far. And out front is still Frankie Barroso in that red and white car.
Now it's Matt Stretch slotting into the second position. They're going to be the first two to go single file. Nick Leveroni's trying to hold on to this one, but he's getting freight trained around the outside. Stallone and Ferranti go with him, and I think they're going to be side by side still with Leveroni on the right. They're still side by side at turn 6. This is going to lose them a lot of ground.
Yeah, and this is not what you want. You do not want those front 3 cars to walk away, and that's exactly what they are starting to do. Look at how big that gap is already. We're not even done with lap number 1, and there is easily a 10-car length lead between 3rd place up ahead and this 4th place car of Max Stallone as they head into the S's.
Wow, Stallone and Beckett Friesen are absolutely in lockstep now. The two teammates, Friesen getting a little bit behind, maybe some even aero wash in these cars, or just loss of sight line. Now they all get through the S's mostly clean, still side by side at the back, and then a heavy braking zone. Anybody trying to pop for a pass? Yes, they go side by side, 3 wide into 14.
3 wide into 14, deeper in the pack, but not up front. They're doing what Spec Miata drivers do, and that means get in line and draft your way away from the rest of the pack. Here they come onto the front straight for the first time in lap number 1. As they come across the line, we will get your running order for you after this first race lap. We will see how it all sorted out. Your leader is Barroso, then Matt Stretch, Max Stallone in 4th. Tyler Ferranti's moved into 3rd. Then Tyler Quantz, Beckett Friesen, Nick Leveroni in 7th, Justin Gravitt, and Vinny Maskelis.
Tyler Quantz able to get himself between the two teammates there, so he separated Stallone and Friesen as the field finally goes single file now through turn 1 for the very first time, but it's a 3-car breakaway at the front due to all that side-by-side action from those two teammates and on back. So let's see now if they can settle into a little bit of a rhythm and whether that number 51 car that qualified 8th has the pace to run up in the top 3.
Yeah, the 4th, 5th, 6th place cars have a very short amount of time to get working together to be able to draft themselves back up to that lead trio, because if they don't do that quickly and that trio drives away, there will be lights out and they will not be able to be caught. So right now is not the time to be racing. Now is the time to find a friend, phone a friend, and drive yourself back up to that lead pack.
Well, Stallone definitely has the best view for us in the house to watch these top 3, but they still have not completely sorted this thing out. Nick Leveroni also goes past Beckett Friesen. So the number 26 car, Friesen, is on the way down the field the wrong way. Leveroni trying to get his way back up towards that top 5 as he's now got a lot of pressure from Friesen.
If anybody knows how to bridge the gap, it is Nick Leveroni. He's been in this class for ages, and he knows exactly what to do, but he's got to get caught up to those 4th and 5th place cars, and it looks like they're making a little bit of ground there, but they'd be better as a 4 or 5 car train to catch those leaders if they can make that happen.
It looks like this is where everyone's comfortable. You don't see a lot of people poking noses out anymore here or there around the track. And it looks like the 51 of Ferranti is dropping just slightly off the back of Matt Stretch in those tighter handling sections. But this is where the draft actually may pay off perfectly for Stallone if Ferranti becomes the leapfrog for him to get up towards the front.
Right, and the people up front just need to keep doing what they're doing. Barroso, Stretch, and Ferranti, they need to not be racy at this moment because they need to do everything they can to keep that gap between them and Stallone as big as possible and even possibly grow it. Look at Stallone hard on those curbs, almost into the grass there.
These cars are all about momentum, so you want to use every piece of asphalt, maybe even the first couple blades of grass if you need to open up every bit. Well, a big move in the back. Ooh. That is Tyler Quantz.
Yeah,
actually trying to take the position away from the Stallone, our camera car.
Yeah, that's not usually going to help catch up unless he really thinks that Stallone is slowing him down. That might be a reason to try to go around, and it looks like he has made the move to get around. Maybe Stallone thinks that that car's a faster and a better drafting partner up front because they're really kind of desperate to not lose touch with those 3 cars at the front.
They are, and Tyler Quantz, though, is just looking racy as Stallone using a lot of dirt there on the exit of turn 6, just trying to keep up with him. If Quantz has the raw pace to catch up, he's not that far away. He did not lose a lot of time in that pass in turns 3 and 4.
You can see the dust there in turn 8. Looks like they like to go off there pretty much every lap, just a little bit, putting a wheel off. Now we'll see if Quantz and Stallone in this tandem can start to make their way towards the front.
Man, shout out to the production on this. That is one of the best static camera shots we've ever had for one of these events where we can just see how much the cars are moving, climbing all over the curbs, coming into that section at almost 100 miles an hour. Big back of the car coming around for Tyler Quantz, and now he's going to lose a little bit of momentum coming up onto the front straight with Stallone all over the back of him.
Right, but the good news for Quantz and Stallone is our leaders, Barroso, Stretch, Ferrante, are not working together. There's 3 or 4 car lengths between each one of those cars, and that means they're not going to have the advantage of the draft that the 3rd and 4th place car have. The problem is that they're going to stretch out between each other so far that when Quantz and Stallone catch Ferrante, they might not be able to catch the leader at that point.
Yeah, it is spreading out just a little bit in those top 3, as you mentioned, lap by lap. The fastest lap of the race is actually your leader, Frankie Barroso, in completely clean air with no draft. But the last time through, he was just slightly slower than Matt Stretch, Ferrante, Quantz, and the next couple of cars. So as things stabilize, Frankie Barroso does have to manage this race just a little bit better than the rest because he doesn't have that draft.
Right, and then anybody behind is going to have to go one by one around second place, around third place. Yep. I am. If I'm Frankie Barroso, I got a grin from ear hole to ear hole in my helmet there as he is trying to just drive away and doing a really darn good job of it so far.
Bit of background action side by side for Tom Brown in center. Robert Watson last time through, turns 3 and 4, but the rest of the field pretty much single file this time, starting to explore those track limits with dirt flying lap after lap. That was Gravett that just dropped a tire. Sorry, Friesen dropped a tire.
17 minutes, 40 seconds to go here in this 25-minute race. Today's race is to the clock. Tomorrow's race is to laps. So we're going to go with a 25-minute race today. Everyone's now stretched out, Tom, enough where there's not a whole lot of drafting going on. There's a little drafting partner right there, but that's, what, 8th, 9th place? That's a good bit back.
Yeah, look at Tyler Quantz still hustling that car through turn 14 every time he comes through with the back end hanging out just a little bit, driving the car more to the grip than the line even. You see him just trying to open up that corner as much as possible, but loses a little bit of time with that slip coming up onto the front straight. This is the driver in 4th who's trying to bridge the gap up to the number 51 of Taylor Ferrante, who had that crazy start from 8th.
You see that camera shake there when they come over those curbs, and it is even worse in the car. You know, these don't have cushy bucket seats like you have in your regular Mazdas. These are racing seats that are basically hard as a rock with a little bit of maybe some velour seat covers, and all of that vibration gets taken all the way through, right through the body, up to the steering wheel and into the hands of the driver. And it is not fun at all, Tom.
No, to give you an idea, one of the few modifications you can do to a Spec Miata is actually cut a little bit of the floor out to make the seat lower so that taller people can fit. So you think you're bottoming out, you actually even have less because the seats are lower in some of these cars. It can be very uncomfortable for sure.
Yeah, no one has ever had to make the seat lower for me, by the way, at 5'6". That's never been a problem for me. Here we go. Still 16 minutes, and look at the gaps. All of the front 8 cars now have many, many car lengths between them, and this could just be a freight train race now for the next 15 minutes, which is very un-Spec Miata-like.
It is, and with the smaller field and the times being so close, what this is turning into really is basically just a qualifying session, and that's some of the toughest driving you can have to put up with, especially if any of these drivers, specifically the ones going side by side now, one of them starting to feel a little bit frantic. We'll get the number in a second. But if he's feeling the pressure, you realize you got 15 more minutes. Man, I just got to keep hanging on. He holds onto the position this time. It's the silver car now coming straight at us, 112.
Right.
Vinny Miskellis.
Now, there's going to come a point in this race when all of these drivers are going to realize that it's really unlikely that they're going to make up positions. Now we're going to start talking about that tire management that we talked about during qualifying. And if you really aren't going to be able to go to the front or make up positions, you might just want to circulate, Tom, for the next 15 minutes and save your tires for tomorrow, because you've got to use the same tires for 2 more sessions tomorrow.
Yeah, I think someone like Nick Leveroni is in a perfect position to do that. You see, he's coming at us right now with the orange headlights, kind of in no man's land there in, what is that, 6th. That would be a great position to save those tires for tomorrow. Just take a little bit of load out of them in every corner. So instead of driving them just past the grip limit, you drive them just under. It makes a world of difference for the next heat cycle.
It's shocking how little you have to pull back to get results down the road.
Right.
It's not like you have to take off. Oh, wow, that is a big. And look, that's going to open that little bit of going wide there. Lets Max Stallone come right up to the rear bumper, just that slightest of mistakes. And now they're nose to tail again.
Yeah, these two are not saving anything. And
no.
Those corners are so wide and so flat. You can take all these different lines and you see the motion in the mirror. Tyler Quant saying, don't put pressure on me, push me, let's go forward. Don't try to pass me, wave it, I'm going to work with you. But I think at this point, Max Stallone knows he's got a little bit of a faster car. He's just going to take whatever chance he can get.
Yeah, just before we got, what I was saying was it's shocking how little you have to underdrive the car to get really big results down the road. People think you may have to take a second or two off per lap. You don't. It's a tenth of a second or even 3/10 of a second has huge rewards later in that tire cycle.
Yep, you can do a lot of damage to them by pushing them over the limit just a little bit. But if you don't really ever do that to them, a lot of them will last you much longer. They'll heat cycle out before they wear out. Tyler Quantz is not going to have any rear tires on the left of this car at the end of the weekend, I'll tell you that, with how much the rear end is moving. You see him left foot braking through the middle of the corners, just trying to stabilize it a little bit, or perhaps drag the brakes slightly, see if he does it here, to get a push from Max Stallone slightly earlier. No, does not do that, but some of the teammates who have their choreography just right will actually trail brake in the corner to link up early and start the push.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of trust with the driver behind you to do that, because if you do that right, it's magical. If you do that wrong, it's a big fender bill and bodywork bill over the weekend, because if it gets wrong, it can be really wrong badly.
With that side-by-side, Nick Leveroni is a little bit closer to those two, so he may be looking back into a top 5 finishing position for today before we reset tomorrow, essentially, and give another qualifying effort for everyone in the morning.
Brian Dean's in the chat. Good afternoon, my friend. Grumpy Old Studios. The Miata in the lead is in the lead because it's the only one with Go Fast stripes. I love that. A little bit of racing stripes on that Frankie Barroso car.
Well, they're aerodynamic, right?
Exactly. The stickers make the car go faster. All right, here's your top 10. Barroso, Stretch, Ferrante, Quant, Stallone. That's 1 through 5. Then you've got Leveroni, Miskellis, Gravett, Brown, and Friesen. There's your top 10. 11 through 15. Federal, Watson. I had to put my old man glasses on. 7, Brown, and Smith. That is your top 15 here as we get into 11 minutes left in this race. We're at the halfway point. Let's take a break. We will do a call to grid, and then we come back, hopefully, green flag action all the way to the finish line. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. FA1, Formula Continental FE2 prototypes and P2 to the grid for your race. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back here at NOLA, and we are in the Spec Miata race, and here's something you don't see very often at this level, folks. Frankie Barroso has opened up a 3.2 second lead halfway through a Spec Miata race, and second and third place are fighting, so they're not catching him at all. They're side by side. This is nuts, Tom.
Yeah, this has been a little bit of a slow burn, but we have some very interesting battles happening as we see the battle for second still side by side down into turn 3. That's the number 51 of Taylor Ferranti, has found some pace and has made the move for second over Matt Stretch. But the switchback at turn 4 is going to open up the door for Matt Stretch to return the favor, and he does slot right back in front of Ferranti until Ferranti completes the double over-under. They're still side by side into 5.
But look at the amount that Max Stallone has been able to catch these two. It's an easier, you can see it better from the in-car camera, but while those two race side by side, that allows Stallone, Quantz, and Leveroni to be able to start to work their way up. And maybe the big battle will be for second place here if they can keep this going. But with 7.5 minutes to go, Tom, they're going to have to catch up quick. And there's still a big gap between third and fourth.
They are, and on that break, Max Stallone was able to work his way past Tyler Quantz. It looks like the tires on Quantz's car are really kind of hurting in that last sector of this tight, twisty section of the track. So he's actually started to drop off the back just slightly of Stallone, which has let Nick Leveroni get back up into the fight. So we have a little bit of a shuffle happening for third potentially, but we have a new second place car in Ferranti was able to complete the pass all the way from turn 1 through turn 6. And has now led his way back up onto the front straight in second place for the first time.
Yeah, if Stallone keeps doing what he's doing, he is going to be right there in the discussion for third, fourth place here very, very quickly.
Another big slide for Quantz coming up onto the front straight. Now that's allowed Nick Leveroni to be there. There they are out of frame just now. Bump drafting down the front straight into turn 1. Very bumpy braking zone. Probably on the brakes right about there. And they're side by side again for second place.
Yeah, side by side for second. That's good news for fourth place as he tries to catch up here. And they're going side by side, Tom, right down the front straight, where if they were to use that particular part of the racetrack to draft, that would help them keep away and still be able to race in the corners, but they're kind of really hurting themselves in that situation.
They are, but you mentioned it about 5 or 6 minutes ago, right before that break. At what point do you just fight for the position in front of you instead of trying to dream for bigger things?
Right.
You know, at some point you got to face reality and, okay, we're racing for second, which is what Ferranti did, and is now finding himself staring right back at the back of Matt Stretch's car. The other car that is really on the move right now is Tyler Brown. He runs around 9th currently, but he's caught up to basically the battle, which is going to be at 7 cars long for second. There he is just at the back. They've actually dropped off just slightly, have Gravel and Brown.
Well, and I'm sure that Ferranti, cool. I'm sure Ferranti thought, yeah, it's time to race for second. But now by doing that, he could end up being off the podium because those cars behind him are almost caught up.
Yeah, our camera car, Max Stallone, is going to be the challenger for that final step on the podium. And
I mean, and a perfect example, Tom, the last lap, the second and third place cars ran 202, 203, and Stallone ran a 201.
Oh, sure did. Yeah, he was actually the fastest car on the circuit last time by, other than Nick Leveroni. So that was a really, really big lap for him. And Frankie Barroso running about the same laps as well. So he's not really going that much faster than anybody. It's just he hasn't battled anybody.
Yep, and it's one thing catch the cars in front of you. As they always say, the old adage, it's a whole nother thing to be able to drive around them. So let's see what happens here. We're coming up on the final 5 minutes of this race, and there's still a lot of questions as to who's going to end up on the podium here.
Max Stallone is there. This is a 3-car battle for second place, and I have to wonder if Derek Ferranti took a little bit out of his tires in that side-by-side with Matt Stretch. He was not able to keep up in that final sector, which seems to be where the tires matter the most, especially those final 2 corners.
Yep, now Ferrante wants around Stretch again, but look at Max Stallone all over the rear bumper. He's going to try for the inside. Now he's going to do a little bump draft here as they come up through this section. Will he try to put a nose in the right-hander? No, not this time. And now their little action has given Matt Stretch a chance to be able to pull a little forward as well. Lots of strategy for the last few laps of this race.
It is like chess. Whoa, big bounce for Ferranti. Almost loses the car on the outside curbs at turn 6. That was big.
And he had to check up big time, and Stallone wasn't able to take advantage, but that's going to be great news for Matt Stretch, because now Matt Stretch has a 5-car length lead as they come into turn 8.
Tyler Brown has gotten past Justin Gravette, so that car's on the move. Ferranti trying to shake any bit of dirt he can off the tires, weaving into the way into the S's, but he now finds himself with a mirror completely full of Max Stallone, and he's running just a little bit wide as these S's carry on. Whoa, look at the back of that car float.
Yep, and look at now, he goes to the inside. Stallone trying to make the move, going into turn 14. It looks like he's got the job done. Will this be an over-under? No. Stallone takes over 3rd place with 3 minutes to go.
And he does a nice job in a spot where he doesn't lose a lot of time. Now he's got a clear run up onto the front straightaway, and if these 3 can work together just slightly, Leveroni shows the nose, thinks better of it. These 3 have an opportunity to catch back up to 2nd.
I believe there are going to be 2 laps to go. Next time by for your leader, Frankie Barroso. He is going to probably get the white flag here. But the question right now, not about who's going to win this race. The question is going to be who are going to be the cars on the podium. You are right now in a car that just moved back to 4th place, but he's in the right position going into turn 1. But Ferretti gets around him, or Ferrante, to go back into 2nd. And now Nick Leveroni takes advantage, and he moves in to 4th place as we get real racing with a lap and a half to go.
How did Leveroni do that? He was looking up the inside in turn 1 and somehow completes an inside-outside over-under and completes the pass around the outside. That was a wild move from Nick Leveroni to pick up 4th position. He still has a lot of pressure, though, from our camera car of Stallone, who dropped from 3rd to now 5th.
And with all of that going on behind him, Matt Stretch has been able to open up a 1.1 second lead. No, I take that back, 2.2 seconds lead over that car behind him. And that's going to be a big, big gap to come up with. 1:49 left in this race.
It's almost too tall an order, and Matt Stretch got a big breath of fresh air that lap. He's finally seen those cars behind get a little bit smaller instead of a little bit bigger. I think this is going to be a knockdown drag out for 3rd. Here comes Tyler Brown for 7th, still on the move.
That is exactly the case. There is your race leader, Frankie Barroso, probably the easiest drive ever for a Spec Miata win in the Super Tour. 2nd place right now, Matt Stretch. He's got pretty much nothing around him. He should be fine unless there's a problem. But here is the big battle for the 3rd spot on the podium. Up front right there is Taylor Ferrante. Then you've got Nick Leveroni and Max Stallone. One of those 3 cars is probably going to finish 3rd. I just can't tell you which one.
And it could still be 3 other cars. If it's not one of these 3, we'll sit on our hands and lean forward for one more lap as they come to take the white flag. Frankie Barroso has built a 6-second lead. Wow, leaving 11s through the apex is Nick Leveroni. That was beautiful.
White flag is in the air. 2.4 miles until we get this thing in the books. Frankie Barroso, your leader. Matt Stretch is in 2nd, and a huge battle for 3rd. Here we go. How's it going to end? Well, we'll know here in about 1:40 seconds.
Single file still going into 1, but Ferranti runs a little bit wide. Leveroni gets a better exit. Can he have a look up the inside for turn 3? And is that the move you want to make? We haven't seen this move pay off every single time. Ferranti goes defensive.
Well, Ferrante goes offensive, and he's got a guy with a ton of experience on his rear bumper in Nick Leveroni. And then look at Max Stallone now trying to put his nose in there. That's probably not the best spot there to do that, but he's going to try to go around on the outside with Leveroni on the inside. Leveroni stays in that position.
Yeah, that was tough. Ferranti got a little bit loose and kind of blew the run that Leveroni was setting up for. He didn't really have a lot of control in that situation, and now he's got way more pressure and a bit of a gap up to Ferranti to close. About 2 car lengths, let's call it.
Yep. Good news for Ferrante to let those two cars battle. It's still close enough to maybe get it done here.
Despite that slide we saw last lap, here we're going to go side by side. Stallone and Miskellis. Oh, just pinches him.
Yep.
Side by side, Miskellis on the left. There's a car entirely on your left right now. You can just see the fender. Still side by side to the S's.
Yep, that is Ferrante and Leveroni battling for third place on the podium here as we get into our final couple corners out of the fifth place car. Here they come through turn 14 for the final time. Now through 15. That is Matt Stretch, the first car. Then you've got Ferrante. Oh, big car sliding off on the outside. He will collect it. That might have been, I think that was Max Stallone who slid off here. Final corner, your race winner, Frank Barroso across the line. Then Matt Stretch, who's going to come in third? Will it be Ferrante or Leveroni? We will know in just a second. It looks like it's going to be Taylor Ferrante to take the final spot on the podium.
What a drive for the 51 coming from Heath on the grid to battle up as far as second position. And that last lap was wild. It was the camera car Stallone get pushed a little bit wide or ran wide as everybody wanted to drive as fast as they possibly could through turn 14. And they all just ran out of racetrack. That was a fantastic end to Spec Miata.
Yep, that doubt really fantastic here. Our race winner, Frankie Barroso. The rest of the podium, Matt Stretch and Taylor Ferrante. 4th through 10th, Nick Leveroni, Tyler Brown, Justin Gravette, Tyler Quantz, Vinny Miskellis. Max Stallone drops all the way back to 9th place. Beckett Friesen is in 10th. 11th through 15, Joseph Federal, Tom Brown, Robert Watson, Center Smith, and Alfredo Zidane is your final car in this race, only completing 7 laps. That's going to do it for race number 1. Don't go away, folks, though. Race number 2 coming up next. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Race number 2, Group 2, to the grid. FA, FC, FE2, Prototype, and P2 to the grid for your race. We'll be right back.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer, and get you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We're back here at NOLA Motorsports Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Race number 2 is ahead. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype, and Prototype 2 is up next. Our cars have started their pace lap, so let's go right to the starting lineups here. On row 1, on the inside, Larry Howard in a Swift 016 Formula Atlantic. Next to him, car number 12, also a Formula Atlantic Swift, David T. Burkett. Row number 2 is Eric Wisniewski in the number 25 car. Whitney Strickland is next to Wisniewski in car number 49. Those are 2 FE2 cars. Row number 3, Steve Whitson in the 18 car, another FE2 car. Paul Rivaris next to him on row number 3. Moving on to row number 4, Kenny Russo is on the inside in the 23 car. Next to him is a Formula Atlantic car, Stephen Thomas, car number 14. Then on to row number 5, we've got Eric Crook on the inside in a Store WF1 prototype, car number 99. Next to him, Jack Donnellan in a Carbier number 9 P2 car, row number 5. Now to row number 6, Paul Crabtree in the 24 car, another FE2 car. Actually, no, this is a Formula Atlantic car. Next to him is the FE2 car of Roy Hillenberg. Row number 7 is Russell Straight Jr. in the number 91 Enterprises car. Next to him, Bill Tex Johnson in the number 174 Van Diemen Formula Atlantic. Row number 8 is Jimmy Dye in an FE2 car, car number 27. That's our starting lineup here for race number 2, Tom. This should be a good one.
This will definitely be exciting, especially there in the meat of FE2. So Eric Wisniewski did fewer laps than the rest of them in that. Sorry about that. Bumped my wrong button.
That's okay.
Mid-thought, FE2. At the top, Eric Wisniewski did fewer laps than anybody else, but then Whit Strickland, Steve Whitston, Paul Rivaris were all very, very close. In fact, Strickland and Whitston only separated by 0.03 there for second and third in FE2. And then we've got those top 2 in Formula Atlantic. David Burkett was a little bit of a slow burn as well, but Larry Howard leapt out front early. See how this 25-minute race unfolds at the top of both of those 2 classes.
Yeah, we've got a lot of FE2s in this class, or at least the majority of this race is FE2s. A couple of Formula Atlantics, a couple of prototypes, so we're going to have a good one here as they come in here lined up nicely 2 by 2 for the first part of the field. The second part will catch up here as we get onto the front straight. Looking at the start stand, we'll see if the starter likes what they see as they come to the line here. Waiting for, I hear the car starting to rev up, and the green flag flies as we get started here. Oh, one car got a little slow start in the middle of the pack and has stacked them up a little bit, but here they come now down towards turn 1 for the first time.
And Larry Howard was able to break away pretty easily over the second place David Burkett, who's got a bunch of angry FE2s, 3 wide almost right behind him. And I think Eric Wisniewski was able to hold the point in FE2, but there was one position change just behind. I think, was it Kenny Russo maybe getting up a position?
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes when there's a lot of moving around here on the first lap as to who ends up where. So I kind of tend to pretend like I know what I'm talking about for the first lap till they cross the line for the first time and let timing and scoring sort it all out for me here.
A little further back, both of the prototype drivers also having to deal with these FE2 guys up on the wheel. Gary Crook and Jack Donnellan both getting through the start nice and clean, but they did get a couple of passes made on them. Top 2 cars breaking away. Eric Wisniewski's going with them. Little bit of a breakaway at the top of FE2.
Yeah, FE2, one of those classes that they're all the same car, right down to the motor and the brake pads they get to choose. Wow, look at that.
Not sure which black car that is. It's either Rivaris or Russo, but they've had an exciting lap, and they were way out in the dirt. Oh, another big slide.
There's another big slide. Yeah, I'm not quite sure who that is, but they are all over the place. Now here comes our field through that last sweeper and corner. It's several corners, but they all kind of end up being one big sweeper at the end. As they come around for the first time, as we were saying, Howard and Burkett, your leaders. Then in FE3, your top 5, Eric Wisniewski, Steve Whitston, Whitney Strickland, Kenny Russo, and Stephen Thomas. Then Gary Crook crosses the line as your first prototype.
Yeah, so a big move on the first lap for Steve Whitston, and as I thought, Kenny Russo, but now Paul Riveras is still keeping those two battles honest there for about fifth. That's the black car and the yellow car coming into turn 3 there. Top 2 in Formula Atlantic there. They're getting really, really close. Larry Howard and David Burkett nearly side by side exiting turn 4.
Now it seems as though everybody has started to settle down just a little bit, finding their pace, finding their rhythm. That tends to be what happens as we get towards the middle third of the race. Wow, look at that car power there through turn 8.
I thought David Burkett was looking for an outside move for a moment there in this little kink. He lost a bit of time doing that, did the white and blue car.
Wow. I wonder if there's a little bit of oil down there in the start of the S's, because several cars are going wide, and that car actually looked like it had some dust or something coming out of the back of it.
They did, and I'm noticing how much the rear end of these FE2 cars move around. Most of these cars look really, really loose, and I'm wondering if the track is in much worse condition than these drivers got to experience in qualifying. To see how loose these cars look, you see the yellow car in the background had left big black streaks coming off of turn 14. They're definitely working the tires hard.
73 degrees right now outside, the hottest temperatures we've had this weekend. Even if they ran the test day yesterday, it did not get into the 70s yesterday. So it could be that just with the heat and the temperature in the track, it's just getting to be slippery out there.
The epic battle for Formula Atlantic continues. The fastest car on track, David Burkett. Last time through, that's the car in second place. Larry Howard in the lead in the red Formula Atlantic Swift is got a lot of pressure on him. The top 2 cars working their way through turns 3 and 4, and then we have a battle again for third place. Whit Strickland and Kenny Russo having at it for third position in FE2.
Little bit of a gap now has opened up between Howard and Burkett there. I think that was a result of that little moment you spoke about on the last lap, and it gave Howard just a chance to get a little bit of a lead, and that was right here into turn 8. You said he looked like he was trying to go to the outside. I thought he was looking to have an up-close and personal with our camera there.
Yeah. One way or the other.
Yeah, he was able to catch it and correct it, but
now I'm wondering if there may be a mechanical issue for David Burkett, because he's dropped off significantly for the last couple of corners, and he just looks kind of slow at top speed. Wonder if he maybe is having a transmission issue.
Yeah, definitely not where he was before. And are we seeing a little bit of blue smoke out of the back of that car? Hard to tell. Well, he didn't pit, so he must not think it's that big of a problem. You know, and sometimes now with trying to get qualified for the SCCA's National Championship runoffs, they have to complete a certain number of races, and he needs to get to the halfway mark in this race to be considered an official finisher. So it may be the situation, Tom, where he's just trying to nurse the thing around to get to the 12 or 11 minute mark, and then can come in and see and work on some sort of a fix for tomorrow.
Right. The incentive is definitely high to stay out, as long as he's not causing any issues or obviously losing any fluids.
Right.
That would be an obvious issue. There's no reason to pit as well. It seems the pace is okay. Maybe just a small mistake and we're over-speculating. I think we've also lost, I haven't seen Paul Riveras come through that lap. I'm not sure if the 47 car is still on track or if that's a timing issue, but we may have lost one of our contenders in FE2.
Yeah, right now we've got Wisniewski, Whitston, and Strickland. That was the last time by. We'll see if that stays the same here. Also looks like Paul Crabtree is falling back in his Formula Atlantic. He's lost one position, moved from 8th to 9th. Gary Crook takes over 8th in his stored WF1 prototype. Let's see if Burkett has been able to pick up the pace here at all. It doesn't look like he's falling back any further now, but he is not catching Howard up front anymore.
Correct, and Howard has really lit the wick. His personal best sectors 1 and 2, and just set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:37.3. So the leader in the Formula Atlantic and overall is really getting the Formula Atlantic car there moving.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now, Tom, and I would say that it's more Larry Howard stepping up the pace than David Burkett, because David Burkett just put his best lap of the race down at a 1:39.4, and like you said, Howard went purple with a 1:37.3. I don't really think this is a Burkett problem. I think this is a Howard's found the go juice button.
I agree. And it's interesting, though, because Larry Howard, the leader, was the one that got up to speed much quicker in qualifying. So he must have learned something there. Good battle still here going on for third in FE2. Whit Strickland and Kenny Russo absolutely knuckle to knuckle as their car sliding through turns 3 and 4.
Wisniewski and then Whitson, your reigning Formula V national champion, also double dipping. Well, not double dipping because the Formula V's. Oh, there is a big dust. That's weird because it didn't look like that car was off the track at all from our vantage point. At first, I thought that was a motor going bad, but it's just dust.
Yeah, it actually looked like Whitston. And correct me, excuse me, I've been saying Russo. I mean Whitston. Whitston looked like he was doing something to dodge something on track, and then the car right behind sprayed all that dust. So maybe somebody else left him a gift.
Yeah.
From a previous lap.
That could be. Howard, Burkett, Wisniewski, Whitston, Strickland, your top 5. Then Russo, Rivera's, Crook, Thomas, and Crabtree. That's your top 10 here with a little under 17 minutes to go.
Steve Whitston's really the only driver that's willing to flirt with that outside curb in this run group. You see sunlight under the car. That's the white car running in third now in Formula E2. He comes across that onto the front straight every time. Just got to wonder if that's okay for the car to handle that many times.
Well, he's now dropped back a spot. Whitney Strickland has taken over 4th place here, or 2nd place in FE2. Whitston has dropped back to 5th. A good gap between 5th and 6th, or 3rd and 4th in class. So not too big of an issue with that, but you're right. That little bit of off there has caused Strickland to be able to have an opportunity to run around him and take over the 2nd place spot in FE2.
And Paul Riveras made a move that time through as well to get up to 4th in class over Kenny Russo. Apologies for confusing those two cars earlier, but they are now kind of running away, Riveras is now running away from Russo and almost catching back up to Whitston.
Yeah, it's possible that, there's a car that is now just pulled off there, and I did not hear, hold on. I'm going to see if I can hear, or I might be able to look at the Flagtronics monitor.
Yeah, I think it's the 174, Bill Johnson out of Formula Atlantic. Still moving now, though. If I remember correctly, this driver had a similar issue earlier today in qualifying. Maybe he's using the same escape plan.
Yep, you are 100% correct. 174 is the car. And Whitston has been able to stabilize here and keep ahead of the Russo car. Russo is still slightly slower, about a half a second a lap slower than Whitston. So that is a good news for Whitston, trying to hold on to 3rd place here. Still a little more than halfway to go in this race, so there's a lot of time for things to happen here.
It really is, and this track is notoriously hard on tires, just partially due to how long some of these corners are. We're taking a look at these long 180-degree corners, but think about those last 2 corners, right? They're almost 270 degrees. So this is certainly a track where you're going to need to pay attention to tires. And these drivers, a lot of them are local, but a lot of them only see this track once or twice every year, so they got to kind of get back in sync with that.
Well, it's also interesting to see how they take this particular corner, whether they're taking just a tiny bit of that curb or whether they're going over the bumpy parts of that. A lot of these cars have under trays and all that kind of stuff that I don't think they probably like those alligator curbs there very much, which would be a good reason to avoid them. If you're in a Miata or something, you're not going to have to worry about that. But the further left you get on that curbing, the worse the alligator curbs are. So some guys are still doing it. But a lot more are doing what that one just did by just touching the curb on the exit of that corner.
Oh, I think I just caught Steve Whitston pulling in.
No.
Is that the car from third in FE2, the white FE2?
I think it is. Yeah, that looks like the Alliance Autosport car. We'll know more in just a minute. If he starts falling down the order here, as cars start to go by, we will know. Yep, and he is now falling down the order here as more cars come across the line.
That's tough. We were speculating an issue potentially, and it's tough to see it come to that. That's going to promote Kenny Russo, I believe, to third in class, although Russo and Riveras have been swapping on timing screens for me. Not sure which is which at this point, to be honest.
Yeah.
We're looking at that battle right now, the blue and yellow cars.
Yeah, they've been going back and forth, so third place still in question here as we get to the second half of this race. Let's do this, Tom. We are at the halfway point. Howard, Burkett, Wisniewski are your top three at the moment. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll get you all the way to the end of this race. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. E, F, H production, and B-Spec. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back in just about 2 minutes. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, a Driver's Eye live production, live from NOLA Motorsports Park. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at NOLA, and if you were watching in the break, you saw this car do a little spin going into turn 8. Looks like it has collected itself and has moved on. Was that our leader? No, I believe... I don't know who that was, Tom.
It was definitely an FE2 car. I'm also trying to scroll the Flagtronics just to see what car maybe was in that spot.
Where it did happen, a lot of cars didn't go around that car, so I don't think he'd lost a lot of spots.
You know the car, I think it might be Whit Strickland. Is that possible? From second place in FE2? I don't think so.
It could be. We'll know more when they all come past the line here.
In the meantime, Larry Howard has continued to pull away at the front of Formula Atlantic, and he reset his own personal best lap a couple different times down to a 37.8. As David Burkett continuing to run second, Stephen Thomas third. And Brian, you found that car?
The 91 car. That was Russ Straight Jr. So that's how that worked out. Caitlin Penny commentary in the chat. Good to see you. Chuck Judas in chat. He was watching the Spec Auto race. Thanks for being here. Paint Minis Live. Really enjoying this race. Recently discovered the SCCA. Come on out to the track sometime. Paint Minis Live. We'd love to have you come on out. Thank you for the nice and kind words. 7.5 minutes to go here in our race. And Kenny Russo has dropped another spot here. So it could have been the Russo car that was the one. Although it just looked like it.
That's the car that's been popping up and down on my timing screen.
Yeah.
So I'm hesitant to speculate anything at this point. This is the leader coming through on some lap traffic of FE2. The red car going down the right side of the front straight. About 7 minutes left in this race. That'll be nearly 5 laps in that car.
Yeah.
Maybe 4.
Our top 10 right now: Howard, Burkett, Wisniewski, Strickland, Riveras, Russo, Crook, Thomas, Crabtree, and Hillenberg. That's how they stand. Just under 7 to go here at NOLA.
Last time through, Larry Howard lost quite a bit of time in the traffic that now David Burkett is making much quicker work out of. So the red car there, and then the white and blue car just coming into turn 4 now. Those are your first 2 cars overall. But last time, David Burkett was 3 seconds faster, catching up to Larry Howard. So that Formula Atlantic battle may not be over yet.
Yeah, it's a weird seesaw because on most laps, Howard's a good bit faster than Burkett, and then he either slows down or makes a little mistake and allows Burkett to come a little closer. Now it's under 5 seconds. It was over 7 not too long ago.
And this is the big challenge now as he's come into the downforce section of the track, which is very single file in an aero-dependent car. And you see he wasn't able to make up any ground on the FE2 car just in front of him until the braking zone here. He'll pop to the inside and try to make it work. But he did lose quite a bit of time in that exchange, and that's probably what happened to Larry Howard the lap before.
That would make sense, that it's just trying to manage the traffic. None of them want to get mixed up in changing problem or causing problems for their FE2 fellow drivers on the racetrack, but still trying to keep ahead. And when you have a 7-second lead, Tom, as you know, you're afforded the opportunity to pick and choose where you're going to go around cars to not mess up their race. Whereas when you're chasing, you don't really have that opportunity. You just got to get around as quick as possible.
Yeah, you turn into a little bit more of a bully in that situation for sure. But luckily, plenty of space on this track with this run group. And just in the background there, I think that is Gary Crook, Jack Donnellan in the P2 car clinging onto the back of Jimmy Day and Roy Hillenberg, I believe.
Well, and it's also for the flaggers, late in a multi-class race, it's not hard to know who the number 1 car is and get the blue flag out and really help them get through traffic. It's harder to pick out the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place cars to give them the same courtesy because it's just the nature of the beast.
Well, and beyond that, with these cars, if you've never sat in a Formula car like this, not only are you more laying down than sitting, but the mirrors are so small that you're more driving on spidey senses once you realize you're near somebody than you are actually able to see them. So there's a lot going on in these cars, let alone the fact that they're among the faster ones we deal with here.
Mirrors? They got mirrors?
Yeah, barely.
I don't think if the rules didn't make them have side mirrors, I don't think they'd have them because they're mostly worthless.
It is a little intimidating when you're in one of these slower cars and an Atlantic car blows past you and you couldn't see them in the mirrors coming or anything. It's a big challenge.
You could usually hear them before you see them.
Yeah, really. The intake coming.
That's right.
Wanted to mention, too, you said come on out to the track. SCCA has a program called Track Night in America where you can drive your street car on the racetrack. Similarly to these drivers, and it comes to NOLA Motorsports Park, this track, on April 17th. So if you're interested in driving your car, you can come out and you look it up on tracknightinamerica.com. That'll be where you find the registration and the information for it.
We've got a car pulled off, drivers left down the main straight. You can see them just on the right hand of this screen. It is one of the prototype cars. I think it's car number 111. Roy Hillenberg was a FE2 car, maybe Crook.
Yeah, it's looking like that store of Gary
Yeah,
Crook.
the number 5 car. That makes sense. And it's in a good spot. They won't have to. And there's actually a safety crew there. They could probably come and pull him a little further off the track, but he's way off the track. So that's a good spot. Thank you for pulling off there. With 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, we're getting into the final minutes of this race. Right now, Larry Howard doing a great job of managing his 3-second lead, almost 4-second lead over David Burkett. Then you've got a 4-way battle for the top spots in FE2. Eric Wisniewski, Whitney Strickland, Paul Riveras, and Kenny Russo. There are your top 4 cars, all, well, they're in the same order on the race. They're not exactly nose to tail. There's some pretty big gaps between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and even 4th in FE2, but that's how they stand on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, quite a bit spread out with 2 minutes to go at this point. We just saw more lap traffic, but the two leaders are still on the front straight within sight of each other. They're just leaving our camera frame now. We have a local yellow on the front straight for that car off to the left, just barely past start finish, getting pushed there on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, that car will be not an issue. They'll pull it back here as the race gets done. With 1.5 minutes to go, next time by, our leaders will get the white flag. All right, that car is safe. So the local yellow at the start-finish line has been dropped. And we're now back to a full course green conditions. Now we have a waving yellow at 7. Oh, and they're still covering that car, that Russ Straight car.
Yeah,
I think he spun again.
Yeah, I think he lost it again. So maybe some setup issues. And we saw a lot of the FE2 cars look really loose, especially if you're loose in the high-speed stuff, meaning the rear end doesn't want to stick. That turn 6, 7 with all the bumps could be really, really tough. It looks like he's struggling in that section.
Yeah. You should see our leaders now coming in to the front straight here. There is Larry Howard trying to work his way around a slower car. The problem for David Burkett is he's now got to get around the same slower car. Coming to the white flag here right now. There is your race leader. White flag is out in the air. 2.4 miles to go for Larry Howard to take a victory here. And as long as he has no issues, he will have an easy trip to victory lane. If he does have a problem, David Burkett right there ready to pounce. About 4.5, almost 5 seconds further back. Burkett's got that one FE2 car between him and the leader he's got to get around. But now without a problem, this is an easy ride home for Larry Howard. Same for Eric Wisniewski. All of the podium finishers at this moment, the podium position folks in FE2, no real battles going on. As long as they can get to the finish line, they should be fine. So it should end up being Wisniewski, Strickland, and Riveras in FE2. Even the battle for third place in Formula Atlantic is got about 10 seconds between those cars.
Yeah, both not former necessarily, they still are, but Formula Mazda cars that were absorbed into here. So a little bit outgunned, I would say, in Formula Atlantic, but still having their own battle about 10 seconds apart, both out of Texas. Here are your top 2 coming into turn 14. Only 2.5 turns left to go for Larry Howard.
Here he comes through 15 for the final time. There's your second place car right behind him of David Burkett. First and second now through 16 and 17. Now just a straight away to the checkered flag. Here he comes down to the line. Larry Howard takes your Formula Atlantic race win. David Burkett crosses the line second. And here comes your leader in FE2. Eric Wisniewski crosses the line. He will be your winner in FE2. Actually, here he comes across the line. I believe it's this car.
We'll just keep throwing darts. They all look the same in this shot.
Line.
Yeah.
There we go. There's your FE2 race winner. Let's go through the provisional finishing order. I don't think much is going to change here. Larry Howard's your race winner in Formula Atlantic. Second place, David Burkett, also in Formula Atlantic. Your FE2 race winner is Eric Wisniewski. Second place at FE2, Whitney Strickland, followed by Paul Riveras and Kenny Russo. Third place in Formula Atlantic is Stephen Thomas, followed by Paul Crabtree. Your Prototype 2 race winner, Jack Donnellan. Then you've got Jimmy Dye, Russ Straight, Gary Crook, Roy Hillenberg, Steve Whitston, and Bill Tex Johnson. That's how they round out here. Coming up next, we've got another great race for you, folks. Don't go anywhere. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group number 3 to the grid. Group number 3 to the grid. E, F, and H production and B-Spec. Group 3 to the grid for your race. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here on the race call today. Our race number 3 is about to get underway. Let's get to our starting lineup. Split start here. Starting in the front is going to be our production cars. Starting in the back is going to be our B-Spec cars. And they are... let's tap dance, Tom. We've got the production cars up front. They're the quicker cars here. And then we've got, which is probably even a more fun group here, a nice 10-car group of B-Spec cars. We'll start in the second split here. And here is our starting lineups. Here is our second group. This will be the B-Spec cars. Your front row, Stephen Pounds and Eric Yeagle, followed by row number 2 is going to be Thomas Pendergrass. Kent Carter is going to be on the inside and outside of row number 2. Row number 3, we've got Stuart Black and Connor Kelleher. Then you've got row number 4, Joseph Gersh and David Hooker. Row number 5 is Josh Schmidt and John Phillips. And then row number 6 is Jim Kelleher. Now we'll move on to our production cars. They are the first group to go across the line. It'll be Stephen Simons and Tyler Ladd on the front row of the production group, followed by row number 2, Don Tucker in the Mazda Miata number 9 with Mark Weber and another Mazda Miata in car number 24. Then you have got row number 3, Weber Manning on the inside, Paul Evans on the outside of row number 3. Moving on to our final row here in our first group, Carl Mayer is going to be starting in the number 21 Honda CRX. That's how they're going to start, Tom, here as we get our 25-lap production and B-Spec race underway.
And back to this morning, this session was our first one to be a little disjointed in that Carl Mayer car. Unfortunately, it looks like it didn't make the grid, brought out a black flag momentarily. So a couple of the cars did not get really the runs that they would have liked. And I think a couple people were a little bit thrown off by getting reset in the middle of that session. So we'll see how that unfolds, both in E-Production, which was out-qualified by F-Production somehow. In E-Production should be quicker than F. But also in B-Spec, we have drivers like Josh Schmidt, who was in the top 10 of the runoffs last year, nearly dead last in that Chevy Sonic. So there's a lot of moving parts in this race.
Definitely the case. This will be likely one of the more entertaining races of the year. Sydney, it could be of the year.
Sure, I hope so.
You could be. Definitely of the weekend. Sydney Davis, Yeagle in the chat, greatest comment yet, asking if there's anybody who can babysit while she cheers on the 46 car. That, of course, is Eric Yeagle. Sydney is also our race director this weekend and the new kind of director of the Super Tour here for SCCA, taking over for Jeff Barrow, who is moving on to another job in the professional motorsports world. We wish him the best of luck. It was great to work with Jeff while he was here. Sydney Yeagle's taking over on an interim basis. I'd love to see Sydney get it on a full-time basis, but I don't get to make a choice or a vote. But she'll do a great job here with us. Her guy is racing in the B-Spec race here. Here comes our production cars to the green flag. Hopefully. Oh, there it is. Green flag is in the air. We are racing here at NOLA. Production cars now heading down to turn 1 for the first time. Here's your B-Spec cars. One of the drivers who's normally out there put in the chat, Chris Taylor. He must be channeling his inner Darrell Waltrip, so I'll do it for you, Chris, and it's be the only time I'll do it all year. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys. I will not do that again all year long, I promise.
I liked it. That was a great start for Don Tucker, who's got a lot of pressure on the back of his pole sitting in the class. Steven Simons, that's an F production, but now we're burying 14 B-Spec cars down into turn 1. Do they all come out the other end? They do. Eric Yeagle goes to the top of the board, and then the Mini Cooper, as they are now approaching a waving yellow for a spun prod car.
Yeah, that looks like that could be Mark Weber there. I'm not certain, but that looks like it's a Mazda, a red Mazda 25, probably Mark Weber. Here comes the whole B-Spec field past him. SCCA Hall of Famer Mark Weber, and only with one B, so not the Formula 1 driver Mark Weber. Now it's a whole different Mazda. It's a black one. I don't think it's the red one.
And
After
I
all,
think,
after all
well,
that.
You were close. His name's Weber Manning. So we were so close. I had to figure that one out.
So close.
But Eric Yeagle gets a bit of a breakaway from that waving yellow now, as that's broken to draft, actually. Whoa, big move from the Mini in 5th. I think that was Connor Kelleher trying to get real racy on the back of Stuart Black in the Chevy Sonic.
Here comes your B-Spec cars now through turn 8. Nice and clean. We will see how they all shook out here on this opening lap. Kent Carter dropped back to 5th place. If you want the announcers to talk about your car, Tom, make it purple metallic.
With teeth.
With teeth, because you'll be able to pick it out of a crowd. Eric Yeagle coming into 14. I think Thomas Pendergrass is in 3rd there. We'll know more when they cross the line here on the first lap.
Yeah, Stephen Pounds keeping the pressure on the back of Eric Yeagle for the top spot, and you're correct. It was Thomas Pendergrass that's in the black Mini that was looking racy on the back of Stuart Black. That's in the Chevy Sonic, not to be confused with the color of Pendergrass's car. Look
Exactly.
at Pendergrass using every inch onto the front straightaway, that Mini extending the radius, but now he's going to tuck into the draft of the Chevy Sonic. It's going to be a freight train down into turn 1, I think, for the Mini.
Here they come across the line for the first time. Your E-Production or your production cars. Leader Tyler Ladd, Steven Simons, Don Tucker, Mark Webber, and R. Paul Evans. Now looking at B-Spec, it's Yeagle, Pounds, Black, Pendergrass, and Carter, your top 5 there. Talked to Thomas. He came up and talked to us during the lunch break. He's actually working in New Orleans this weekend. Had Chris Taylor pull the car out here for him so he can come racing. Nice way to get a work vacation-ish thing going on. So great to have him out here.
That is really great, and it's turning into a really good race here in B-Spec too. Eric Yeagle lost a little bit of the magic that he had on that first lap and now has a ton of pressure from Stephen Pounds. And we might as well call this a 5-car battle, as we have Tom Pendergrass and Kent Carter just clinging onto the back. A little bit of a gap then to Joseph Gersh in the sedan Toyota Yaris for 6th.
Yeagle. There's where my brain is. Yeagle, Pounds, Black, Pendergrass, Carter, Gersh, Kelleher. That's your top 7 cars in B-Spec. 5 of them right there, all bunched up together. 6th and 7th place, going like, we got to get working so we can catch up.
Well, we were talking in qualifying about how these cars don't recover very well from having to go offline or having to go side by side. So it's not unfathomable that Gersh, Kelleher, Schmidt, etc. could get back up to this top 5-car battle. A quick mention at the top of the board, Tyler Ladd is leading overall and has already picked up over a 1.5 seconds from his qualifying time. So the E-Production car has found some time finally.
Yeah, that car is a, it's got Jesse Prather motor in it, which means it's going to probably be fast, and it probably isn't going to break. Side by side, coming through 16, 17. That's for the lead. And Yeagle able to hold on to the lead at least for one more corner. Oh, Pendergrass comes so close to that tire wall.
And at some point, there's a point of diminishing returns with the amount of distance you're covering.
Right.
He's using all that space. It doesn't seem to really be paying off, trying to chase down that quote-unquote big bore B-Spec in the Chevy Sonic.
Yeah, it's not like when you're like stock car racing and maybe running the high line can be faster. Typically, that's not the case with these cars.
Just because there's no banking, correct, yeah.
Correct, yep.
Stuart Black is looking quick now in the Chevy Sonic. He's got a big old dig out of turn 1 up underneath the back of Stephen Pounds. We're nearly side by side going into it, and he's going to make the move. They do go side by side into turn number 3.
Those 5 cars there trying to keep all together so that when we get to the last 5-6 minutes of this race, it'll be really, really entertaining.
Stuart Black, yeah, that was great. Using the torque of the Chevy Sonic to dig just to stay ahead into turn 4, and has now picked up that second position in B-Spec, which has given Eric Yeagle, I think, a welcomed breather, but they're still side by side through turn 6.
Up front with the production cars, don't want to forget about them. Ladd, Simons, Tucker, Weber, and Evans. None of those battles are really close, which is why we're not focusing on the production cars. We're keeping the love here with the B-Spec cars, but we will get back to that production race here in just a few minutes. There is Yeagle. He's now opened up a 5-6 car length lead over Stephen Pound. Stuart Black, though, right there, hoping to be able to get caught up.
Thomas Pendergrass looking a little bit scrappy in that black Mini, as he has since the start of the race, but lurking in the background with the teeth on the front. It's not easy to miss, but it has been a quiet race so far for Kent Carter, as he now gets maybe an opportunity side by side for the cars in third.
And that was like almost kind of an attempt at an over-under there by Pendergrass, but he did not get it done. Thomas is one of those cars who doesn't get to come out so often, so when he is out here, he's kind of a wild card. Not that he's a wild driver, but he can be really fast and run up front like he is now, and then other times he doesn't quite, get but get the learning on the racetrack. This is his first time here, and he didn't get a chance to do the test day yesterday, and he's doing just a fantastic job here with 18 minutes to go.
Look on the inside for Kent Carter, not going to complete the thought down into turn number 1, and he's going to lose so much time. Look at that. Purple Mazda 2 drops like a rock coming off of turn 2. Those are those choices that you have to learn the consequences of to be successful here in B-Spec as things simmer for just a moment. And I noticed coming onto the front straight, they're actually avoiding the curb and going around it around the outside. I wonder if these cars can just take that high line and avoid the curb to keep the cars from bouncing and actually go quicker.
Yeah. Well, they're certainly not losing a lot of space to themselves within that group by doing that, because they're all kind of doing it. I guess when in Rome, do what they do in Rome.
Yeah.
I'd like to see, though, is Yeagle not going out there, and that's why he's been able to open up that lead, is by he's keeping it a little tighter out of 17. We'll try to catch it this time by. So we'll follow this group until they get to the front straight, Jordan, and then I want to try to pick up some of our production cars and give them a little bit of love. But let's stay with them here for another half a lap here. I really want to see where Eric Yeagle, the line he takes through 17, because he's certainly doing something that's making him a little quicker than the cars behind him. Look at those cars bounce through there, Tom.
And he's got that red Honda Fit set up nice and loose every shot onto the S's here. You see the back end of the car swinging around just enough. That car makes probably 92 horsepower, so you got to keep it as high momentum as possible. Wiggles under the brakes.
Yeah, and I will tell you, as a guy who autocrossed a Honda Fit, to get a Honda Fit loose takes some effort.
It really, really does.
That has always been my problem.
Stephen Pound's running really wide coming off turn 14. Now this is our corner that we're really interested in. Where do they run coming off the exit? Lots of curb.
Yeah.
And it's Pendergrass. Look at him going around the outside of the curb.
It doesn't seem like he's losing any ground to the cars in front of him by doing that. So
I wouldn't say he's gaining either. It's just
an
interesting strategy there.
Yeah. All right, let's see if we can find our production cars. I see Tyler Ladd going into the S's right now. So let's see if we can pick him up. There he is, right there. Perfect timing going into 14. Thank you, Jordan. He is your race leader there, catching up this black car that he's catching. That was the car that spun earlier, Weber Manning. So he's about to put that car a lap down. He is your race leader at the moment. He has a 23-second lead over the next car, which is an F production car. So that big lead is over a different classed car. So that's not surprising. The E production cars should be a little faster than the F production cars, and Tyler Ladd has shown us how to get it done, Tom.
He sure has. That's Steven Simons now on camera, black with the yellow back end in F production. A podium finisher from last year's runoffs, got the bronze medal late in the race. Ended up very surprised that he ended up where he did. Great interview. But these races can very much mean different things for different classes. And we saw amazing racing in B-Spec. There's a lot of racecraft practice and all that going on. In production, the cars are so much more complex that it's actually worth getting some of these quote-unquote boring races just to get your race worked out in the early season so that you can actually have the car underneath you when you go towards the races in the end of the year, especially the runoffs.
You know, you said great interview, and I hope if you go back and watch the runoffs races, make sure you watch the interviews afterwards. These teams and these drivers put all their blood, sweat, and tears, sometimes every penny of their savings, into their efforts. And when you end up on the podium at the runoffs, the emotion in some of these interviews is just so amazing to hear what these drivers have to say right after they get in the car, after a great battle, or maybe their first or even 10th trip to the podium at the runoffs. It's a good bit of television, I got to tell you.
And a lot of the winners are still that truest sense of grassroots racer, where they may not even have a radio to know where they finished. They saw the checkered flag and they know that it's over, and that's how you end up with Steven Simons in third, going, "I'm on the podium," and getting an interview in that state. It's really fun. Tyler Ladd working around the outside of Josh Schmidt, or Connor Kelleher, in the Mini. Trying to, I'm assuming this would turn into a test session. This is what does the car do over a long period of time in hot conditions at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Well, and this is, and actually high humidity and 75 degrees could be very much like what you're going to get at Road America at the end of the year. These conditions could be really, really similar to October in Wisconsin, 70, 75 degrees and high humidity. So might be good for that type of situation. And this is another one of those situations, Tom, we were talking about earlier, where that lead car, because it has such a big lead, can take its time going through these slower cars and not mess up their races and really pick the right time to get around.
I noticed a big slide from Tyler Ladd coming onto the front straight, so it's not like he's cruising around. But we're taking a look back at B-Spec. Stuart Black looks to have figured out his strengths in that Chevy Sonic, and he's trying to throw stuff at the wall being the back bumper of Eric Yeagel's Honda Fit. But that Fit looks really good in this high-speed section. He pulled out just a little bit through turn 5 and now has a 2-car length lead going into turn 8.
Yeah, one thing I've watched with these B-Spec cars over the last couple of years is that even when one of them starts to pull away, they realize, and you think the race is kind of done, well, they've probably kind of overcooked their tires to pull away, and by the end of the race, you've got a 3 or 4 car battle for the lead. And that looks a little bit like what we've got going on right now.
Coming up on lap traffic as well, that's the H-Production Datsun 510 of Paul Evans, who has been pretty heads up for the rest of the weekend so far, but he's got 5 cars in B-Spec coming up quick. And I'll shout out also, or say at least, Stephen Pounds is still looking really racy on the back of Stuart Black. That is the red and blue Mini in 3rd place.
Well, and what a perfect time for the field to catch up to that car, that 510, because on the straightaway he can let them by without causing any problems to his race or their race.
Whether he will or not, though, is a different question. Look at that.
He can do it, but the question, you're right, will he? And maybe he won't. That's a great idea. Well, now Yeagel's going to get around. The problem is, will the rest of the field be able to get around? Your top 3 certainly did, and he's getting out of the way for the rest of the cars. Didn't make it maybe as easy as he could have. But anyway, they're all back through now. Kenner's got to hustle to catch back up. Look at how that field is spread out, though. Just that little bit of slower traffic, having a hard time getting around it.
And this is the section Stuart Black is trying everything. Remember, he's got 0.2 more liters in that Chevy Sonic, which makes it really quick off these slow corners. And then Eric Yeagle tends to pull it right back out. But yeah, Yeagle got balked pretty good just in trying to figure out what the lap traffic was doing more than anything.
All right, 11 minutes to go. Let's do a call to grid and take our break. And when we come back, hopefully, green flag all the way to the finish line. Up next, attention in the paddock, Group 4, Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid. Group 4, Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for your race. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here at NOLA, someone in the chat, Dieter Lassell, asked what are the times for the B-Spec cars? Right now, your fast car is Eric Yeagle with a 2:10.6. So that is the situation at this moment. There you see Tyler Ladd now working his way through the leaders in B-Spec, trying not to mess up their race. But look at what has now happened, Tom. It is a big gap now between first and second and third. 7 minutes, 35 seconds to go. There is your race leader going by. He's now free and clear, and now there's no one else around the B-Spec cars. So that Type 5 cars, if they can bunch back up together, could have a very, very interesting final 5 minutes in this race. Your top 5 in B-Spec: Eric Yeagle, Stuart Black, Stephen Pounds, Thomas Pendergrass, and Kent Carter in the purple car, bringing up the rear of this little pack here. But big gaps now have formed. With 7 minutes to go, that may be really problematic for the rest of those cars out there. Oh, Tyler Ladd, your race leader, spinning in turn 3.
Wow.
Now, all that work he did to get around the B-Spec field, he's going to have to do it all over again.
Well, a couple minutes ago, he had a big slide coming onto the front straight, which tells us that that car was a little looser than he might like. And there's not a lot of elevation here, or mechanical grip is king really here at NOLA Motorsports Park. It looks like that Z3 is running a little bit short on it here in the closing minutes of this race. But back to B-Spec, to your point, I'm surprised at how quickly they got spread out. And I think that was mostly due to a mistake from Stephen Pounds in this section of the track last time by, which spread them out just slightly. And now that's allowed Kent Carter one lap later to get past Tom Pendergrass.
Yeah. Now the question is, can Carter stay in front of Tom Pendergrass? That will be the big question there. But I think it's going to be difficult without something funky happening, Tom, for the first 3 cars to catch back up to each other here with only 6 minutes to go. But all of a sudden, third place looks like it's catching second place.
Yeah, I think there's not a lot of pace left in Stuart Black's car. He became the cork in the bottle while we were on break, just a little bit, and you saw how quickly just now Stephen Pounds caught right back up, dancing the Mini through the S's, and he's going to go for it. They're side by side into the curbs at turn 14. Now he's got the long way around the outside to go. No, he thinks better of it, tightens the Mini up. But he is really on the back of that Chevy Sonic. I think Stuart Black might be a little bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, I think now he realizes that he doesn't have to work. Look at how wide Stuart Black goes, and Pounds going to come right up underneath and get the pass done now. No need to push it right there. He realized that, and now Tyler Ladd trying to make all those passes again after whatever happened, a mistake or something there. But he's got around a couple of them, and now he's got to do it all over again.
But again, leaving strips of black tire rubber onto the front straight out of the back of that Z3. And they're quick cars, e-production cars, but they're not that powerful. So that's just mechanical grip letting him go, letting him down a little bit. Still side by side for fourth in B-Spec. Pendergrass tried to go for it up the inside and couldn't make the pass happen.
Yeah, and the other question I have is all of that rubber that he's putting down, it's really not necessary. He's got a ginormous lead. Obviously, you want to have the time out there and have fun driving the car. Maybe he's having a hoot doing it, but it just seems like he's setting himself up for an issue that he really doesn't need to set himself up for.
They could really be using it for test and tuning, though. I
Sure.
do agree the risks are not worth taking. It's especially not worth spinning, but there's so much adjustable on these production cars that the window becomes quite small for them to drive the way that you would hope for them to drive.
Right.
It's not just like getting in your street car and it drives the way you think. Everything's been changed. So they're probably working on some setup and chassis things
Sure.
that we may not even understand underneath the bodywork of that Z3.
All right, there is Ladd now making that move to get around the second and third place cars in B-Spec. Let's see if he got it done here. There's your leader. And Tyler Ladd got around the third place car. He still needs to dispatch the second place car.
And I'm not sure. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and even a car that's as fast as that Tyler Ladd car, once you get in the twisty bits, even with this slowest class, you really can't make the pass cleanly until you get back onto a straightaway. That's how tight this is.
It is, and he's being very patient as well. Maybe being a bit shaken after having to spin. He thinks, okay, I'll just take it easy through these and make this pass, somewhere comfortable. Battle for fourth, and B-Spec is still not going anywhere as somehow Thomas Pendergrass got a heck of a run through the S's, was up on the inside through turn 14 and passed Kent Carter onto the front straight, but now drags the mirror all the way out to the wall nearly, and Carter's going to get a run back at him.
This is one of the fun parts about SCCA, Tom, is that obviously you want to be racing for wins and trophies, but these two guys racing for fourth place are having an absolute hoot out there. And I can tell you when they're done, as long as they don't have any contact, they'll jump out of the cars, give themselves hugs, and get ready to do it again tomorrow.
And they're going at it once more down into turn one. Kent Carter tried it. He couldn't make that pass happen either. I'm noticing in B-Spec, that inside line at turn one is not very good. Everybody who goes around the outside keeps making the time. Real quick, there in the background is Steven Simons, who's the F production leader of this race, just coming up on the lap traffic of B-Spec in his Miata just there.
2 minutes to go here. Let's do a call to grid. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 4 cars. Spec Racer Fords to the grid for your race. Group 4 to the grid. 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. I gotta tell you, it is getting closer and closer every lap between first and second place, Eric Yeagle and Stephen Pounds.
It is. Get this. Stephen Pounds was 1.5 seconds faster than Yeagle last lap.
Wow.
Pounds put in his best lap of the race on that last lap. We're talking about the Mini Cooper that is now caught up to the red Honda Fit for the top spot in B-Spec. They're about to come swinging into the S's right here. Whoa, literally swinging for Eric Yeagle as the back end enters before the front end almost.
So has Stephen Pounds been able to keep his tires good enough to be really strong here in these final laps? It is looking to be somewhat of that.
It definitely is. The Minis look like they're just a pretty strong package here over the long run of the race. I'm not sure if Yeagle is doing much cruising or if it's potentially a little bit loose for that Honda Fit. You can see how much swinging around it's done. But the Mini has come back with a vengeance, and it looks like the Mini is specifically strong in maybe the first sector. He made up so much time.
Here they come. This should be white flag in the air, and it is. We are on our final lap, and the question is, can Eric Yeagle hold off Stephen Pounds? Stephen Pounds is coming and coming fast after his rear bumper, and we will see if he is able to get it done here. Here they come into turn one for the final time. This is a good possible place to go. Not quite close enough right here going into turn one.
We've seen passes start at turn 1 and end at turn 7, so this is not over for sure. This is a decent passing opportunity, but it's a big wide open space as they're coming into turn 3. The Mini's going to look to the inside. I think Eric Yeagle's been managing this perfectly. He opens the inside to make sure that he gets that momentum around the outside. And once again, the pass did not work. Eric Yeagle continues to lead B-Spec.
Eric Yeagle really savvy with these B-Spec cars. It looked like he'd opened the door just for a moment for Stephen Pounds and then slammed it shut. and now he retains the lead here with just a few more corners to go. There they come. Looks like the gap widened just a little bit, but Stephen Pounds is not giving up. He's got a couple of more passing opportunities left in this lap to try to get it done.
Going to need a really good run through the S's, I think, is his only shot. Really needs to get the pass on into turn 14, which is the heavy braking zone at the end of this twisty bit. We'll see if Jägel gets it a little bit more composed into the S's this time. Here comes the Honda Fit driver. Not really. He's still sideways slinging the Fit, and that's where the Mini's making its time. Look at how much closer. Here comes the passing opportunity.
Here they come, coming out of the S's, coming into turn 14. It is Jägel up front and Pounds in second place right there. No issues right now. Jägel able to hold the lead through 14 into turn 15. Hopefully that faster car will stay out of the battle here. Just let this thing play out. Here they come through 16, 17, the final time. Pounds right there trying to make it by. I don't think he's close enough, though, to make this pass happen. Coming down here for the final time towards the flag, it's going to be Eric Jägel with the win. Stephen Pounds in second. And it looks like Stuart Black's going to be able to hold on for third. In a great race for Thomas Pendergrass to come in fourth with Kent Carter in fifth.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you, B-Spec drivers, for entertaining us there. In the meantime, Tyler Ladd has also finished in E production. Steven Simon's finishing side by side with B-Spec in F production to take their wins respectively. And Paul Evans has continued to circulate and will complete the 12th lap of the race in his Datsun 510 to win H production.
Well, there you have it. What a great little finish here in the B-Spec. And we've got another great one coming up here with Spec Racer 4. That is next. I don't think we have any cleanups out there, so it should be right about 5 minutes down the road. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have that Spec Racer Ford race. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4, Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid. Also, will the driver of car number 23, FE2, 23 FE2, please go to Tech. Please go to Tech. The car number 23 FE2 driver, please go to Tech. All right, folks, we'll be right back in a moment.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back here at NOLA Motorsports Park, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, a Driver's Eye live production. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman. Jordan Worth is the guy pressing the buttons, doing a fantastic job. Brendan Kazmarek, our executive producer, he's doing okay. We are getting ready for our fourth race of the afternoon. Spec Racer 4-3, let's do our starting lineups. In row one, from the Hallett Racing Garage, Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long. In the number 105 for Stevens and the number 52 for Peyton Long. Row number two, Denny Stripling and Russ Turner, teammates also together in row number two. Row number three is Richard Stevens and Joseph Malley. Row number four, we've got Richard Baldwin and Joshua Justice. Row number five is Ben Jacobs and Tyler Fox. Moving on to row number six, we've got Gian Claudio Angelini and Scott Monroe in row number six. We've got our row numbers. The next row, Jordan Wisely and Nils Macias. And it looks like, I'm going to guess this is row seven, Sal Weber and Judson Hope. All right, row number nine, even though it says row number four, is Charles Pigeon and Ashley B. Oaks. Moving on, Tom Burt and Chris Funk. Then you've got Carl Hayward and Kelly Toombs. Followed by Edward Cavalier and Paul Miranda. Ben Pigeon and Kevin Malley in row 13. And Craig Wheatley, Kirk Collier in row 14. And on our final row, we've got Corey Ruth and Brad Gorandana. That is your starting lineup here for our fourth race of the day. Tom, Spec Racer 4-3, one of the premier classes, one of the most highly subscribed classes, and usually puts on a great show.
Yeah, coming to the green with 30 cars, this is bound to be a good one. And they had a disjointed qualifying session as well. So a break in the middle of the qualifying session to collect a couple of cars, left only one lap. Left time for only one lap when they returned to the track. So we saw a little bit of traffic play factor in that. I don't think this is a very representative grid, although a lot of the cars are roughly where they should be, I think, in qualifying if everything was perfect. It's not exactly the case, so we'll see how that shakes out with this 25-minute race.
Yeah, I would say your top five, top seven are probably pretty much where they would be. And then there's some wild cards a little further back in the field where we're going to have to wait and see how they pull through here. There is the field looking very nicely bunched together here as they come through turn 16 and turn 17 here. Nice rows of two all the way back through row number 12 or 13. Very well done, folks. Here they come now as they get a little bunched up here like they'd like them to be, nice and close. Lines of two. The starter is in, looking at it right now, deciding what they like. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing here at NOLA. 30 cars heading down towards turn one for the first time.
The front row went nice and early, so the field is not too fanned out, but still tons of dust flying in the air into the visors of these drivers. They're 2 and 3 wide down into turn number one with lots of runoff on the other end. Where do they all end up? They're pointed the right direction and still on power toward turns 3.
Yep, through turn 2, on our way to turn 3. Everybody looking like they're playing well in the sandbox at this moment. Here they go through turn 3. One car high up on the curb there. Able to get through okay. And here comes your leaders now. Still too wide action there back in rows 5, 6, 7.
That was Joseph Maley with a nice outside move around the outside of, I think, Russ Turner to pick up a position in that white and red. That car was also really scrappy in qualifying, and it sure is. That white and red car is now latched onto the back end of Denny Stripling, who runs third. I believe the positions are unchanged at the front of the field. Tyler Stevens leads Peyton Long, and they're getting a little bit of a 2-car breakaway.
Russ Turner's got some fans in the chat. Jamie Turner and Marilyn Knuckles in the chat, all both rooting for Russ. Russ Turner, one of the good guys out here. Had a chance to interview him before the runoffs a couple of years ago. Really nice guy, really smart. Big cheerleader for this class. Here they come, sliding through the S's, in some cases literally. Everyone's kind of fanned out. Fairly single file now. Now we've got one car pulled off. Did not make the first corner properly. Waiting for the entire field to go by, which is nice of him to do, but that's going to be just devastating if he's just waiting. My guess is that maybe he's dead stick and does not have any power. Here they come across the line for the first time. It is Long, Turner, Stripling, Stevens, Malley, and then Richard Stevens in 6th place.
Yeah, that was a big mistake for me. Excuse me. It was Russ Turner that's up to 2nd, and Tyler Stevens was the quote-unquote big loser on that first lap, although he's been racing to get himself right back into the fight for 3rd. He went side by side with Denny Stripling through turn 1. They're still not able to work it out going down into turn number 3, and Stripling gets pinched way up on the inside curb. It's about half the height of one of these spec racers. Russ Turner going for the lead.
Peyton Long and Turner pulling away a little bit. They've now got maybe a 4 or 5 car length lead here as they come out of turn 4 and 5. There they are. And then that pass that you were just seeing, I think, Tom, was Denny Stripling or Tyler Stevens trying to get around Denny Stripling for 3rd place.
Now Stripling on the back foot just slightly, and a lot of pressure from Joseph Maley. That's the top 5. Then Richard Stevens was in 6th across the line. Tyler Fox, Gianclaudio Angelini. Richard Baldwin actually dropped quite a few positions on that first lap from 6th to 9th, and Josh Justice rounding out the top 10. We're going to keep an eye on the tire wear of these cars as well. If we can see in this shot already how skatey the back ends can be. We'll see in 20 minutes if they've got a little bit less stability or if they kind of survive the race that way.
Another beautiful day out here at NOLA. Weather could not be more perfect. 74 degrees right now. That was that car we were talking about earlier is just dead in the water right there. And going to wait there till the end of the race, and then they'll tow it in. That car that's stuck out there, by looking at timing and scoring, my guess is going to be that is the Jordan Wisely car, the number 28 car stuck out there. Across the line again now at the end of lap 2. Peyton Long, Russ Turner, Tyler Stevens takes over for Denny Stripling into 3rd place. Stripling in 4th, then Malley, Stevens, Tyler Fox, Richard Baldwin moves up to 8th. Giancarlo Angelini falls down to number 9th, and then you've got Joshua Justice in 10th.
Fastest car last time through, Tyler Stevens at a 151.8. That is multiple tenths clear of everybody else, and that's the 3rd place driver in the red and black that is quickly finding his way back up to the top spot, the battle for the top spot.
Yeah, that's right, and you can see, look at the gap has just gotten a lot tighter between 2nd and 3rd place. And Stripling's going to have to work hard now to hold on to that lead back, because if those 3 cars can hook up, they're going to be a lot faster than that single car in 4th.
Now, Stripling's struggling just a little bit at the start of this race, and I wonder if that's maybe just a bit of a miss on setup or even something small like tire pressure. That's the 5th car. Wow, look at Malley completely sideways. Had to actually get out of it and correct it for 5th. That was a big moment.
Yeah, definitely. Now look at those front 3 now all together. That is a great opportunity for Stevens. And the 2 young lads from that... Oh, what did I miss?
I just saw Tyler Stevens up all over the inside curve as Russ Turner leading the race, and it's you mentioned their teammates, but I think Tyler Stevens is feeling a little impatient.
I was going to say, Long and Stevens, young drivers out of the Hallett Motor Racing garage, and Turner, the wily veteran, in the middle of that sandwich. This could be very, very interesting.
All right, last time by, the new fastest lap of the race goes to Denny Stripling, so that car's coming good. 3 laps in. Kind of in no man's land there. But the top 3 are absolutely together. Then it's a little bit of a gap back to Stripling, fastest car on track, then Joseph Maley, and then Richard Stevens, who has found his way back up a couple of spots. I got that car confused earlier with Richard Baldwin, so I apologize for that.
Jennifer Stevens in the chat rooting for Tyler and Richard Stevens and Peyton Long. I was going to call him Peyton Manning. I wonder why.
Yeah. And then we got Jamie Turner rooting for Denny and Russ. So we got dueling camps in the YouTube chat. I love that.
That's right. That's right. No beefing in the YouTube chat, people. That time across the line, it was Turner ahead with Peyton Long going back to 2nd place. That means that, as I say, that means that Long and Stevens, who are teammates, are now nose to tail. I don't know that I wanted to separate I would have liked to keep those two cars separated if I was Russ Turner.
It's a good point, but the bigger problem is he doesn't have anybody to work with. It's just he is the draft partner for everybody at this point. So
Right.
they are much more in control, being the following cars, than if they were the lead car. In the meantime, Russ Turner is able to control the race just slightly, and I think that's actually brought Denny Stripling, sure enough, right back up to the front. That could have been a little bit strategic as Maley continues to struggle with rear grip and goes for a big slide behind Richard Stevens.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Tom, about the strategic part of this. With now Stripling up into that group, now Turner has his teammate there with him. So you've got the two teammates in second and third, then teammates in first and fourth, and that may be exactly what he was thinking, to bring everybody together. And now he's got some help because he's going to need it here as this race wears on.
Russ Turner lifts and lets them go into turn one. You see that? He made it easy and slots in front of his friendlier face, Denny Stripling. Now he's going to go for the move and try to take Stripling with him. Maley
And
loses the
finally,
back.
Maley makes the way around. He's been wanting to do that for 3 or 4 times. Finally, he said, all right, I'm going to make the spin and make it happen. Yeah, I wonder if there's a problem with the rear end of that car, Tom. Look at this, side by side. Teammates on the inside, teammates on the outside going through turn 5.
This is awesome stuff from Spec Racer, and that's going to become the outside for turn 5. There's not a lot to do with that run. What's going to happen? Who's going to come out on front? I think the Oklahoma boys are going to have it. Oh, they're still fighting, absolutely side by side through the bumps there. Russ Turner was trying to hang on to it, but he couldn't get it done.
In that first group, the order has all messed up now. Now it's Peyton Long out front again. Look at the gap he has opened up. That won't last long, though, with those 3 cars hopefully working together to get caught back up, and I'm sure they will. But a little bit of opening for Peyton Long there as they come now through the S's. But all of that argy-bargy there has allowed Peyton Long to open up maybe a 5 or 6 car length lead here as he goes into turn 14.
Yeah, Russ Turner really wanted to keep that battle going as long as possible, and that has separated the top 2 by quite a bit. Now they're going to have to work together, Russ Turner and Denny Stripling, to try to get past the second place car of Tyler Stevens.
And don't look.
Go ahead.
I say don't look now, but Richard Stevens has joined the fray as well. He's your 5th place car. Coming across the line, it is Long, then Stevens, then Russ Turner, then Denny Stripling, and Richard Stevens. So you've got the older guys, or the old guys of Turner, Stripling, Stevens, and I only say old compared to Long and Stevens, the young guys up front.
Those cars have the pace right now, but it's a long way to the checkered flag. And remember, we mentioned tire deg early on. That's going to be a continuing thing. Tire degradation, tire heat with these long and flat corners. The tires just absolutely get worked out on this track, specifically the left side tires. And
it's funny.
The third and fourth place drivers are a bit more experienced, so maybe they'll know that.
Interesting, a couple of years ago I talked to Russ Turner, and he had mentioned how there were some young drivers who were just starting to get into Spec Racer Ford, and that in the next couple of years, a class that really has been guys who often hold their Spec Racer Fords for years and years and years, more of an older, experienced Spec Racer Ford field, are now starting to feel some pressure from some of these young drivers, and it's showing up here really, really prominently here with these young guns, Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens, running up front, and then those older, more seasoned drivers of Turner, Stripling, and Stevens, trying to catch back up and make this a race.
And those top 2 cars are absolutely on rails. That was a fantastic shot of them coming into the S's, just up on the curb, but no slide at all, just carving in those Spec Racers. And I think the quickest car on track is Tyler Stevens. Timing and scoring confirms that. He's got a session best Sector 1 and a session best Sector 2. I think we're about to have a new fast lap of the race.
Here he comes across the line, and are you right? Yes, you are. He turned in the best lap of the race at a 1:51.2. Peyton Long put in his best lap of the race at a 1:52.021, almost a full second slower. Wow. But look at them hooked up nose to tail. It looks like Tyler Stevens does not want to be in second place anymore.
They've got a little bit of breathing room behind them, but not a ton. And with 13 minutes left, they're not going to be able to go side by side for many corners before that gap behind is evaporated. They're still side by side into turn 4, but Stevens does have the preferred line. As long as he doesn't run wide on exit, that should have been a pretty nice textbook over inside, outside, inside, let's say, here in turns 3 and 4.
Yep. Now, and this could also be a case where if they work well together and choreograph the swaps, taking turns running up front can be important. It's not terribly hot today, but the only air into the Spec Racer 4-3 is that little slit under the front bumper there, maybe the size of your fist. And if you run too far and too long right up the rear bumper of another car here, you can overheat pretty quickly. At 75, 76 degrees, might not be too much of a problem, but it is something to worry about. But if they do the swaps really elegantly, they can do it fast and not worry about giving up space to the cars behind them.
Very, very true. And they did that very nicely, actually. I think the Peyton Long did make it a little bit easier, although they looked like they were side by side, just kind of making sure that exchange didn't take too long. A little bit of drama in the background, I think, with Tyler Fox dropping some tires and Richard Baldwin's car in 6th. That's the multicolor car coming at us now, is looking like almost as much of a handful as Adam Maley's. Not Adam, but Maley's car before he spun.
Your top 10 at the halfway mark is Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens, Russ Turner, Denny Stripling, Richard Stevens. Actually, I was wrong. It's Tyler Stevens up front, then Peyton Long. In 6th is Richard Baldwin, followed by Tyler Fox, Gian Claudio Angelini, Joshua Justice, and Scott Monroe. We're going to do a call to grid, take our break here at NOLA. Our next call to grid. Attention to the paddock, Group 5. Spec MX5 to the grid. Group 5, Spec MX5 to the grid for your race. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from NOLA Motorsports Park. Stay with us, everyone.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance. What's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at NOLA Motorsports Park, we are watching this amazing battle in Spec Racer Ford. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, pulling away. They're your lead 2 cars. That's them right there coming onto the front straight. Right behind them is teammates Russ Turner and Denny Stripling doing everything they can to catch back up, Tom. But with 8 minutes to go, it is almost an insurmountable lead without the first 2 cars making some sort of a mistake at this point.
Yeah, as best they can is the key phrase there. They're doing everything they need to. They're matching the fastest laps nearly of the top 2, but the top 2 have just been pretty infallible since a couple laps ago when they got to the front. Specifically, Tyler Stevens has done a fantastic job to get his way back to the front and control this race nicely with a friendly face behind in Peyton Long, who actually was setting personal best sectors last lap. So we're not losing a lot of pace out of these spec racers in this heat of NOLA, or it's mild heat at least, let's say, with 7.5 minutes to go.
Lots of time. Oh, look at them hit those inside curbs. So it looks like the front 2 drivers are really curb tapping pretty significantly, while Turner and Stripling are staying more off the curbs, and certainly different strategies of how to take this racetrack. But the lead 2 cars seem to be hitting the curbs a little bit harder than everyone else.
Yeah, they definitely have. The way they're hitting the curbs is really, really quick. And I kind of think about it like when you come into your driveway. If you come at an angle, the bump is much less severe than if you just drive straight at it. There are ways to hit these curbs and come on and off these curbs that make the track smoother for the car or make the line faster for the car without upsetting it. And that seems to be what the top 2 have really figured out. Those cars also look the most stable of all of them. The other cars, you see a little bit more movement from the back end, specifically the cars that have already lost a little bit of pace, but we're still seeing little hints of slides from Russ Turner, Denny Stripling, Richard Stevens still clinging on there as well.
And Turner and Stripling are not, while they're teammates and they're close to each other on the track, they're really not close enough to take the full advantage of what is an amazing draft in the Spec Racer Ford class. You need to be really on the rear bumper of the car in front of you to make that draft really work well.
I thought I saw side by side for a second. It didn't work, so they're still in the same order. Peyton Long got a little bit racy down into turn 1. Had to look to the, I think, outside, which was unlikely to work, and it did not. But I agree with you, and I think that may also be, it looks like Denny Stripling is struggling with raw pace just a little bit. He's on pace, and he has had the fastest lap at one point, but over the race distance, that number 4 car has not been as strong to work with Russ Turner, as it looks like the 105 and 52 cars at the top are.
Yeah, it definitely looks to me like those guys have really hit the setup here perfectly here with 5 minutes and 25 seconds to go. And they're not making any mistakes. So it's just been a really impressive schooling of the rest of the field here. This corner right here looks just pretty when they go through it.
Yeah, it's visual. You don't get to see the difference in speed all that often on TV cameras, that obviously, but that just looks so much better for the top 2 cars to come through there. And again, that has to do with the setup of the car, how they entered onto the curb, the way the car's loaded when they get it into the corner. There's a lot of manipulation there that just makes it look really pretty for us, but they're working hard.
They are, and it also that's born out of the fact that when you have 2 drivers who are on the track so much together, they have a trust that they've come up with between the 2 of them where they know exactly what the car in front of them is going to do, and you can do that kind of racing when you've got that kind of trust.
Session best sector 2 for Peyton Long turns into a new personal best lap for that driver in second place. That was a 151.5. I have a feeling that this thing isn't quite over as Peyton Long again looking up the inside just a bit as Tyler Stevens running slightly wider line through turn 2. They're still nose to stern playing friendly into turn 3.
Well, they are teammates, but they're also guys who want to win races. So I'm going to guess that very, very soon, all bets are off. The gloves will be thrown. I mean, pick your analogy. And this is going to get really, really, and if it gets interesting enough, Turner and Stripling are close enough to be able to take advantage.
I think this track's proven to be pretty tough to pass at, and it takes multiple corners to complete a pass, which means you lose quite a bit of time. So you're right, could be very much a 4-car battle. Again, not too quickly, but that said, they've now worked up almost a 4-second lead between the top 2 and the next 2. So that's a pretty big chasm in Spec Racer especially.
Well, and it's exactly what they hope to do, so that when they do decide to race each other for the win, they can kind of eliminate the possibility that they're going to finish any worse than second. And they're kind of at that point right now. As long as they don't push each other off the racetrack, that they can basically race hard for these last 2 laps and not really have to worry too much about the second, third, and fourth place car catching up.
Exactly. And the rest of the field very much spread out. We had an awesome battle, I think, starting with Giancarlo Angelini, Tyler Fox, Josh Justice, Scott Monroe, that when we came back from battle, they were about 5 cars deep. But then this lead has really heated up in these last 2 laps. We're going to get 2 more, yeah?
Yeah, I think we are. There's 2:40 left. Yeah, they're going to come around and have 36 seconds left. Yep, they should probably have. Yeah, they're going to have 2 more laps after this, or 1 more lap after this lap. So that's okay. Just more fun for us to talk about for another 2.5 minutes.
Heck yeah, look at Russ Turner also pulling away again from Denny Stripling. So it looks like those 2 cars not quite as in lockstep with each other, as we mentioned. Russ Turner kind of pulling out to his own little space.
Well, and same deal for Turner and Stripling. You know, they're teammates, but I guarantee you that Russ Turner wants to beat Denny Stripling.
Yeah.
You know, so if now is the time for him to pull away a little bit and make that happen, he'll seal the last step on the podium. You know, teammates are great until you get to the final 2 laps.
And it almost hurts to lose more to your teammate.
Oh, it does.
Even though you race them all the way to the end to take them with you.
Yeah, you got to go to dinner with him at night, and one of them's got to buy, and the other one's got to watch you eat your dinner that you're buying. And,
exactly.
Yeah.
The trash talk, you never hear the end of it.
Yes, that is one thing I was really good at. I was much better talker than I was a race car driver.
Well, but here's the thing. Real quick, lap traffic for the leaders in a really awkward spot. Through the S's does a really nice job to disappear at a really tough spot.
Yeah, that worked out okay, though. He was able to get out of the way. Still,
I don't think they lost any time either. That was really nicely done.
Yeah. I gotta tell you though, I think we're gonna go side by side into turn 1 here, and then it's gonna be a crazy game on here for the final lap of this race. White flag in the air. Here they come down for the second to last time across the start-finish line.
Peyton Long with a nice tight line coming into the final corner, but I think Tyler Stevens opened it up nicely. They're going to be absolutely nose to tail at this point, coming into the braking zone for turn 1. Does he pop? They look like they're side by side. Again, the outside for Peyton Long is going to be tough to complete. He tries the over-under one more time.
Look at this great action here as we get to the final part of this race. Right now, it's Stevens in front, Long now side by side. Still Stevens in the front right now. Long trying to find a way to get by. Doesn't have a lot of time now. He's on the outside.
This is his 4th attempt at the over-under. Can it absolutely, will the final under complete the thought and let him get ahead coming into turn 5?
Here they come into turn 6. Let me guess, side by side. We'll see. No, it is Stevens out front, Long in second. This may be one of the few races, Tom, or places where you don't want to be in second place going into the final lap.
Yeah, you run out of opportunities to pass in those quote-unquote obvious passing zones pretty early on this lap. That's lap traffic battling there, you see. Yep. But that was really nicely held from Tyler Stevens to not let that quadruple over-under come to fruition.
And there is Stevens and Long for the final time through the S's. No go for Long here. Let's see if there's another opportunity to get this done. He's going to try going on the inside going into 14. Nothing to do there. Not close enough to make it happen. As long as Stevens doesn't get loose here through these final 2 sets of corners, I don't think Long can get past him. Here they come out of 16 through 17 for the final time. Down towards the checkered flag. It is in the air. Double checkers fly. And Tyler Stevens gets the win. Your top 4 in this race. The same top four we've watched the entire time, battling it out. Stevens, Peyton Long in second, Russ Turner in third, Denny Stripling in fourth, Richard Stevens in fifth, Richard Baldwin in sixth, Gian Claudio Angelini in seventh, Tyler Fox in eighth, Joshua Justice in ninth, and Scott Monroe. Oh, 3 wide coming to the line. Let's see, does this change anything? Looks like that was a little further back.
Yeah, that was Tyler Fox and Josh Justice. So it was the cars you were talking about. The gap at the line was .02. Nothing.
There you go. All right, that's going to do it here for race group number 4. Let's do a call to grid. We'll take a short break and get back to race group number 5. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group number 5 to the grid. Spec MX-5. Group number 5 to the grid for your race. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We are back. Race number 5 is upon us. Spec MX5 25-minute race. Let's get to our starting lineups real quick here. 11 cars on your front row. Well, no, 11 cars in the race. 2 cars on your front row. Ethan Lampy is your pole sitter. Next to him is Evan Jacobs. Moving on to row number 2. Cam Eben on the inside of row 2. Weston Duchek is on the outside of row number 2. Row number 3, Nathan Saxon in the 16 car. Next to him, Logan Stretch, car number 98. Row number 4, you've got Mateo Naranjo on the inside. Luke Pullen is on the outside of row number 4. Cool story to tell you about that in just a moment. Harbier Das in row number 5 on the inside. Jason Fichter is next to him. Next up is our final car here. Frankie Barroso in the 10 car will bring up the back of the field. That's how it's going to start here in Spec MX5. Funny in the chat, Andres Naranjo, Mateo's dad, says, I love this. So many Luke Pullen fans here. I have to ask, how much are you guys getting paid? I'm the father of another driver, Mateo, but I need tire money. Good stuff. That's awesome.
We got a lot of fans there in the chat. We've also, you mentioned a lot of fans for Luke Pullen in there.
Yep.
We've got family for Sebastian Naranjo in there, and also some love for Harbier in the 23 car. But this race is going to be super interesting. We saw in qualifying, it was essentially the first lap that mattered for everybody, and everybody had a very difficult time improving after that, which means the 25-minute race is a big unknown. This may not be fully indicative of the pace that these cars have 20 minutes into the race. And that's kind of been a theme going on through today, that the later in the race, the track seems to be pretty tough to hang on to today. And we already saw these cars skating around a bit in qualifying. This should be good.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how these drivers conserve those tires. Got a little thumbs up there, Ethan Jacobs, to his pole front row teammate there, front row buddy, Ethan Lampy. The Ethans on the front row. Now, I don't know if they've had a discussion about how they're going to handle turn 1. That is not necessarily a bad idea, to say let's how we're going to get through this safe and let everyone else have their problems behind us. Just a couple more corners to go before they get to the green flag here, hopefully.
The last car I'll mention while we have a second, the 10 car of Barroso at the back, won Spec Miata earlier today, but struggled in qualifying and starts at the back in this race, having been off pace. It's probably a newer car to that driver, but it could be a fun charge.
Yep, maybe there was just something wrong with the car for qualifying, and if they got it fixed now, he could drive right up the center of the field here and get in the mix quickly, because he knows how to drive a race car. Here they come to the line. Let's see if the check green flag goes in the air, and it does. We are racing here. Spec MX5, side by side, go to turn 1. No problems there. They are still side by side into 1. Let's see how they come out of 1 towards 2. Everybody looks like they're together. No issues so far.
One car having a little bit of a hiccup coming out of the exit of turn 1. Got really balked, had to go through the dirt for just a second, and now they're nearly 3 wide once again. Down into turn number 3. 11 cars strong in this field, but they are all covered with one blanket here into turn 4. We're going to have to wait for timing and scoring to see exactly where this thing figures out, but I think it's Jason Fichter with a heck of a start from way back in 10th. I believe I saw that car challenging for 5th just now.
There is Ethan Jacobs right in front of him as Ethan Lampy right behind him. You can see in the top left corner. I believe that's Weston Duchek that has been able to move into 3rd place, but we will know for certain when they come across the line here for the first time. But the important part is less about who is behind him, but look at the gap already between 2nd and 3rd, Tom.
Take a look also how much these cars dance through the S's. Little dab of the brake. Wow, a lot of movement on these cars as they come into the S's. A little bit wide for 3rd place, and the rest of them are basically driving blind through the windshield of the car in front. Another car mistake at the back, running a bit wide in 8. And it's a 3-car breakaway.
Driving blind through the windshield in front. I always couldn't understand that because I'm always driving with my eyes closed. So I don't know how anybody's looking through the windshield in front of them.
I just hope everything turns out okay. It'll be fine.
That's right. Exactly.
More shuffling for one of the cars in the background there. Frankie Barroso has picked up 1 position, but only on the merit of that mistake from the other driver. here comes our first time across the start-finish line, and I think probably the first time we've been single file on this first flying lap. We know it's Ethan Lampy and Ethan Jacobs at the front. Then who else?
Here they come across the line. I was wrong. It's Cam Eben who is that third place car as they come now down towards turn 1 for the second time. But the gap between second and third, and then the gap between third and fourth, is really already opened up a lot here on the first lap.
And sure enough, the big mover and shaker was Jason Fichter from 10th on the grid to 4th on that opening lap. That's the black and neon green car just entering the frame there. And he's actually pulled away from the car just behind Nathan Saxon, who we've seen have pretty good success in some of these cars. So that is a big charge for the former touring car driver and Pirelli World Challenge, Jason Fichter.
Got some experience in this field. You've got some young guns in this field. It's a little smaller Spec MX-5 field than we've seen on our East Coast races, but it has always been entertaining.
And again, this class coming in for the first year as a national class at the runoffs this year. So we're going to see more and more of these cars coming in. And it's kind of an evolution of, or a newer version of newer equipment than Spec Miata. Not necessarily as a replacement, but to give you something newer to race than those NA and NB cars that we've seen so much over the past couple of decades here in SCCA. Things spreading out. Whoa, look at this double file.
Double file at the back of the field, and that's just letting the front cars drive away. Molly Morin in the chat, rooting for Mateo, says that she saw him up at Lime Rock last year. That's cool. Spent a lot of time up at Lime Rock. Very cool racetrack. Lampy, Jacobs. Yeah, because Lampy, Jacobs, Eben, Fichter, Saxon, that's your top 5 right now. Someone in the chat says, tell Habir he needs to study for his psych exam. Uh-oh, someone should be home studying for a final. They're here at the racetrack instead. I love it. I'd rather be at the racetrack.
Oh, for sure.
I'm a bad influence, though.
I probably shouldn't share any more of my college dropout life either.
No.
But hey, looks like Jason Fichter's got a lot of pressure on him now as Nathan Saxon and Luke Pullen are coming back up towards the back end of that number 7. So we have a good 3-car battle for the lead. A little bit spread out, but not too bad. And then an awesome 3-car train for 4th right there. Luke Pullen doing a nice job as well. Started a little bit further back from where he runs now. That's 8th to 6th. Ooh, Cam Eben dropping a tire out of turn 6. That's a really, really tough spot.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot today where you get one car. It tends to be one car who puts a tire off every lap in that spot.
As I watch these cars, I think our camera car, Ethan Jacobs, looks to be the most composed. Whoa, a big moment for Weston Ducek, completely side by side. This is the car that I think looks the strongest right now with the composure that he's got through the S's and through some of the longer corners as he's now really turning up the wick. Almost a couple of nudges on the back, a big drift for Ethan Lampy in the lead.
And if you didn't know that Ethan Lampy was from Hollister, California, all you have to do is look at the license plate on the back of the car. Still has his California license plate on the car. That's awesome.
Look at all the trust these two have with each other just to stay completely buried in the throttle across those curbs with the wiggling of the car in front. Absolutely spectacular driving from these two so far as they continue to pull away by about now 2.2 seconds after Cam Evans' mistake.
Yeah, and Jacobs has no reason to drive around Lampy right now. There's 19 minutes to go. They're just working up that lead to kind of like what we had at the last race. If you could get a lead of maybe 4 or 5 seconds, once you get to those final few laps, you could just go have fun and go for it and really not have to worry about not finishing 1 or 2.
And we also speculate these tires are not necessarily the most durable for that long run, which makes it a very, very good tire for this class because you have to be a little bit on top of that tire management. And I think I agree. The best thing for Ethan Jacobs is just hang out, take care of those tires, and make a move in about 15 minutes time because this is still a long race at this point.
Well, and if they can get a nice little lead, they can preserve their tires, because these will be the same tires they're going to qualify and race on tomorrow.
Exactly.
So the easier you can make today's run, just the better you're going to have a chances at tomorrow.
This 3-car battle for 4th is still hot. It looks like Jason Fichter fell back 1 position, so it's Nathan Saxon now in 4th, Jason Fichter 5th, Luke Pullen up to 6th. Cool story, driver from the UK coming over here to run the Spec MX-5 in some of the SCCA races, representing Racing Pride as an organization as well, which works with Formula One teams. So it's a really, really cool to see that car in the field. Gets a little behind in the S's, loses touch just slightly, but I think he'll get right back there quickly.
Your top 10 right now: Ethan Lampy, Ethan Jacobs, Cam Eben, Jason Fichter, Nathan Saxon, Luke Pullen, Logan Stretch, Weston Duchik, and Frankie Barroso. And 10th place is Habir Das. Hearing that there's the corners are calling in some contact that happened, turn 5 a little bit, nose to tail. I think that's probably bump drafting.
Yeah. Depends on who you ask, maybe.
That's true. That's true. So
the guy getting pushed or the guy doing the pushing?
Nathan Saxon has moved up to 4th place. Jason Fichter drops down a position. So Saxton now hoping that maybe there be some issues with the cars up front to give him a chance to slide into a podium position.
Definitely got his sights set on Cam Eben, who has shown a little bit of slip and slide action. He's in the white and blue car, kind of in no man's land there between the 2 packs. That's the 3rd place car, but we've seen it skate around, as I mentioned. So he's going to have to be a little bit careful with using that car up if Nathan Saxon, Jason Fichter, and Luke Pullen start to catch up. That is every single car on track and screen that just went through there. They're only separated by 10 seconds. We've seen other classes just have 1st and 2nd separated by more than that. So this field is tight.
The one thing we've learned, Tom, over the first a year and a half of this class is that, unlike Spec Miata, where if you've got a 2 or 3 car pack like we've got here in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, they could draft themselves right up to that 3rd place car right now without too much of a problem. This Spec MX-5, this NC Miata, doesn't draft as well as the Spec Miatas do, and it doesn't have as much of an opportunity to do that. So losing touch early can be really, really detrimental, because you don't have the benefit of the bigger draft that you have in the Spec Miata class.
It is definitely less exaggerated, yeah, that's for sure. And the other thing is, you see they run the hardtops in this series. In other series, when you take the hardtops off of these cars, that exposed roll cage creates so much drag, which exacerbates that draft effect. We don't have that here, so it's even more important for these drivers to learn the car, learn how to maximize each bit of the car on every single lap, even as it degrades over time, or even if they have this pressure. As it almost looked like Ethan Jacobs was popping to the right just slightly across the start-finish line for the lead.
As they came across the line this time, 4.3 seconds, the gap between 2nd and 3rd, growing by a half a second or so, it looks like every lap. And that is exactly what the Ethans want to continue happening, Lampy and Jacobs. Here is the in-car camera from Ethan Jacobs, and he's right there, and he's just daintily giving a tiny little nudge coming out of that corner and not going too aggressive, because if he goes too aggressive, that car in front of him just turns around and they've lost all of their advantage. Just a real masterclass in how to help the guy in front of you or the driver in front of you with this kind of situation, and Ethan Jacobs is putting on an absolute show.
He's doing absolutely everything he needs to do to hound the absolute heck out of Ethan Lampy, who we're taking a look at the back of right now. And if you just notice, every single corner, the car in the lead is a little bit more ragged and a little bit wider than the car we ride on board with. Don't get me wrong, they're both moving around a lot, as we'll see coming into the next sequence, but these cars are very, very similar, and I think Ethan Jacobs has the car underneath him in 2nd right now.
Yeah, he could be holding back, not making any pressure, extra pressure that he doesn't need to. We're coming up on 13 and a half minutes, and they are certainly working well together. Absolutely no question in that. You know, and with a 4.5 second lead, they're going to have, if they continue to do this for another 4 or 5 minutes, they're going to be in a really, really wonderful spot to be able to go racing here. And then it's going to be elbows out and see who gets to the checkered flag first.
Nathan Saxon is getting very close to the back of Cam Eben, and while we were on board with Ethan Jacobs, Luke Pullen made the pass for 5th. So that'll put him up into the top 5 over Jason Fichter. Fichter had the amazing start, but it doesn't look like that car has the raw pace to actually run up into the podium positions over the 25-minute race.
13 minutes to go here. Our top 10. Let's go through all 11 of them. Why don't we? Actually, Matteo Naranjo, it looks like has fallen out of the race after lap 2. So he is our 11th place car right now. Maybe Dad in the chat can give us an update as to what's going on. But your top 10 right now is Ethan Lampy, Ethan Jacobs, Cam Eben, Nathan Saxon, Luke Pullen. That's your top 5. Then 6 through 10, Jason Fichter, Logan Stretch, Weston Duchik, Javier Daz, and Frankie Barrasso. That's how they stand right now as we get to the halfway point of this.
Pass for the lead. Ethan Jacobs goes through at turn 5, but not a spot we saw coming at all. All of a sudden, they pop into the frame and they're side by side. Sorry to catch you off guard there.
No, that's fine. I wonder if Lampy maybe missed a shift or something, because I didn't think he'd make that move. Or maybe they decided that I'm going to go the first half and you're going to go the second half, and had a discussion, because we're right at the halfway point. And now might be that is what the discussion. I don't know if they're teammates or not. But that certainly would be interesting to find out.
Yeah, for it to happen in that section of the track implies that it was unplanned.
Right.
Just because it would be such an odd spot to choose to make a move after he had been so patient. But either way, Ethan Jacobs goes to the lead. That's the car we've been riding on board with, and that's the first slide we've seen out of it. He's got a very different task now to just manage this race from the front.
Right, and we'll see how good the Ethan Jacobs car is here now. If he starts to drive away, that'll be a good indication. Matteo Naranjo's dad, Matteo had a problem with a tire from what I'm hearing, changed the tire, and he's planning to go back out to get some more laps in, wanting to get to that halfway point to be able to count this as an actual finish. So smart move there. Thanks, Dad, for piping in and helping us out there. Appreciate that. All right, let's do this. We're past halfway. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll get you to the finish line here. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group number 6 to the grid. Group 6, STU, GT3U, T2, T3, T4, STL to the grid. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
Back at Homestead, 8 minutes to go here in the Spec MX-5 space, and it is not anywhere near being decided. Ethan Lampy staying right there, back now in front of Ethan Jacobs. Jacobs there, I don't know if what you said, Tom, definitely some sort of a hiccup allowed Jacobs to get around, and Lampy was able to recover and retake the lead here now with 7 minutes and 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, got the job done in the turn 3 and 4 sequence as we were coming back from that break. We also had a swap for 4th position. Luke Pullen has gotten by Cam Eben and is really close to Nathan Saxon last time we came through. So both 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, let's say the top 5 is basically not decided at all with 7 minutes left to go in this race, although the top 2 are well clear of the rest of the field.
So what you're saying, Tom, is while all of us were debating the merits of different throat lozenges, you were actually paying attention. I love that. Thank you.
It's called multitasking. I love the idea of the Cubanos.
That's good. Absolutely. Ethan Lampy, Nathan Jacobs, Nathan Saxon, Luke Pullen, Cam Eben. That's your top 5 right now with about 7 to go here.
The other car that's really charging up the order, and not necessarily on the scoreboard, but on the track, is Logan Stretch, who's the white and red car there in the background. This is the battle for 3rd, really. So all 4 of these cars are in with a shot. Luke Pullen has a ton of pressure on the back from Cam Eben, who's finding a little bit of pace in that car after struggling early on.
It's interesting to talk about Logan here. He's normally vying for the podium on these things way up close to the front. So the fact that he did not have a great start and a great qualifying really surprised me. The fact that he is in the discussion for a potential podium spot does not surprise me at all. He has been really strong in the Spec MX-5 cars over the last several races.
Yeah, and a driver with a ton of experience in Spec Miata as well.
Yep.
So it seems to me that the drivers who come from Spec Miata do have quite a learning curve on these NC chassis cars. They're a bit different in a lot of ways, and a lot of drivers have been driving Spec Miata for a long time. So it's a tough thing to learn something slightly new, but somewhat similar, if that makes sense. Side by side, wow, in the background.
And I think part of it, Tom, is that you kind of go into it thinking it's going to be like the other thing, and then when you find out it's not, you're like, oh gosh, I got to scratch my head and figure this out.
Yeah, like I worked at this indoor go-kart track once, quick aside, and they moved the wall ever so slightly one day and rebolted it, and the track was never the same, even though it was basically the same. It doesn't take much to throw a driver off the rhythm. As we see now these cars separating out kind of 2 by 2 for 3rd and 5th. Wow, look how far clear the rest of the top 2 are.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
They are gone.
So here's the question, Tom. Now we're looking at how far ahead they are. 5 minutes to go. When does the racing happen here up at the front? When does Ethan Jacobs say, I'm going?
I'm not sure, because Ethan Jacobs seems to be completely in control of this race from 2nd place, except for the fact that when he got around, Ethan Lampy made quick work to pass him back. So there's a bit of an unknown there for me between these two. Although I would say I think Ethan Lampy sort of knows that he's got the upper hand just slightly. The problem with this racetrack really is, where do you create the opportunity? You kind of have to wait for the guy to make a mistake or really swing for the fences, and that's potentially what happened to get the position by in turn 5.
And it could also be one of those situations where...
I think it was almost happening again. Sorry, I cut you off again. In turn 5 is where Jacobs is strong.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those situations where Jacobs really wants to do this on the second to last lap because he knows how hard it is to get back around him and doesn't want to make it any easier by giving Lampy 2 or 3 laps to keep trying in different spots. So he might know exactly where he's going to go. He might know his car is strong enough just to drive around it whenever he's ready to do it, and he might know exactly where he wants to do it, and he's just waiting for that moment.
Massive slide for your leader, Ethan Lampy, that time through turn 12. Now we're looking at the braking zone into 13 and 14. But this also, the battle coming at us now is Saxon, Pullen, and Stretch. We're going to keep an eye on that one as Stretch has gotten past Cam Eben. Strong start for Eben, but down to 6th now.
Yep. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go here. So they're going to come out and down the front straight here. There they go, past the start-finish line. They're going to get 2 more laps to go here. Next time by will be the white flag. And there they are, side by side, going into turn 1. Now it's time to get racy. 2 laps to go, side by side. There are your leaders through turn 2. Will they be side by side when they get to turn 3? Yes, they will. Side by side into turn 3. And it looks like Lampy's able to keep the lead here. And here they are, side by going into turn 4. As you said, Tom, so hard to get the pass done here. This could also be the opportunity where Jacob says, okay, let's try it here. So I learn where I know he's going to have a little more problem, and he'll be really ready to go next time. But right over the rear bumper.
Yeah, wasn't able to complete it that time, but that was really textbook from Ethan Jacobs to try to go down the inside of turn 1 and really pinched Ethan Lampy up on the curb through turn 2. That was really, really tight quarter stuff. But once again, Lampy responds every time Jacobs gets up on the wheel, even though he's basically drifting that lead car around with the highlighter in black. He still has the fight in him coming towards that white flag.
Not sure if we still have Ethan Jacobs' in-car camera, but if we do, going into turn 1, it'll be fun to watch this time on the final lap. See if they do this whole side-by-side dance. Here they come through 15. Here comes the 16-17 combination for the second to last time. White flag should be in the air this time now, and it is. You see it up there. They will wave it in just a second. 1 lap to go. Will it be Ethan Lampy or Ethan Jacobs for the win here in race number 1 at NOLA? And there they are. It doesn't look like Jacobs has tried to get in there just yet, but he's going to probably poke his nose in. He better do it soon, Tom. He's going to run out of opportunities.
He may not get he may not get the opportunity at all. He's going to try to take a look. No, he does not. And as I shouted out earlier, Ethan Jacobs looks so composed and in control of this race. I would say Ethan Lampy is looking equally, if not even more impressively, absolutely in control of that car. The way it is moving across the surface, the way it's landing everywhere he wants it to be is pretty spectacular to watch. So both of these drivers at the front are doing just a fantastic job. See if they come side by side. No. And the time is ticking. The corners are ticking away for Ethan Jacobs. He lunges to the inside of turn 6. That's a late move.
And there may have been a little bit of contact there. Lampy gets into the dirt, and Jacobs comes by.
Yeah, Jacobs he dove, and then he ran wide on the exit,
Yeah.
So they swapped spots. But I think Lampy saw it coming and is going to get the run back up the inside for the S's here.
Yeah, well, look at the gap. That's the biggest gap between those two cars we've had in probably about 15 minutes, and it's not that big of a gap. It's Lampy in the front, Jacobs in second as they head into turn 14 for the final time. Does Jacobs have anything left? He tries to go around on the outside. Side by side through 15. Right now it's Jacobs. Look at them both drifting through 15 into 16. Side by side. On the inside it's Lampy. On the outside it's Jacob. Lampy's got the right spot to be as he goes to the corner in the lead onto the front straight for the final time. Jacobs is not going to catch him. It's going to be, maybe not. Who's going to be it at the line? It's going to be Ethan Lampy for the win.
Wow, folks, standing ovation for the Spec MX-5 drivers there.
Yeah, look at the people in the stands.
That was so good. We also had dirt flying a little bit in the background. I think something might have happened in the battle for third, but Nathan Saxon held on to it. Luke Pullen comes home in fourth. A great charge up from eighth. Logan Stretch also up a bunch of positions. Cam Eben maybe was the car that had the issue, as I'm just trying to see if maybe that was just a dust cloud. Man, that top two. Props.
Wow. when they came out of turn 17 and they weren't nose to tail and it was just a flat out drag race to the finish line, I wasn't certain that Lampy was going to be able to hold on, but what a great piece of driving by both drivers, to be perfectly honest with you. What a great race here. And that's when we're going to have to go back and watch again.
It is, and just the body language of Ethan Lampy's car towards the end of that race is artistic. It was beautiful to watch and so well held. Ethan Jacobs putting the pressure on. They get a redo tomorrow. Hopefully it's just as good.
Absolutely. All right, that is going to do it here for our Group 5 race. We got 2 more to go. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars, STU, GT3U, T2, T3, T4, STL. Group 6 cars to the grid. We'll be right back, everybody. I muted myself before I talked. Hoosier Racing SCCA Super Tour, a DriverSeye live production. 2 more races to go today. STU, GT3U, STL, Tourings 2, 3, and 4. That is up next. Let's get to our starting lineup. Split start here, and our second group is row 1, Richard Estacio. On the outside, on the inside, on the outside, Jorge Nazario. Row number 2, we've got Nick Leveroni on the inside, the number 137 car. Mike Taylor in the Acura Integra, number 39 from the great state of Georgia, the Peach State. Row number 3, we've got Jeff Durnell, also, I believe, from Georgia, in the number 65 car on the inside. John Sewell on the outside in the number 48 car. Row number 4 is James Diento in the number 47 car. Next to him is Peter Federlin in the number 20 car. Row number 5, Paul Azan in the number 173 STU BMW Z3. Now on to our second group is Alex Hocevar in the 126 Chevrolet Corvette. Next to him is Richard Baldwin in that Nissan 350Z. That's the outside of row number 1. Now we row number 2, Ethan Barker on the inside in the 112 Mazda Miata. Next to him, a Mazda RX-8, Chris Giles. In row number 3 now, Charlie Vale in the 50 car in the Scion FRS, and next to him is Blake Thompson in the T4 Mazda MX-5 number 37. Row number 4, we've got Leanne Falk in the number 23 car. That is a Mazda, it says 3.5. I'm not quite sure what that is, but 3S, Mazda 3S. Okay, there we go. And Richard Kulak in the Nissan 370Z T3 car, number 5 on the outside of row number 4. And then we've got Richard Dickey in the number 71 car. That is a Mazda RX-8 in Touring 4. That's your starting lineups here for our second to last group of the day. Tom O, this one's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm super looking forward to this one, especially I think the battle to watch is going to be STL. Nick Leveroni and Mike Taylor qualified less than 9/10 apart. And John Sewell also had a mechanical issue. Doesn't have as many laps this weekend as the other two, but he's the blue Integra right there. Tends to be pretty close to pace with those other two drivers. So that's my class to keep an eye out for. But otherwise, T4 is also pretty big and looking really tight for second on back. However, it was Ethan Barker who just pretty much checked out at the top of T3 by almost 2.5 seconds.
Well, Ethan Barker has a fan in the chat. Gamecock Piper is the fan. And Chris Hanna is here rooting for Blake Thompson. So got some chat fans here. Turn 14, that's your first group now. Getting through and getting on. That second group needs to catch back up, or they're going to lose the advantage of this split start. That's one of my pet peeves, Tom. It's when the second group in a split start is too far back and they get caught on lap 2 or something.
I think they have a second pace car, so they may not have a choice. The last thing to say is Richard Estacio only put 1 lap in qualifying in that Lotus Exige. He does not have nearly the data as Jorge Nazario, who ran every lap.
And we've seen that Lotus Exige out here a lot. It is a great race car, too. So he's got a lot of laps in it. He probably doesn't need a ton. But we'll see how this works. Here they go. Green flag is in the air as they head down to turn 1 for the first time.
Well, look at Jeff Durnell up the inside all the way on the left side of your screen, right side of the track. He picked up 2 rows already. Mike Taylor challenging around the outside for 3rd overall. He's picked up the position from Nick Leveroni. They're going to go side by side into turn 2.
Yeah, Durnell is in that RX-8 there. It is kind of maroon, purple, metallic-ish thing. And really pretty race car up front right there behind Estacio. This is what it looked like. Oh, big brake lock up there. Durnell and Estacio is exactly how it played out at Road Atlanta a couple weeks ago. So we'll see how this works here. Second cars down the line. Green flag flies for our second group, and here they go. This start not quite as frantic as the other one. A little more stretched out. Less cars in this group as well. We'll see how they get sorted out here. Nice and single file as they get to turn 1. Not exciting, but definitely the best way to do it if you can get it done.
Leanne Falk had a really good look up the inside in that Mazda 3. That's the dark blue car mid-pack. Wasn't able to pick the position down into turn 1, but it's a little bit of a breakaway for these top 2 here in Touring 4. Ethan Barker and Chris Giles in the RX-8 is going to try to keep up. I would expect Barker to maybe run away on pace with this one just a little bit.
Here comes that second group now as they get to turn 4 and turn 5. A little bit of a brake block up there. Here comes your leaders. The first group, that is Estacio in the Lotus Exige. Right behind him, Jeff Durnell in that RX-7 out of Cumming, Georgia. And then comes the rest of that group across the line. Estacio already with a nice little lead. 1 point, how many seconds? 1.2 seconds across the line. And then Jorge Nazario is in third, a little further back in the STU car. We talked about it during qualifying. They're trying to balance the performance between the GT3 cars and the STU cars. They added some weight to the GT3U car before Atlanta, and it really seemed to pan out. And it looks like they've done the job well here because we got a kind of a similar performance as we did what we saw at Atlanta.
Right, so all that means is basically think of those top 3 cars as in the same class, or at least they're intended to be eventually. So this is a pretty cool heads-up battle between those 3 cars. Jeff Durnell seems to have found quite a bit of pace in that car since qualifying, where it was a little bit weaker. And now this Corvette and the two, oh wow, this is a great battle between T2, Richard Baldwin and Alex Hocevar. We're going at it until the full course caution just comes out now.
Yeah, we got a car off with the tire wall at turn 8 is what the situation is. Let me pull up the Flagtronics here, and I'll be able to tell you probably who that is. It's the car number 33, an RX-8, and that is Chris Giles out of Katy, Texas. Okay, so they didn't make it to the tires. That's the good news. The bad news is they're stuck in a swamp. It is the bayou, so that's probably not terribly surprising.
Yeah, that section down the middle of the track, the infield of the track, let's say, is a little bit lower, and that's where the water drains off the track towards. So if you get out there after some of this weather, it's not surprised that it's a swamp. Unfortunately, it looks like some of the field has not noticed that we're under yellow. I just noticed Jorge Nazario goes by Jeff Durnell, but then realizes the mistake potentially. Mike Taylor's also thinking about it. Not sure.
Yeah, my guess is that they will correct that here in a lap or so, and it'll be kind of a no harm, no foul thing, hopefully. Yeah. All right, let's do this, Tom. Let's get our break in now while we're under full course yellow. And I'll do a call to grid anyway, and it'll be a little early, but that's okay. And then we'll take our break and we'll come back, and hopefully it'll all be cleaned up and ready to go. Green flag all the way to the finish line here. Let's do it real quick. Attention to the paddock, ground pounders to the grid. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, and A Sedan. Group 7 to the grid.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at NOLA, trying to get a car out of the swamp or the water or the mud or whatever it turned out to be. They're down by turn 8, so they've got some help out there. I don't see any rescue cars there anymore, so maybe it's all cleaned up. Lights are still on the pace car, Tom, so we're going to get at least one more lap under yellow here. And the fact that the pace car didn't pull off 3 corners ago would be also a good indication of that situation.
And all that work from the split start will be gone when we come back to that green flag. The good news is, even with the pace lap being even up to 4 or 5 minutes long, we'll still have a good 12, 13 minutes of racing to go when we go back to green. And I can't wait to get there, because we saw a couple of battles forming right at the end of that green flag run, specifically in T2. Richard Baldwin passed Alex Hocevar on that lap and picked up a couple of positions as well over some lap traffic. So that's going to make T2, even though we only have 2 cars, one of our more interesting battles too.
Yeah, and we had seen a pass under the yellow there just before we went to the break, and that has been rectified. Jorge Nazario gave that position back to Jeff Durnell. So at least on the racetrack, the positions are as they ought to be. Now, that doesn't mean that Mr. Nazario won't be having a discussion with the race director in the tech shed afterwards. My guess is we'll go with an honest mistake.
Sure, and that's also where those new Flagtronic systems will come into play as we get more and more of them. It's basically an LED display that replicates the flags, and although the flags take precedent, you can maybe see the LED flags a little bit quicker on your dashboard.
Yeah, and I think since now we're only 2 races into this system being required at every Super Tour. It's been required in a couple of spots along the way, but some of these drivers might, positioning that in the right spot so you see it is important. And maybe Mr. Nazario will be repositioning his Flagtronics unit before the next race.
Well, and either way, you can get pretty busy in there, and all of a sudden, it doesn't matter if it's a Flagtronics warning or a no oil pressure warning. If you're busy, you didn't see it. You don't notice it.
You mean drivers don't see every flag and warning sign that is thrown at them at the exact moment with which it's being thrown? I don't understand what you're saying, Tom.
I plead the fifth.
The silence is deafening from the pro driver in the group.
Yeah,
I love it. No, you're right though. I mean, a lot of stuff going on in a race car, and the lights are out of the pace car. I can't tell.
They look out from where I'm sitting.
Yeah,
I'm in Ohio, but they look out.
They look out from where I'm sitting also. The telltale sign will be when the pace car pulls off the racetrack here on our turn 16 camera. But yeah, they definitely look out.
Coming to the green flag, we have the STU and GT3U leaders, top 3, then STL, top 2, then the top T2 car, which should technically have the most power, I think. So this could be a little bit interesting with those T2 cars coming through the field. Single file restart. Here we go.
Well, there is the sign, that beautiful pace car off the racetrack. Now they come onto the main straight here. And we'll see when that Lotus up front decides to put the skinny pedal to the floor. That would be now. Green flag is in the air, and we are back to racing. And Jeff Durnell not wasting any time trying to make a move and get around Estacio here, going down the main straightaway. It looks like he is not going to get it done going into one, but he is in the right spot side by side going into two, and there he gets the pass done into turn two, and he pulls in right in front of that yellow car, and we will see how long he can keep in front now.
Yeah, Rich Estacio waited no time at all to get up onto the throttle on the front straight, but Jeff Durnell kept him honest and was able to power around the outside, made a beautiful outside move in turn one, which we've seen work very few times. Now the battle for T2. Here we go. Hocevar up the inside, blocking the brakes on Baldwin, trying to get through, and the leaders of STL get caught up in it as well. They are still working it out on the way to turn 5.
It is unfortunate when you get an early yellow flag like that after a split start that you basically eliminate all of the benefits of that split start.
So as you keep track of that exactly, it becomes confusing. The top 3 cars are essentially in the same class. Let's go with that. Then the next 2 are in the same class. Then the next 3 or 4 are in the same class again. So we have multiple classes battling it out all amongst each other as the rest of the field streams through. There's your T4 leader. That is Ethan Barker, well back in the slowest class of the field.
Yeah, the joys of multi-class racing here in the SCC, coming up on the halfway point now. So 12 and a half minutes to go in this race. And now, as you see, the Estacio car has gotten back around, and he has retaken the lead. Jeff Durnell drops back to second.
Some excitement in the background. I think it was Paul Hassan pulled off in that BMW Z3 Roadster. And then we also had a pass for the lead in T4. Charlie Vale goes through in the Scion FRS as Ethan Barker has a big slide in the S's. And meanwhile, Richard Estacio is driving away.
Yeah, and don't look now, but Jorge Nazario is trying to make himself look really big in the mirrors of Jeff Durnell as they head down to turn 1. Nazario's not always the most patient of drivers, and he will be looking to get to the front as quick as possible. But Durnell, a lot of horsepower in that car on the main straight, was able to pull away and get a little bit of a gap here. But don't be surprised if Nazario is right there for the next several laps.
Speaking of power, Alex Hocevar takes that T2 Corvette up to the 3rd place overall, but Nazario is going to use the brakes and handling of the Miata to take it back in turn 3. All the while, the 2 leaders of STL are Nick Leveroni and Mike Taylor. They're at the back of this train. Taylor with a little bit of inside tire lockup on the way into turn 4, and they're probably more on pause from their own race, just trying to wait for these guys in front to get their stuff figured out.
Yeah, definitely, you'll want to let the car resort itself, but now you're running out of time. You're only got 11 minutes left in the race. So you really can't treat this like you would a 25-lap race. Oh, big slide, a little wheel off, and what a great job of keeping that car on the racetrack.
Yeah, that was Richard Baldwin with a scary moment coming out of turn 6, lost a lot of momentum. Like the STL leaders were maybe going to get up alongside. Nick Leveroni's got a lot to deal with right there with Baldwin still in his way. They're side by side. Now Taylor looks to the left. Really clunky there. Now he's going to slot back in.
Smoke off in the distance there of that camera. I sure hope that is dinner and not a race car. 10 minutes and 10 seconds to go. 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go here. Estacio is trying to make this an easy race. Durnell and Nazario not wanting that to be the case. Looks, Nazario's gotten his way around Jeff Durnell. Now he sets his sights on that Estacio car. And another car is trying to get past Durnell. I think that is Hocevar in that Corvette. Look at the gap that low Lotus has over the field. And now Durnell retakes the lead, or retakes second place. Now, Durnell has either the power or the proper gearing, Tom, to really be able to take advantage of the length of this straight.
You may also have a little bit better just aero with that car being a bespoke body. It's a fiberglass body draped over a tube frame with that Mazda RX-7 that's running in second. And it's balanced to be similar to the rest of these cars, but that usually means it's going to have a little bit more thought put into the coefficient of drag than maybe Mazda did from the factory, racing against that NC MX-5 next door. All the meanwhile, again, those STL leaders are really kind of getting balked by this one. There's Leveroni, and now the P2 second place driver is between the top 2 in STL.
Yeah. You know, and as you said, that is a purpose-built race car, the RX-7, whereas all the other cars are production cars with a cage in it and a lot of work done to them. But they are very different in the way that the suspension geometry is built, you know, from what's a tube frame car versus what's on a street car. So lots of interesting facets of making these two classes work together.
Big time, and that's a big undertaking from the technical team from SCCA to do. Look at Mike Taylor taking a raw look to the outside and a big jump over the curb to pick up the position. No, he doesn't even get it done. That was a big Hail Mary from Mike Taylor trying to get past Richard Baldwin, who sits second in T2, racing for track position but not for class.
Attention in the paddock, Group 6 cars, Group 7 cars to the grid, Group 7 to the grid. GT1, GT2, GTX A sedan, and T1. Group 7 cars to the grid.
Lots of smoke out of the back of the 350Z for Richard Baldwin. It's coming out of the right tailpipe specifically, and now he backs off. So a mechanical issue, unfortunately, is going to take that car out of second position in class. Mike Taylor's probably not too disappointed, though, as he gets that white Integra back around and will have a clear shot at the back of his leading car in class, Nick Leveroni.
Our top 10 right now: Richard Eustacio, Jeff Durnell, Alex Hocevar, Jorge Nazario. Then you've got Nick Leveroni, Mike Taylor, Richard Baldwin, who might have a problem with that car, John Sewell, Peter Federlin, and James Dianto. That's how they stand right now, and there is a car off there. That is
the 37 of Blake Gibson, I believe. Which
okay.
Is tough. I think this is a newer car for him, and definitely not the start of the season he'll want.
And now a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that Richard Baldwin car, that 350Z. Hopefully he will come in before there's too much to put on the racetrack. Hopefully he's not dropping fluid. Looking at the cars coming through behind him, they seem to be okay. Oh, actually, these are the cars in front of him.
STU, change of position, sort of. Jorge Nazario has gotten around Jeff Durnell. And Alex Hocevar has gotten past both in that Corvette. So we now run, overall lead is STU, then the first place car in T2, then the first place car in GT3U, then the first place car in STL, basically in that order. I think Durnell's got an issue. He's really dropped off the pace this time and is now holding up Leveroni.
Here they come now through 15. Then you've got that 16-17 complex.
Oh, Taylor looks for it up the inside of turn 15. It's going to go side by side through 16 onto the front straight.
Taylor tries to take the lead from Nick Leveroni. Nick Leveroni's got that slower Durnell car with some sort of an issue, and Mike Taylor's trying to take advantage of that. Here they are side by side under the start-finish stand.
Drag race, Honda versus Mazda, and I think the Honda's got the power as they continue to be floundered by the Mazda just slightly up the road when they get to the twisty stuff. Mike Taylor goes to the lead easily down the front straight in turn 1.
I believe there's Jesse Prather power under the motor of that Honda Acura. And then you've got Leveroni there, right there. Two really good race car drivers. There's that yellow flag in turn 3. That's covering this car right here.
That's going to take a pretty significant passing opportunity away from the lap, which is good news for Mike Taylor, bad news for Nick Leveroni. That's that turn 3 entry where we see cars side by side all the time today.
Look at how much that inside curb there at turn 6 upsets that Lotus as it comes through there. A much more, I would say, suggest stiffly sprung suspension on the Lotus than maybe some of those other cars.
No kidding. And actually, last time through, Rich Eustacio was 3 seconds slower than the next bullet cars. Maybe an issue for the Exige as well. Look at how much closer these guys are.
Yeah.
Durnell continuing to be a nuisance to this top 2 in STL. Coming into another passing opportunity, Jorge Nazario is going to look up the inside of Hocevar just to keep him honest. Now, here comes that STL battle. What are they going to do coming into 14?
I wonder if Hocevar understands that he's the only T2 car out there, and then he's got 2 cars fighting for class battle here that he is in the middle of.
Oh, there was still side by side. Leveroni trying to pick up the lead once again, does the over-under while they're held up behind Jeff Durnell. Now the Miata has the easier line. We know the RX-7 is going to get up on the chip and leave him behind down this straightaway. So it's now a Honda Mazda drag race once again but on opposite sides of the track. Maybe the Integra will come out on top again. I don't know. Leveroni looks really strong this lap.
Yep, 4 laps or 4 minutes, though, probably 3 laps here. There is Durnell. Then you've got Leveroni and Taylor kind of side by side as they head into turn 2. Now you've got Leveroni who's taken over that spot there. That's your leader in STL right there.
It looks like Taylor checked up just a little bit in turn 1, to try to get a run, and it didn't pay off.
Yep. Now the question is, can Taylor get back to Leveroni's rear bumper to be able to make a final lap or maybe last second a lap move here? There is your race leader, and right now Jorge Nazario is just mired behind Alex Hocevar in that T2 Corvette. That's giving Estacio a little bit of breathing room.
Definitely is. And to your point about that, there is nothing in the rules that say you have to do anything when you're not racing against a car in your class. But these guys, all the drivers in the SCCA regions are probably used to seeing most of the other drivers. I recognize most of these names, which means these drivers will probably also recognize most of these names. So it's very easy to recognize in that scenario that, oh, I'm actually not in this race. But it's also tough to give that up.
Sure. We've got a good battle going on in T4 for second place. That is Richard Kulak and, Richard Dickey and Charlie Vale are racing for second place in T4. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to see it here. We got a slow car that was coming out of 4 there. I believe that is
oh no, I think we've had an incident. So what was happening is that red RX-8, Richard Dickey was running a higher position before we cut to this battle, and it looks like mechanical damage on the FRS. They were battling each other. This is going to promote Leanne Falk up to second position as both of those T4 contenders. Unfortunately, we missed what happened specifically, but I believe that those 2 cars got into it a little bit.
All right, minute 43 to go in this race. Richard Estacio is just coming in to turn 14 right now for what's going to be the second to last time here. He will get a chance here to come across the line here. Or it could be a different yellow car. Here is Estacio. I take that back. Coming into turn 8. Right behind him is Alex Hocevar, and then that's the T2 leader. Your second place in STU is Jorge Nazario. That is the third place car overall. So there's Estacio, there is Hocevar, and there is Nazario as they come to the S's for the second to last time.
There you see Richard Dickey in that RX-8 with the damage on the left rear, which would match the damage on the other side of that FRS. Good heads-up driving from Paul Hassan to pull out of the way as these drivers coming towards that white flag lap, as you mentioned.
Ethan Barker, your race leader in T4 right now. Leon Falk is in second place. Richard Dickey third. Charles Vale is in fourth in T4. There is Jeff Durnell right there coming onto the front straight here. In a second. White flag is in the air. There they are. I was a little ahead of myself. Durnell's that first car. Then you've got Leveroni right behind him. That's the first place car in STL. Right behind him in the white Acura with the Union Jack on the hood is Mikey Taylor. First and second in STL. And a little further back is John Sewell in another Acura. Not quite in our screen here. Leveroni and Taylor on the final lap here. Does Taylor have anything left in his toolbox to get around Leveroni? Not quite sure.
This is getting good, but unfortunately for Taylor, he's had a lot of brake issues. You see again there, he locks up the rear of that car. So the strength of that Integra, although it's fast, does not appear to be in the braking zones. I think that this race could easily be determined by Jeff Durnell, though, because Durnell has not made himself easy for these two to deal with at all. And again, a quick shout out to Ethan Barker, who's had a spectacular run in T4, pretty much completely flawless, leads that class by a long way.
No question.
Nick Leveroni absolutely slinging that Miata through
Yeah.
turn 5. But unfortunately, he's going to run right up on the bumper of Durnell again as Taylor now has a little bit of a gap. That gives Taylor an opportunity to make decisions. If something were to get held up in front of him, here they go. And held up he did. Leveroni gets stuck again.
Now, you would think that that STL car would not be as fast as that GT3U car, but he is right there. And look at Taylor going on the inside, trying to get around Leveroni, locks the brakes up. That's going to be problematic. That lets Leveroni stay in front. Now there's 3 wide. That's not going to end well. Leveroni's now in front. Now Durnell lets those 2 cars by, but way too late, I think, for Taylor to be able to take advantage of it. Look at the gap that Leveroni's been able to open up. He is going to take the win in STL.
Tricky situations to manage there between all of those cars. Mike Taylor had a great idea with lunging up the inside. Again, unfortunately, I don't think braking is the strong suit in that Acura Integra. So the one opportunity he got, he took, but he just couldn't quite make it work. We'll have to kind of reset for tomorrow. Congratulations to both of those two. Also, Richard Estacio and Alex Hocevar winning STU and T2. And then we'll get back to that T4 class that actually had pretty high attrition today. Chris Giles, Blake Thompson, Charlie Vale, and Richard Dickey, all DNFs today in T4.
Yeah, but your race winner in T4, Ethan Barker, Leon Falk will take second on the podium, and Richard Dickey will end up third, even though he's 2 laps down. But it's been a very interesting way to see that race play out as well. All right, that is going to do it for our 6th race. One more to go here. Attention to the paddock, Group 7 cars to the grid. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, A Sedan, Group 7 cars to the grid for your race. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. One more to go.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Last race of the weekend. Get your energy up, folks. GT1, GT2, GT3, not GT3, GTX Touring 1 A Sedan. 25 minutes of intense action here at NOLA ahead. I'm Brian Bielanski. I'm McCormick. Let's get right to our starting lineup. Starting on your front row, Sean Atwell in number 2, GT2 Ford Mustang. Next to him, Jorge Nazario in the number 165 GT2 Chevrolet Corvette. Row number 2, David Fairstand in his number 5 GT1 Corvette. Next to him, Jacek Muka in the number 7 GTX Cadillac DPI. Row number 3, CJ Cram in the number 4 GT2 Chevrolet Camaro. Next to him, Michael Quattlebaum in the number 22 GT2 Corvette. Row number 4 is going to be Rene Molina in the number 9 GT2 Dodge Challenger. Next to him, Robert Kasprovitz in the number 27 GT2 Ford Mustang. On row number 5, you've got Kevin Rich in the number 63 GT2 Ford Mustang. Next to him, Keegan Massey in the number 81 GTX McLaren F570S GT4. Now moving on to row number 6, Michael Steves in the number 55 GTX McLaren 570S GT4. On the outside of row number 6 is Brian Carrick. He is in the number 67 GT2 Chevrolet Corvette. On row number 7, you have Stephen Burns in the 120 GTX Porsche GT4 Club Sport. And then next to him, Paulo Salvatore in the number 42 Touring 1 Ford FP350S. Moving on to row number 8, Michael Kamalian in the number 199 A Sedan Ford Mustang. And then you've got on the final car in this group, the Chevrolet GT2 car, number 47, Salvatore Santelocito in car number 47. That's how they're going to start here for our final race of the day. Here they come through turn 15.
Final race and loudest. This will be a good time. Lots of GT2 cars. They make up the biggest field, 9 of them starting. That is your overall front row as well. They're in GT2, but the second row is the Cadillac DPI out of GTX, different class, and David Firsthand's GT1 car, different class. They both make more power too. This green flag's going to be interesting.
All right, everybody, open up the windows, crank up the volume, and tick off the neighbors. It's going to be ground pounders taking the green flag here at NOLA for the final race of the day. Here they go, under the start-finish line, heading towards turn 1 for the first time. That sounds pretty dang cool, Tom.
John Atwell gets the jump over Nazario, and they're going to go 1-2 into turn number 1. It's a really weak start for David Firsthan, who might even have a mechanical issue, dropping back out almost to the top 10. Big starter is the Dodge Challenger of Rene Molina, who jumps up to the 3rd position overall as the rest of the field tries to figure out what everybody is really doing and what's going on with all these double file cars holding things up.
Yeah, not quite sure. Maybe missed a shift coming under the start-finish stand. I don't know, but here they come. Everybody is seemingly going up to race pace. Exactly. It's odd how that happened, but you know, odd is something we get used to here every once in a while. But look at the gap between second and third already. Big opened up gap. Although we learned that DPI prototype there in GTX, when it gets heat in the tire, is probably going to head towards the front.
Absolutely, and now we're going to get a good battle for 3rd, which is Rene Molina had that good start in the Challenger, but now is under a lot of pressure from Robert Kasprovitz, excuse me. Those 2 TA2 cars, Challenger and Mustang. And then the first of our GTX cars, the second of those, excuse me, is the McLaren GT4 car coming up through the field nicely.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. 2 cars did not take the green flag, CJ Cram and Michael Quattlebaum. There is that Cadillac DPI. That's back to the Daytona prototype days, which is early in, it was a Grand Am car, right, Tom?
It was an IMSA WeatherTech car, but it was pre-hybrid era. So this is just the V8 raw, the last era before this current generation. And as I mentioned during qualifying, we see this car in a lot of different places. It's cool how much they use it. So he's now getting up to speed. Jacek Muka there.
All those cars pretty much have been able to sort themselves out. Now it's single file. They start to get themselves into a rhythm here as they get through the first third of this race.
These cars really do require that rhythm, and in front of everything you can see on TV right now is John Atwell and Jorge Nazario, the top two overall, separated by 1.1 seconds last time through. Mustang versus Corvette, tube frame versus production chassis. But the rest of this is, that's the gap that we just mentioned, C7 versus TA2 car. Slowly but surely getting run down by that Cadillac.
22 minutes to go here. Checking one thing here. I want to take a peek at something because if I remember correctly, Jorge Nazario was the third place car in the race before this one. So props to him for getting out there and switching cars so fast with a 5-minute break between the two sessions. Pretty quick move for him on that one.
Yeah, we'll shout out to the team and crew as well, because I guarantee you he didn't do that on his own. I know that car, I believe, was Phoenix prepped. I'm not sure if it's Phoenix supported necessarily, but obviously a big name in club racing here. As the field looks pretty spread out evenly as people get their footing. David Furstand in the red Corvette just there, working his way back forward now, up to 4th, 5th overall.
Yeah, so you got Atwell, Nazario, Muka, Molina, Kaspravitz, Egan, Massey, Carrick, Furstand, Steves, and Rich. That's your top 10 right now here as we get into the first 5 minutes of this race here. Couple laps in. This is one of those races, Tom, where I wish I could open the window up here in the control tower, because when these guys come at full sound, it's pretty cool sounding with no windows open, but with the windows open, it would be even better.
So here's my thing with this, is these cars are the ones that actually put me to sleep, because everything just turns into that nice, beautiful racetrack noise. The ground shaking just a little bit. Oh, it's just the perfect nap time. But I want to watch too, so I don't know how to get best of both worlds.
So what you do, Tom, is we're on the YouTube. I don't know if you're familiar with the YouTube.
This is being recorded?
Yeah, so you can go back and watch the race, or even better, watch the race now and then put it on in the background as your white noise when you go take your nap.
There you go. I did see IMSA Racing released 5 hours of raw audio from Daytona for sleeping too. That was a genius video for them to post. Yes.
That's awesome.
This battle for second in GTX is pretty good. Keegan Massey and Michael Steves in their pair of McLaren 570 GT4s. They're going to come into shot about now. There's the first and there's the second. Nose to tail with each other. Just kind of running down the mid-pack of GT2 here.
So GT2 in GTX, the two big groups here in this particular race group. We've only got one GT1 car. That's the David Furstand car, the Corvette. And then we've got a T1 and an A sedan car. But the majority of the cars we have out here today, GT2 and GTX cars. GTX is kind of a place where SCCA puts kind of pro cars where it doesn't, former pro cars or even present pro cars that don't really have a home in the SCCA. They also put cars in that they may want to put somewhere else, but they just don't know just yet. So they put them in there for a season or two, and then they say, okay, you kind of fit into this class if we do this or that. But it's a chance for them to come out and play, and then we can learn a little bit about them, and then maybe make a decision on them later. So.
Exactly. I have a thought real quick. We have a cool side-by-side battle between the GTX Porsche Cayman and then an old stock car in GT2, that Chevy Lumina bodied, I think, stock car side-by-side through turn one. But going back to your point, most of SCCA club racing is built on garage-built cars. They're cars that you would buy, you build into what they become, and that's your race car. Most of current motorsports is based on homologated cars that you go to BMW or Porsche or McLaren or wherever, and you buy the car the way it comes and you never change it. So GTX is basically a way to let those real race cars from the real manufacturers kind of have a spot where most of these other classes have cars that were built in garages, or in the rare case of maybe Formula Enterprises or Spec Racer Ford.
Well, and what's interesting about that, Tom, is that, these are cars that people want to drive and want to race. And if you don't have a place for them, you're basically turning potential racers away. So to find a way to make them, welcome here is a great move by the club you know, and maybe GTX as its own thing becomes big enough to become a national runoffs class at some point in time. But I sure enjoy having the McLarens out here and the other cars that fit into that class. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes we get a Lamborghini Trofeo out here. It's good, some good stuff.
Those are certainly cool to see. And Keegan Massey continuing to keep honest the fourth place driver in GT2. That's Robert Kachprovitz.
Vitch.
Thank you. His Mustang. But the McLaren versus Mustang Trans Am car is a pretty cool battle. There they go. And the McLaren's through. Picks up one spot overall.
17 and a half minutes to go here. Atwell, Nazario, Mucha, Ferstad, Molina, Kaspovich. That's your top 6 right now. I want to take a second, a big shout out to all of the volunteers out here this weekend that make this happen. Everything from our flaggers to our tech and timing folks, grid, tons of people that it takes. Whenever I go through the list, I miss somebody, so I purposely only do half the list so they don't think I've actually tried to get everybody to miss one, Tom. So yeah, tons of people out here that come out on their own time because they love the cars, they love the people. Big thanks to Jordan Worth, who is our director this weekend, and Brendan Kaczmarek. He is our executive producer with DriverSeye Live, the brains behind DriverSeye Live. We wouldn't be able to do it without him. So a bunch of thank yous here. We're going to come out here again tomorrow at 8 a.m. 7 more qualifying sessions in the morning and then 7 more races. It's all going to be out here live on the SCCA YouTube channel. So join us back out here tomorrow for some more great live racing coverage. Like, subscribe. We got a whole bunch of people in the chat. I haven't looked to see if everybody who's in the chat has actually hit the subscribe and like button. If you haven't, get to it, people.
Please. Just keeping an eye on this battle. So go ahead.
Yeah, it helps us with the algorithm. Get more people watching us.
Very true. I was going to say Brian Carrick and Kevin Rich are the 2 cars in frame right there. Those are the GT2 runners in 5th and 6th. That's kind of the best battle in class on the track as they're hounding. Whoa, big spin for the 47. That's that's our stock car, Salvador Santolosito.
Yep. And he is in a spot probably seeing cars. Hopefully he gets that car restarted because that's a spot where they're not going to want to leave him.
Nope.
Ah, and there he goes. Now he's just waiting for a good place to turn it around. Nice job, and we can stay green. I'm sure they were local yellow for that, but now we are back to green flag racing. 15 minutes, 15 seconds to go here.
The lead in GT2, it was close for a bit, but it's now ballooned to about 9 seconds. John Atwell continues to run personal best sectors while leading this race overall, and 10 minutes already elapsed from the green flags. That's pretty solid for the Ford Mustang. The car was in podium contention for the runoffs last year. I failed to recall whether it finished on the podium or not, as there was an incident right at the end. It was kind of wild.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff in that race.
Yeah, if you found SCCA's channel today and you're interested in more, last year's championship races are all live on the YouTube channel to go watch. And there are some great races in there. They're all pretty entertaining, but there's some highlights for sure, I would say. GT2 was one of them. That was a fun race.
Absolutely. Question is GTX coming close to running for a medal at the runoffs? I don't know the answer to that, John. I'll have to look at the numbers. There's a whole equation that they do where you have to have a certain number of cars and to every race weekend and an average. It's complicated. But I will see, try to talk to somebody at National and see where their status is about possibly getting a spot.
Yeah, that'd be pretty interesting. My impression is it's not really close to getting a national class just because of what it's intended for. It's more that catch-all.
Right.
But that'd be pretty cool to see a class of GT4 cars at the runoffs, I guess.
Well, and maybe they'll find another place to put those cars so they can go to the runoffs. It wouldn't necessarily be GTX, because I know there's also the push to be able to trim down the runoffs to 18 classes, and it would be kind of counterintuitive to add yet another class if that were to be the case. So coming up on 13 and a half to go here.
Drivers very much stabilizing. Robert Kacprovich was the fastest car last time through as far as best laps go, set a personal best 150.7. John Atwell still pulling away at a 143 last time through, so he's flying. David Firstand set a personal best in GT1 as well. That's the bright red C5 Corvette, a little up the road from the cars we look at now.
Yeah. All right, we are coming up on the halfway point. Tom, this is where we should do our final break of the day. We'll get it in here. We'll take a short break. We'll come back. Have you all the way to the end of the race day here at NOLA. Stay with us. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from NOLA Motorsports Park.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
NOLA Motorsports Park. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman's been here with me all day. Tom, thank you. And I mistakenly said, apparently going to break, this was our last race of the weekend. It is our last race of the day. I'm going to have a good time tonight in New Orleans, but it's not going to keep us from going racing tomorrow. We will be back at 8 a.m. Anyway, last race of the day. I appreciate you being with me here today, Tom, as Greg is off gallivanting somewhere around the world. And we've been offended. Okay, I know he's not gallivanting around the world, but I want to make it sound good. Anyway, thanks, Tom, for being with us. I appreciate you filling in here.
This has been a blast. I get such a charge off of watching racing. It's my favorite thing, and getting to talk about it's even better. So thanks for having me. You guys have done a killer broadcast here, by the way, DriversEye Live. And we're watching the last 10 minutes of the last race of the day.
There we go. Of the day. Thank you very much.
While we were... Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, just let me run down the top 10 here real quick for us. John Atwell, Jorge Nazario, Jacek Muka, David Ferstad, Renee Molina, Keegan Massey, Robert Kaspovich, Michael Steves, Brian Carrick, and Stephen Burns. That's your top 10 right now.
This is an interesting dynamic we're looking at on camera. There is second place overall, Jorge Nazario in the C7 Corvette. Has finally been run down by Jacek Muka in the Cadillac DPI, who have both been caught by David Ferstad, who's your leader in GT1. So none of those cars are in the same class, but that is for overall position, second, third, and fourth. And they've all come together here on that on this lap number 9 of this race.
Yep. And they will now try to figure out how to play together, even though they're in different classes.
I think, unfortunately for Nazario, if they're anywhere near him on the front straight, he's probably a sitting duck. Not that that's too big a deal because it's not for position. Beautiful blue on that Corvette, and you could just see the Cadillac a little less comfortable in the S's. I wonder if it's so bumpy for that car through there or something. Loses a bit of distance.
That is true. You know, that car is probably, what, an eighth of an inch off the ground. And you can actually see that car bouncing over some of these areas, especially on that shot that we just had. So.
Got a mirror full of first stand. That's the leader of GT1, 4th overall.
Yep.
Cool little battle. I was going to mention, by the way, over the break, Kevin Rich pulled off the number 63 in GT2.
Oh, that's right.
With that mechanical issue on the front straight, so no harm, no foul there, but hopefully the car will be back for tomorrow.
There you go. Just a little over 7 minutes to go. That battle that you were talking about for 3rd, 4th, and 5th is it's really indicative of how things tend to sometimes play out here, where you've got 3 different cars. Oh, one of those cars just went really. Oh, that's the 47 car that spun earlier, so it is not in the fray here for any of these positions. So it's doing a nice job as being a courteous back marker, courteous slower car as he lets the cars through. That's a very nice job there by Salvador Santosusito. I've said it about 8 different ways. One of them's got to be right, Tom.
And I'll also shout out to Paolo Salvatore, the lone T1 car in the field. It's that white Mustang lurking in the back of these shots. He also did a great job to make himself easy to be around for these leaders. David Furstand has the opportunity to maybe pick up a 3rd overall as Nazario continues to run for his life. This is where that Cadillac, we would think it'd be strong, but it appears to be weak in this dynamic here.
You know, and racers have long memories. They never forget the guys who done you wrong, but they also remember when you did something nice, and maybe that gets repaid down the road when you're a little faster coming through. If someone's got a car problem or whatever the case may be, or if you've just gotten faster as a driver, if you built your car better, whatever the case may be, we remember when, okay, this guy's good. We'll drive nicely for us, or we'll drive properly, and maybe return that favor down the road.
And it could be something small, like they hand you a nice frosty beverage in the paddock later that day. But you're right, they'll remember, good or bad.
Yep.
It looks like a little bit of an overall swap for position. Keegan Massey has gotten past Renee Molina, which is a pass not for positioning class, but overall 5th and 6th. Furstand also goes past Yasik Muka. So we have a new third overall car that is the leader in GT1. After a weak start, maybe the car just not ready to race at the green flag, has now worked its way back up.
Yeah. And that's the other thing with the SCCA being a club. Oh, something got kicked up a lot because there was mud and dust that I saw coming off a car. So whatever car that was got off a little further than maybe some of the other ones.
I think it was Brian Carrick. Yeah, the purple car just there, and I'm guessing he dropped a tire exiting turn 6, snapped to the inside, and ended up shooting across the inside of turn 7, which is an odd spot.
Interesting. And I completely lost my train of thought that I had before that was coming.
Well, we were talking about Furstand coming up on the Cadillac, and then
I don't. Oh no! What I was going to say is, there's a car going in. They're going out of the pit lane. No, what I was going to say is, because it's club racing, you never know what the level of prep is for a particular car, or maybe whether that driver is newly minted and doesn't have a ton of experience. So when we do see a car going slow, it could be from a myriad of reasons.
That is mostly our job description, is speculators.
Yes.
We try not to live too deeply in speculation, but we can't help it sometimes. There's your second place driver in GTX, Keegan Massey. Actually, the back 2 cars in GTX have come very close together. Michael Steves and Steven Burns. That's a McLaren and a Porsche Cayman. They're much closer to maybe turn 3 at this point, but they're less than a second apart at the start-finish line.
Here's the funness of this race group here, Tom. In this group, we've got a Mustang, a Corvette, a Cadillac, a McLaren, a Dodge Challenger, a Porsche Cayman, and a Camaro. If you don't have a more motley crew, this is like the misfits, like the Bad News Bears in this class.
Yeah.
3 minutes coming up here. Nazario is in second place. 8 seconds back from John Atwell.
Here are those two cars I mentioned, the McLaren just there and the Porsche just there. Those two are battling for position. It's a podium in class, 3rd place in class, 8th overall.
Yep.
And they're actually catching lap traffic and being caught by the overall leader. We haven't seen the car very much, but that blue and red Mustang coming into the back of the shot is John Atwell, your overall leader.
Right. And he has an 8-second lead, so he can take his time going through this group and not have to worry about putting his car in a bad spot and doing something, you know, egregious just because he wants to get around him. He can take his time and not worry too much with an 8-second lead.
I think we got a race on our hands for 3rd there in GTX. They're taking the white flag.
And there they are.
Cayman versus McLaren.
A cool combination.
Ooh, Atwell's going to make the move down on the inside, and that's going to balk the McLaren of Michael Steves just a little bit. And now it's almost side by side for their class, the class 3rd position there in GTX.
Looks like the McLaren has stayed in front of the Cayman, at least through turn 2 here. Yep, that is the McLaren in the front. The Cayman is in 2nd there, but the Cayman tries to fight back here on this final lap.
Yeah, Steve's really feeling the pressure. Steve's S-T-E-E-V-E-S
yes.
in the McLaren dives to the inside to protect the door. Doesn't let that thing open at all. But now Steven Burns, here they come. Which one came out ahead? It's still the McLaren just ahead.
Yep. So that is Steve's in the McLaren and Steven in the Porsche. Boy,
Right.
this is really complicated for the last race of the day.
Just behind 2nd and 3rd overall. That's David Furstand in the Corvette. There's Jacek Buka in the Cadillac. And then we'll throw him in there. Jorge Nazario in the C7 sweeps through. Here is that battle for what will be the checkered flag this time by for these two in GTX.
Yeah. Leader's just got a couple of laps to go before he gets the checkered flag, but we're going to stay here with this battle for a podium position. Steve's in the McLaren, Steven Burns in the Porsche right behind him. Couple more corners to go. Does the Porsche have anything left in the tank to be able to go? Tries to go on the outside just a little bit. That's probably not the best way to get it done.
Learned his lesson for tomorrow, though, is it's not going to quite complete the thought today. They get to restack and re-go tomorrow as our overall. And they're giving him another lap. Look at this.
They might get in just before the checkered flag. Oh, yeah, it looks like we were off by a minute. Not off as far as just reading when the checkered flag would fall. But the white flag is now in there. One more lap. I bet you that Mr. Steves was hoping that was going to be the end of this race.
Well, he was, but now they had a really awkward exchange at turn 1, and Steven Burns had to go way off the track just to feel comfortable around the cars coming through.
Yeah.
So that 3rd place battle for GTX is completely separated at this point, but our front runners have still not totally settled who's going to be on that overall podium. Is it going to be Furstand in the Corvette, or is it going to be Muka in the Cadillac?
And they are right next to each other here on the racetrack. Furstand and Muga. I heard them calling the leaders around. I thought they were calling around for the checker, but they were actually calling them around for the white flag. Yep, no, we thought we were getting the check last lap, so.
Just noticed on the timing screen, we'll keep it watching these cars as they circulate, but even with the spin, Salvador Santalucito is able to get back around Brian Carrick, with Brian Carrick having that little off. He slowed down after that.
Right. All right, get ready for the checkered flag. Here they come for the final time. Double checkered flags in the air. Here comes your race leader, John Atwell, the flag flurry from the start stand. And you've got yourself another race winner, John Atwell. He is going to take the win here. 2nd place is going to go to... It looks like at the line, the Cadillac gets around him. It's going to be Jacek Buka for 2nd, and David Furstand drops down to 3rd.
Turned on the afterburners there in the Cadillac, just got up and went out of the final corner, took the spot, 2nd position away.
Yeah. What a great final lap there by Jacek Buka in that Cadillac DPI. All right. We'll let a few more cars cross the line here before we run through the finishing order.
So, real quick question, actually, Brian, remind me, tomorrow's races, they're a little bit longer, yes?
Yes, there are 35-minute races tomorrow, or a lap count of 18 laps. So
interesting. That's going to be a big change because we only did 15 laps in this race, so a lot of those races are going to be going a long distance. Those start just again right after lunch.
Yep, we've got qualifying starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Our races start at 12:40 tomorrow afternoon, approximately, and we try to keep on time for that. And actually, there's one race group before lunch. Thank you to our producer for correcting me. And that actually, so that starts at 10:55. So Spec Miata will be before lunch, and then we'll get the rest of our groups in right after lunch. And we will have a great day of racing here from NOLA. So let's run down our finishing order here. Your race winner, John Atwell, followed by Jacek Muka and David Ferristed. Jorge Nazario is going to be in fourth, followed by Keegan Massey, Renee Maluna, Robert Kaspovich, and then you've got Michael Steves, Stephen Burns, Salvatore Santolicito, Paulo Salvatore, and Michael Kamalian, followed by Kevin Rich and Brian Carrick. That's how they finish up here. Any final thoughts before we say goodnight, Mr. Tom?
Just thanks for having me. It's a great time to pop in on these SCCA Hoosier Super Tours. And don't take it too easy on Larry tomorrow for me, okay?
Oh, I never would do that. Never would do that. So, good job. Appreciate you having you with us today. Big thanks to you. Thanks to Jordan Worth, our director, Brendan Kazmarek. Thanks to all the crew here, the SCCA national staff, all the people here at NOLA, as well as the local volunteers from all of our regions around New Orleans. Appreciate everyone for coming out this weekend. Come back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time. We'll do it all over again. You've been watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, brought to you by DriversEye Live and the SCCA. I'm Brian Bielanski for Tom O'Gorman. Have yourself a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.